斗这特工亚太邀请赛，我是今天的应该是讲解员肯尼斯古德。
好，我来到。Alrighty, hello ladies and gentlemen to the YouTube APAC Invitational. A little bit of swing switching going on there a moment, but I am ZP, joined here by the one and only Golden Boy, and Golden Boy, late night impromptu filling, but good to have you here, man.
Yeah, man, you know, it should be fun. I'm very excited to see this team called Swede Time play. Again, subscribe $4.99. Honestly, these are just some incredible names, but it should be fun. So yeah, thanks for having me, buddy.
Honestly, it's a pretty good name if you think about it, given that this is a tournament on YouTube. It's great to see YouTube getting into the Overwatch gaming space. And yeah, you take a look at these two teams. Sweet Time, of course, many people know them or will know most of their players as they have a big history from the Overwatch World Cup, where there's a lot of Team Thailand on there. Now, of course, I don't believe Mickey is going to be with them because Mickey is gone off to play with Envious. But other than that, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, that a lot of their players do hail from that team. And they were a fun bunch of people to watch, especially in person.
Yeah, of course. You know, the one thing that's been really fun about all of this has been how the Asian Overwatch community, most importantly the global community, has really taken to a lot of these players, their personalities, you know, their streams, just what they do, you know, like when they put stuff out there in social media. It's just fantastic. They're fun people. They're fun to watch. They always push the boundaries. They always change things up. And it should be overall some pretty awesome games. So I can't wait, and I hope we can get this one moving relatively soon. Should be fun.
So you have the format there for those who are wondering as to what is coming up. This is day one, round of 4 and winners final. And of course, we will have a YouTube show match at the very end, which should be pretty fun to watch. Day 2, of course, will be the lower bracket and going on from there. So that's sort of the breakdown of the schedule going forward. It's a smaller tournament, but it does include a lot of good teams. Other notable teams here, of course, are teams like Lunatic High, which, speaking of Overwatch World Cup, a lot of players there did hail from that. So if you haven't been following the APAC scene and the teams that are involved, you'll definitely see some familiar faces there, including the one and only legendary Miro. So cool stuff there. Yep. Detonator is interesting. They are a Japanese team, and a lot of their players have been in and around since the very beginning of the game. Used to see them play on US servers when there was no other option, but Japan even has had its own scene developing.
Yeah, that's right. And I was actually watching Tokyo Game Show recently, or when it happened, and I remember watching some of the Japanese Overwatch players. It was pretty awesome. It was super fun to watch, right? I think there was a pro team there, and if I'm mistaken, I think Detonators did play at that tournament. Could be wrong, but you know, it was again, right, one of those things where you get to see a different kind of take on the game, right? You know, a game really established by North American and European players, now with a different perspective for the Asian audience.
Absolutely. And Detonator, actually, there was a time where they were dabbling in playing in North American competition back when netcode was sort of a little bit more lenient towards that. We actually saw them in some of the early weekly tournaments playing around, trying to make their mark.
That's
and
right.
Again, they're a team that goes really far back.
Yeah. So, of course, we're waiting for the matches to start up here in a little bit. Might I add, that commentator on the right, though, has a pretty ballin' jacket that I want.
He does. On the mainstream, that YouTube jacket that's great. So YouTube, nice, you guys are watching, which you probably are, definitely. Hey, I'm just saying, that is a nice looking jacket.
It's a nice jacket. I respect the hustle. You know, I'm over here with my hat at 1 a.m. on a Saturday morning. You know, and your boy's out there swagging out hard, but it should be fun. So, yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, as far as who you favor going into this match, who do you think actually can come out on top, ZP? Sweet Time or sub 499?
So for sub 499, I will confess I don't know too much about them right now. We'll see if I recognize any names as we get in. Sweet Time, though, you take a look at how Thailand was playing. You take a look at the pedigree of some of their players, where even if Mickey isn't with them anymore, he has now gone forward and has done really well with Envious. I feel like you have to give a decent amount of credit here to Sweet Time, and I'm really curious to see what they end up bringing.
Yeah, and keep in mind, sub 499, a Taiwanese team, which again, we're talking about the the regions and being represented, and again, that's also some pretty cool stuff. So we'll see how these two teams clash out in just a little bit. Any idea on maps? I think was that in the production? No, don't really see it.
I no clue on maps here and how it's being handled. Of course, talking about maps in general, it's been a fun day for map discussion. I'll leave it at that. Just as within the overall Overwatch scene.
Indeed,
but as you guys can see there, it is Weed Time from Taiwan going up against Sweet Time from Thailand going up against the one and only Subscribe 499 from Thailand or Taiwan.
You reversed it. It's Thailand and Taiwan.
You know why I'm reversing it? I just got off a long flight from London and all the rest, so I'm struggling a little bit to begin with here. Please have a little bit of mercy.
Yeah, I know. It should be fun. We're just gonna chill out. We're just gonna chill out. We're gonna cast some Overwatch. We're gonna be super cash about it, and it should be a good time.
Oh, take a look here. The players are up on the stage right now.
Oh, yeah, there you go. So what is that? Nearly God? I totally missed that one just now.
The one and only Aputo. Of course, Aputo had huge plays going back to the Overwatch World Cup for Team Thailand. And the Thailand team in the Overwatch World Cup, too, was pretty much all members of Sweet Time. Again, the only notable exception here is going to be Mickey, who is off on new adventures with Team Envious.
Yeah, and again, a really good pickup for them. I think Mickey has a very bright future, and of course, I really hope to see Envy sticking with him. And furthermore, too, I can't wait for MLG Vegas to see Mickey and Envy, together again. Seems like they're going through the players again, but I think one of the players that they said that you have to watch out for is actually Oputo, which I probably would agree with that sentiment.
Oh, absolutely, and I mean, why not just show him twice? There's no reason not to. He is that good, so. Again, we're just getting player intros and all the stuff out of the way here, but just take it relaxed here. It's just good to get more competition here in the APAC region. Just see Overwatch growing globally as a game.
You know what I think is also pretty funny as well is that typically, we have to put the Asian, broadcast through this kind of scrutiny, right? And I just think it's really funny that the tides have turned here. And now I understand what our Asian counterparts have to go through when they have to commentate EVO, for example. And they have a clean feed coming for EVO, and they have to just talk about these games and are basically beholden to the schedule that we as Americans put forward, and they're not very friendly to our time zones. So I just think it's like pretty ironic, but I think it's cool.
It's just the thing about globalization where you get all these different regions that are participating in esports as a whole right now. So, yeah, the shoe is on the other foot a little bit, but it's just fun to be hanging out. And like I said to begin with, anytime to have an excuse to hang out late at night with you, Golden Boy, that's all I'm going to say.
Indeed. I'm a barrel of fun, okay? Overwatch is a lot like a basketball court. And
I don't know where this is going.
You don't know? Did you read it? Did you read the greatest Reddit comment of all time?
Okay, yeah. Like I said, it's been a long day.
Overwatch is like a basketball court, ZP. Okay, you just gotta let the ball dribble. That's all. No one's gonna get that reference.
Good old Reddit. I mean, I don't know. There's probably a few people that saw the Reddit comment and some of the recent goings, but. Either way, it's just fun to be here late night for you. Of course, definitely not late night for the competitors here in the APAC Invitational. And this is going to be the one only Team Subscribe 499, hailing from Taiwan, not Thailand. I'm getting this right.
I didn't get these names. Jesus. I need these names, man. It's killing me right now.
Zonda.
Yeah, because I'm not too familiar with these guys.
Well, Zonda actually is pretty prolific for having a very, very big stream presence. Not everyone follows that, but he is around and is a community content creator.
Oh, nice. Gura here looks like he's going to be playing DPS here for the Taiwanese team. And who do we have coming up next? This is going to be Yik playing tank for this squad. And might I add, just thank you so much to this production team for giving us positions. Bless you.
So that is the one and only Sinclair for Taiwan. And again, this is a team where some of these names are familiar because I do believe a few played for Chinese Taipei in the Overwatch World Cup. But there's also names that we might not be as familiar with. And for me, of course, I've had more of a focus on NA and EU Overwatch, but more in time to get a view of these teams, which honestly, as global competition heats up, we're going to be seeing more of them as time goes on.
Yeah, and also I just want to give a shout out to Bacon Jack for
probably,
like he gets it, man. Like he understands the hustle and the struggle of having good bacon out there in Asia. Because listen, I'm going to be very real now. Okay, I was in China, in Beijing, as a matter of fact, on vacation with my wife, and they put out a breakfast spread ZP that was questionable. And I looked at it, and the eggs looked good. There was this sweetbread that was delicious. Okay, a sweetbread that blew my mind away. I actually stole about 50 of them. But then they had this bacon, and it was like boiled goose, bro. It looked disgusting. And I'm like, yo, dog, you got to get the bacon down. You can't just serve this kind of stuff to a brother and expect him to consume. So anyway.
It's funny you mentioned bacon because just going back to the recent event in London, which of course did have its degree of difficulties, but I remember hanging out with some of the other talent there, and we were talking about the bacon that's in London.
It's butt cheeks. I'm not even.
It's not great. No, I remember I mentioned they have bacon here. I remember we had a group that I mentioned, hey, they have bacon here in the buffet, and Zoe immediately came in and says, is it good bacon or bad bacon? Or English bacon? She then clarifies, like, it's English bacon. It's like, nope. And then we looked at it, it's just like it had just specks of fat in it that were not the good kind. It looked not appealing.
I'm telling you, if you want to have good breakfast out there in London, baked beans, eggs, and a sausage and some toast. That's where it's at. That's the jam. And if you ain't messing with that, then I ain't down with you. That's all I'm
with
saying.
you up until the point where you mentioned the baked beans at breakfast. I can't be down with the baked beans at breakfast. It doesn't feel right. It's not a great start to your day. I mean, let's put it this way. If you're working in close proximity to other people, they're probably not going to want to be near you by 11 o'clock when the baked beans have worked their way through your system. So for me, I avoid the baked beans, but the rest of the English breakfast is really good. You even forgot the tomatoes, which actually are pretty decent. It feels like a staple.
I'm not a tomato guy, man. I'm not a tomato guy for breakfast. That's just, and that honestly, I think should wrap up what this stream is about, folks.
It's about APAC competition and English breakfast.
And English breakfast, because you were out in London and you got to. But here's the thing, though. I'm going to say, I don't know where you were staying at in London, but Soho's London district is amazing. Or London Soho district is amazing. Love that. The food is amazing. It actually reminds me a lot of New York, which is pretty cool.
To be honest, my knowledge of London geography is not great. I just know we were near, we were in Chelsea. We were near the Chelsea football stadium.
Oh, okay. You were further away. You were by the, let me see. Yeah, actually, you were close to the Gfinity Arena, right? You were at the Gfinity Arena. Okay. Yeah. I know exactly where you were. There was a barbecue spot that's actually right, like down across the block from them. And it is mind-blowingly good. Mind-blowing, like good BBQ in London, which I was like legitimately blown away. Not even gonna front.
I wish I had known that. I actually spent most of the event eating at a place called Wagamama's in the mall. I think
Wagamama's is the truth, though.
Well, it's really good, and we actually had free tickets, so where we could get free Wagamama's, and then we somehow ended up with tons at the end. So we had something like 16 tickets, each worth £15. So we did kind of go ham on the last night. So
did you have some cheeky Nando's?
We didn't go there. We saw Nando's. I remember Uber was walking up, saw the Nando's. It was like, whoa, Nando's. And then was immediately distracted by sushi. It's like, is that a sushi train? And it was only through the arena opening just a little bit later that Uber was saved from dropping like 60 pounds on what was probably going to be some pretty good sushi.
Yeah, it's actually really good. When I did the Halo European showdown at that event, and it seems like we're going to start on Lijiang Tower, which is nice. But I just want to cover up this story real quick. Had sushi at Wagamama's, pretty solid. Curry, solid. But it's all about the Chicken Nando's. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk about the game here, Zeeb.
So Lijiang Tower, of course, we're going to be starting here on Control. It's going to be Swede time versus Subscribe 499. And It's interesting because it was Lijiang Tower where Team Thailand, the Overwatch World Cup, had a lot of their big moments where you watch them play and they were able to get upsets going against teams like Team France, all the rest. So this is definitely a map that they are certainly well acquainted with.
All right, so here you go, folks. As players are set to go and ready here, we are going to go ahead and kick this off, and I'm curious to see who they're going to be following. How does it feel not to be in control of the camera, ZP? Because I'm sure that must feel weird.
I've lost a lot of control in my life right now, but you know, it's all right. We're going to see the same feed here, which is good for an online cast. Although I will say the one thing that did throw me off is that we just went to Lijiang and had the Dorado music playing. So I was just saying, there's one part of me is not.
Maybe they like the Dorado
feed.
music. Okay, why you gotta hate?
Dude, listen. No, it wasn't Dorado. It was Route 66. I'm losing my mind.
What
It's the other Western-looking
I
map.
actually muted everything because I didn't want to like confuse myself. But in any case, so here we go. So it seems like they're going to be following Gura here, rocking the 76, and a couple of things to note here about a typical comp for sub 499 as well as Sweet Time. So expect to see, you know, D.Va be pretty prominent here as well. And 76, I mean, you know, the damage of 76 outputs right now is absolutely absurd.
It is really absurd, but Subscribe 49 lost to Reinhardt really early in this fight, and as a result, Sweet Time, they have a better positioning here on the payload, or on the control point, and they're able to push things back. Caputo just gonna be sitting here in the Roadhog looking for early hooks. And Subscribe 49, you do look at the comp they're running here. It is the standard Reinhardt Roadhog D.Va comp we've seen a lot. It's a strong frontline comp that looks to win Reinhardt shield battles, but they lost to Reinhardt early, and that really spelled doom. Gura right now going to be getting zoned out a bit by the D.Va here, and that's kind of what you want to be seeing right now in this meta. You want to get in on top of the 76.
That's the D.Va's job, has to get in the face of the 76, but Gura, though, I think is just doing a really good job of being around. But look at Carlos, comes around, finds himself two, maybe looking for another one as well, and that was an incredible clear as he was at the top of the staircase and realized he had a prime opportunity to get those shots off, and no one was covering him, and because of that, he was unopposed and did a lot of damage.
Sweet Time right now has been keeping very good control overall right now. Subscribe 49, they're going to be coming back in. Big Check was going to be looking for the self-destruct over the top. Not going to get the opportunity. It's going to be Sweet Time that does it first instead. Already down to Reinhardt. Subscribe 499. D.Va going to get knocked out of her suit, and this is going to be difficult to turn back around. It's a 5v6, and this is where Pudo, not going to have as much in his way, finds one pickoff, and should be able to get another here in just a moment as Sweet Time is pushing Subscribe 499 back.
I just really, really like what Nearly God did there when he focused on the Ana and just was not having any of those shenanigans. Sinclair was in a really, really bad spot and just got isolated. Now they have to regroup, but they are going to have two ults. They will have a Lucio sound barrier as well as Zalfix having that sound barrier on Sweet Time side. So let's see how this battle pans out, because you got to get that early pick quick here, and it's looking pretty good here for sub 499 if Gura can get this positioning, which he does manage to do so, but the Lucio sound barrier drops down at the perfect moment, keeping teammates alive, but the fight continues to rage on as Gura gets dived on there and has to abandon, and of course the Reinhardt falls right away. There goes their 76 right in the middle, and you know what? This actually is looking like a fight that Sweet Time will win, courtesy of some great plays coming from their 76, really isolating.
Well, they had great 76 play, but again, I'm going to note the D.Va play coming out from Sweet Time where their D.Va was all over Gura for most of that. And as a result, Gura was not able to get much done. Even when he had the attack fives there, who do you have to deal with? He had to deal with the D.Va, and it's sort of interesting because even though Mickey is no longer with Sweet Time, you think about what Mickey did to teams like Rogue in Apex, which recently happened here. I'm sure he talked to us and said, hey, they have a 76, play your D.Va in this way. So just as Mickey sat on Tavik's face, I'd expect Sweet Time to still be employing that strategy here against Subscribe 499.
You just got to get in their face, right? A 76 is not effective when the defense matrix is right in front of him, and D.Va's damage, especially with the headshot, you know, amplifier really will affect things quite a bit, and the 76 has to get out of that situation, has to run out of there, you know, and especially if the D.Va knows how to, you know, tinker between the defense matrix as well as shooting, that they can cause a lot of damage if a 76 is not careful.
Alrighty, so both teams getting in here onto the point to start things out. And it's going to be Subscribe 499. They do get early positioning on this, but they're getting pushed back. They're losing the Reinhardt battle to start things off here, and that has been the tale of this matchup so far. The Reinhardt's been dying early on. They lose both tanks, and as a result, Sweet Time, they're going to outmuscle them. And as much as we'd like to give a lot of credit here to DPS players going, but I have to say the tank play from Sweet Time has been keeping control of the fight and really stopping 499 from doing what they want to do.
And you know what? I think another thing too that you got to really note is, hopefully I'm not butchering his name, but Nizar, NZNR. Yes. He had some great biotic nades there that really was a pain in the neck for their Reinhardt to deal with, for Yik to deal with, and that constantly forced him to go back against the wall. And now you're starting to see the same thing here, where they're basically just putting their backs against the wall time and time again, and that honestly is just a total stop there. Sweet Time, they're on fire.
And Sweet Time, they have no signs of stopping right now. They're going to have a D.Va self-destruct up for the next push. They're going to have the tac visor. Now, Subscribe 49, they have tools as well, but if they use these tools and don't get anything, it's going to be rough. Next fight, though, underway. Self-destruct coming in here from Nearly God. Does pick off one. The Lucy already down, and it created enough space that Kurlos is able to get to work. Picks up 3 before it's all said and done. And this is looking even better here for Sweet Time. About 2 fights away here now, Golden Boy, from taking this round.
Yeah, this is looking great. You're going to have Zalfix with the sound barrier. Apudo is going to have his whole hog as well. And you may even get Tita Watt to getting his, the Earth Shatter. So I think what you're going to see here, and I was actually going to say, is Gura's going to have to figure out something, and they need to make this push happen. And luckily for them, they had a sound barrier to work with. So Gura and the rest of the crew just need to clear them out, and that was a great play. And about what you would expect going into that fight, Sweet Time really didn't have anything to counter that one, and that was just really well read.
But for Sweet Time here, all they need now is one big team fight. So that fight they would have lost on ultimates, but now they can come back in, they can bank this up, and just go for one key team fight. So Subscribe 499, you have to win a few of these fights when down resources. But here we go, next fight underway. Pluto gonna open up with the hole, trying to break that shield immediately, really under pressure, will not be able to withstand, does not get the heals he's looking for. And Subscribe 499 to pick up the first 2 kills. Now Kurlos is coming in from the flank, has one, is looking for one. The Earth Shatter gonna set him up even more. Counter Earth Shatter though, underway, as both teams now 4v4.
This actually has become quite fighting. Well, I was going to say, you had just a good counter there with that Earth Shatter, the Earth Shatter that came out in favor of Sub 49 for Jesus name, Subscribe 499. And I think with overall, it just allowed Gura to stay alive and make him a presence there. He continues to put down shots. They simply need their Reinhardt to get into the thick of things as soon as they possibly can. And there goes the self-destruct. Isn't going to get anything for that one, though. Bacon Jack's going to have to try again as they make their way into this point. And this is looking like a battle that will be won by Sweet Time. And this is not good for Subscribe 499. They really need to have something huge here to come out on top or just get that point again. This is
the problem here from Subscribe 499 is that they're not going to position this next fight. Maybe they can hit and get into overtime. They might have enough time for that, but they're going to have to rush in. If they lose anyone early on, it's going to be rough. Here comes Gura in over the top. Tac Visor on the way with the Nano Boost. Nano Visor combo, but while he's doing this, Apudo was able to take down 2 people as they tried to rush to the door. They're greeted by the whole hog. They're taken right down. And even as Subscribe 499 slows people up, they're not able to hit the point. Sweet Time up 2 rounds to 0 to start this off and looking pretty dominant here.
Yeah, Subscribe 499 had some good moments overall. It wasn't, like they were completely, like slammed, right? They didn't lose 100-0, but still, that was definitely a match that Sweet Time could be very happy with, especially going into this next round. They have basically done just a really good job of ensuring that even when Gura is able to pop his, tactical visor, it doesn't cause that much of a disturbance for Sweet Time. And I think, again, that you got to give credit to Nearly God for always being on top of his game there with his D.Va. But also, I'm a support guy, so I just got to give credit to the support, Zalfix and Nezar, for keeping their squads alive.
In general, Sweet Time's just been playing more like a team, too. If you're really going to come down to it here, is that you look at their tank play, their support play, it's been setting up every aspect of what they've been looking for. And look at this, right now they're isolating the Subscribe 499 Reinhardt again, but they're not able to convert. If the tables do get turned a little bit, both teams 5-5, one team down a Ryan, the other team down a Roadhog. But Apudo, he's been really good at these late team fight situations. However, it's Sweet Time losing the poke war, and as good as Apudo is getting early pickoffs, he's just gonna get booped right off. That's a double boop coming in from Real Bad Subscribe 499, and much better start here for Subscribe 499 compared to the last few rounds.
Yeah, this is exactly what they needed, right? They were struggling at the beginning. They really needed to find their base, and now they have managed to do so. They can apply this pressure and really just waste time here for Sweet Time. But for Sweet Time, though, you know, this is a squad that time and time again has been able to come out on top because of their teamwork. One big pick, and looking for Apudo to be the guy who gets that pick with his hook if need be. But now you're going to be a little concerned here for the Sweet Time Reinhardt because they were just being isolated there. Luckily for him, he continues to get the heals, and I think that was actually a 76 healing pod that was keeping him going in that fight as well. But look there, Zonda, the hooks I was talking about Apudo needed. Zonda does manage to get a major one with that Ana. Not going to happen there. Shuts him down. And while all that was going on, of course, they lost that fight. Subscribe 499, looking good.
So just a note here, I do believe there's a little bit of sound coming in from the clean feed. Get that looked at here. Let's start things out here, but we'll be muting sound here just for a little bit while that's going on. And it's Apudo with the early hook to start off this fight, able to get Zonda early on. And now it's going to be 65 here for Sweet Time. And this is a good position to be in. Kurlos can take advantage. That gets Reinhardt. Now nothing is in the way to stop the soldier damage or the Roadhog hooks. And they're just going to be picking Subscribe 499 apart. But for Subscribe 499, this is a good position to be in here, Golden Boy. They only need to win 2 fights to take this round and start working to even things up.
I just want to say, man, Nesner's his sleep dart there was really, really good. It managed to take out their diva from that fight, and losing diva, that really, really hurts, and that has to force this squad to go back. Maybe they get a good hook here. Maybe Zonda finds a miracle hook, but it really doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, and they're just going charging right in there, and he's going to get the nano boost as well. A nano boosted whole hog. Can Zonda do the work? No, but he does. Does he drag him down? No, he doesn't.
I don't think he did.
That would have been so epic. Like, if I'm going down, you're coming with me. But Subscribe 499, even though they had a great push there with their hog, it does not matter because Sweet Time is able to hold that one off. And they put just so much into that fight there, ZP.
We've been seeing Roadhogs do that more and more often recently, where even if they're going for the reset, they just try and bring one person down. Dude, I mean, there's no reason not to go for it, really, but it's also just one of the most hilarious things that can happen in an Overwatch game. But Scott 499 going to be trying to get back in here. Now 61% to 69, so if they lose this fight, they are going to be behind. And here comes Sweet Time. They open up with the Sound Barrier Nano Boost. They get what they're looking for Reinhardt, and not to be pushed back even more. It's a big Earth Shatter coming in from Tito Watt, picks up 2, and that's going to be a very clean fight here for Sweet Time. So now Sweet Time effectively one more major fight away from taking the round and taking this first map.
Tito Watt, man, this dude just went in. He deserves the medal of the day for going in because he just went so ham on that play and was not having none of those shenanigans. But now this is going to come down to one final fight. Gura's going to have attack visor, and Yik, if he gets picked off early, this will hurt. But there goes the Earth Shatter, and they take out Tito Watt early on. But losing your Reinhardt and your Lucio, that has to hurt. They couldn't get into the point quick enough. Time was not on their side, and Sweet Time takes the victory. 3-0 in a sweep. Good start for Subscribe 499 on that one. Just was not enough.
Nope, and here we go. Play the game coming in from Apudo. Of course, Apudo definitely consistent on the Reinhardt. And when it starts by throwing the other Reinhardt in the pit, you know, it's going to be a good time. And just going forward and doesn't get another knockoff to start things off, but does get a knockoff towards the very end. So that's why it's going to be Play the Game. Play the Game algorithm really loves knockoffs, but that's good because we love knockoffs too. So
think about this for a moment. That whole fight opened up because they lost Yik early on. Sure, Yik was in the backfield, but of course, if the Reinhardt was able to get there quick enough, that could have been very, I'm not saying it would have turned the tides of battle, but it would have had some kind of impact that could have favored Subscribe 499. But Apudo right there was the tank buster. He just brought Reinhardt to his grave. He just sent Zonda flying off the edge. He was a monster, and that right there is one of the reasons why Sweet Time came out on top 3-0. Just the way that they play is fantastic.
Absolutely. And again, they're a team where they have a lot of their core has been together for a while. They've played together in person plenty of times. This is not their first time going to a live event. So definitely excited to see how they do going forward. So I don't think there's going to be too much of a delay here in between maps.
It's a nice change of pace.
It is.
Hey, man, it's
listen,
1:30. I'm being
at
trolly
this point
right
after
now.
this week, I'll just say I'm glad to get some casting of Overwatch in. Not gonna elaborate, but it's been a little bit of a rough week, you know?
Yeah, it's been tough. Yeah, well, we'll see what Sweet Time does here. Don't know what the next map will be. Is it best of 3 or best of 5, ZP? Would you happen to know?
I believe it's a best of 3. I might be wrong on that, but just looking at the schedule and whatnot, pretty sure it is a best of 3, and we'll see what the next map is here. Don't know if Subscribe 49 gets a choice or not, but we'll see how it goes. I will say that Sweet Time's been pretty strong controls, so if there is a choice involved, probably would want to avoid a control map for map number 2.
Yeah. Or your favorite map, Volskaya Industries. That's always
I'm always a fan of Volskaya. Like I said, I know people have their mixed opinions of Volskaya, but for me, I love watching games. Some of my most memorable moments in casting Overwatch have come from that map, so
yeah,
I'm down for it.
That's you.
But
and
it's
going to be
Anubis.
All right, so it will be an assault map, which will be 2CP for those of you with the lingo. I'm Temple of Anubis has brought some pretty exciting games in the past as well. There was that one game. Was it at ESL? Yeah, it was at the Atlantic Showdown. Trying to remember the exact situation, but oh man, I mean, we've seen some matches on this one that have been pretty exciting.
Absolutely, and Anubis, again, it's a map where I think the way teams play first is actually pretty interesting, and how you have to play second is a case where you have to get that one decisive team wipe, which can be hard if teams play a Mei and they play things that can really stall things out, but I really am always interested in how teams play first here, both on the attack and the defense, because there are a lot of options and pathways early on.
That's very true. You can always look for players to push that left flank, which takes you right up to the stage where typically you'll see a defense try and hang out there. Nothing really changing here for Subscribe 499. They're keeping it relatively kosher right now, ZP.
Alrighty. So looking at both teams here as they set up, but yeah, I mean, I would say for Sweet Time here that again they're running what is the standard 3-tank power comp that we've had here
changes.
with the Reinhardt, D.Va, Roadhog, and again the point of this composition is that you want to go in there, you want to just immediately crack the other Reinhardt shield, you want to take that out right away and win the fight. It's not something that's where you're going for crazy flanks or anything particularly tricky. You are going out of your way to simply overpower the opponent.
It's an overpowering composition, especially because of 76 and the damage that he outputs, which we highlighted earlier on, and D.Va, who really can just keep shooting, and never have a worry in the world. But I love this, right? This push here on the right side has given him some advantage up top, but how are Oputo and the rest of the crew going to deal with this? Because a hook is going to open things up and take D.Va out of the fight there, forcing him into the corner, and this is looking like a fight that Sweet Time could come out on top with here. Oputo with another hook on Yik, and that's going to effectively remove the Reinhardt, and pretty much this push here, I mean, unless Gura and the crew have balls of steel, I cannot see them winning this fight with the way things are looking here.
The problem with Sweet Time there is that Sweet Time did not really go out of their way to engage Subscribe 499 as they walked in. They let Subscribe 499 get up here, and they could have had a better defense here if they were able to immediately just hold on, not give up picks, but now they lost picks, it's a little bit rough. Now, they are still getting people back in, so Subscribe 499 might have lost some of their opportunity. However, with NZNR going down to start things off here, it's looking more like Subscribe 49 is going to get this point, but the thing about here is that Sweet Time is still delaying this quite a bit. Subscribe 49 hasn't felt comfortable jumping onto that point, so this isn't even all that terrible for Sweet Time, but now, losing 4 people, they will be giving up this point, and we're going to be going on to see how the fight for B takes shape.
You know, I'm not going to lie. I looked at that fight, and I really felt like Sweet Time had the upper hand there. One thing in particular was D.Va not really pushing in the way I thought that, you know, like he should, you know, this particular guy was Bacon Jack, still learning the names. Bacon Jack should have, but I ate my words. And of course, one of the other things to keep in mind here too is that on these on these assault maps, you always have to keep in mind that you have these players who are just going to spawn so far away. But in this particular situation, it won't really matter because he comes out of it there, and that is going to be Nearly God's kill with the self-destruct, and that will begin the long walk for Subscribe 499. Can they hold for 5 minutes and 50 seconds here, ZP, is the question.
Well, for Sweet Time, I would not put against him. That was a gigantic earth shot from Tita Watt to seal that fight. And here's going to be the trick here from Subscribe 499 is that they're going to have to come in here and go for that flawless victory here on Anubis. It's not enough to simply trade out and win the fight right out, because you have to have enough people there to deal with multiple waves of respawns that are coming in. The respawn is very, very close here on point B. So for Subscribe 499, they have to be surgical about this. They're moving in, but they sort of get split up to start things off here. They're already down the Roadhog, and it spells bad for them here because now Sweet Time can take their time and they can trade out evenly here and have no risk of losing the point.
That's right, and that's why Gura and them are going to have to back up here, realizing this is a fight that they're going to have to reset on. Maybe they can get some more damage forward, continue to build some ult percentage, but for the most part, this is a fight that certainly has gone in the favor of Sweet Time. Now they are going to have their Roadhog back in the action yet again, and they have a substantial amount of ults here to work with. Does Bacon Jack go in for a self-destruct and try and just disrupt that whole push there? Or does maybe, and actually there you go, a dive straight forward, and that actually caused a great turn of events here that favors them, courtesy of Yik with that Earth Shatter, opening things up, and now it's going to be Zonda and the crew trying to take out Kurlos, because Kurlos is in a world of hurt, trying his best to stay alive, and comes out on top, and that's why we're talking about the effectiveness of 76. But there you go, you talked about it again, ZP, how close that spawn point is. They come out and they're right back in the fight yet again. They need another wipe, and it's looking like that's what's happening for Subscribe 499 as they manage to pick off 3.
Well, here's the problem right now, though, is that you still have members of Sweet Time coming back in. They have the Tracer coming out. They are buying time, and again, here comes Soundbearer in from Subscribe 499. They need just a little bit more. Whole Hog is out there pushing Sweet Time back, but Sweet Time, they have 5 people back up and alive, and this is still not one here for Subscribe 499. If they lose 1 to 2 people here, it still won't go their way, but the self-destruct, they'll make enough space. They get 3 extra kills, and things are looking better and better for them now to take this point. The delay falling a bit short. NZNR does pick up 1 the Pulse Bomb, but 1 is not enough to stop this. They need to pick up 2 to 3, and they're not getting that right now.
Yeah, well, luckily for them, they are so close, and they do manage to get it. That's and oh, nice.
No bomb at the end.
That was a good self-destruct. That was a fight there that, honestly, from start to finish, Sweet Time, I thought that they were going to have to reset and go at it again, right? But you know, as time went on, because of how close that spawn point was, but they were so good at keeping those kills staggered and not really giving them opportunity to group up, so they were forced to have to continuously engage by themselves sometimes. And while they did have some opportunities to stall out with the Tracer, with the Diva, you know, so on and so forth, they just did a really good job keeping them pretty much uncoordinated, and that's what you have to do in those final point situations for Assault. So good work there from Subscribe 499. They managed to put 2 on the board. Here we go. Pretty much what we expected, ZP. Standard composition across the board here, overpowering, looking to just crack the shield as soon as they can and get into a position. You don't expect to see anything different here, huh?
No, absolutely not. And I mean, this has been meta-defining going back to really the first major tournaments since this patch hit. You take a look at what teams were doing at DreamHack. This came out quite a bit, where you had that Diva, Roadhog, Reinhardt setup. Teams have been running a whole lot in scrims across the globe, really. It's not just an NAEU thing, but clearly here in this APAC tournament, you're seeing it come out as well. Now, obviously, there are alternate approaches to playing the game. You take a look at a team like the old Misfits, of course, big roster swaps recently, but the Misfits that won DreamHack, you can go in with more flankers, all the rest, but a lot of teams are just comfortable playing it safe, playing it secure, and trying to overpower the other. And what you have to look for here as a viewer is keep a close eye on the Reinhardt, because when the Reinhardt shield goes down or Reinhardt's pushed back, that's really the sign to go for the team that's winning that fight.
What's funny about, you mentioned that particular tournament and old Misfits, I remember reading, I think it was a Zebasai interview, and he said, honestly, we didn't even think it was going to work. Just kind of goes to show you, man, you just got to throw darts at the wall sometimes and succeed. But seems like our boys at Sweet Time are trying to go for the same thing, and losing real men early on certainly will hurt them here. Will it hurt them enough so that they are able to move in on this point is the question, because losing a Puto, losing your Roadhog early on, that's a lot of damage that you won't be able to have here. But I gotta say, man, the pressure that's coming out and the way that Sweet Time's been able to stick together here has been very impressive. And now Sweet Time has lost their Lucio as well. So one of their main engagement mechanics with that speed boost here is effectively gone from the battle. Yik is going to be in a world of hurt as well, as he is trying his absolute best to keep up. And look at Tito Watt there dropping it down, finding himself 3, and that is going to give them control of this point. And because those spawns are so far away, I think you could say subscribe $4.99. They could pretty much drop this one if they want to, because I can't see them coming out on top here.
Well, here's the thing going into that last fight is that Sweet Time I don't think was a big disadvantage. They got the first early pickoff, and sure, Buddha might have gone down afterwards, but a 5v5 is still totally fine. When you're on attack on Nubis, your respawns come in far quicker, and then as the fight went on in that back room, finally Tito Watt was able to find an opportunity to lay down the Earth Shatter, knock down 3, and that sealed the point out. Right now, there's a lot of momentum of Sweet Time. They're rolling right in. They're going to be opening up here with the self-destruct. That's going to force Subscribe 499 back. And we'll see if they can take advantage of it. They have 2 kills to start things off, but losing T1 could be rough. Remember, you need to floss victory at this point, so it's not bad for Sweet Time, but if they lose anyone else here, Golden Boy, could be as good as done.
That's right. Well, Kurlos now is looking to just rain down some damage here on the right side of the point, but he's being isolated yet again from Bacon Jack, and that is what you want your diva to do. So Bacon Jack read that like an open book. Now can Zalfix as well as Nearly God keep this drive alive? Can they make this one happen? And I like what Zalfix is doing here. He's going back. He's getting his squad right back into this matchup with the speed boost here, giving them that advantage in the fight. And now as he switches over to that healing boost, his whole row here is sustained. But they have to stay alive because there goes a self-destruct, and it's going to take out one, which will be Nazar, and they lose Tito Watt and Nearly God on that exchange. That is going to hurt them big time here as Subscribe $4.99. They're going to continue to push up and get very aggressive on Sweet Time.
Well, they're getting that aggressive because they got the first few early pickoffs, and again, remember how the respawns work here is that even if they lose one person going that far out at that point, they'd be able to get back by the time he was needed to be back here on the defense, and it does swap the momentum of the game here, where for Subscribe $4.99, they're going to have 5 ultimates up here for the next fight. Sweet Time has 3, but to try and go into a team that has 5 ults and do it in a way that will leave you with enough people left to take the point on your terms is very rough. But here comes Sweet Time, moving right in here once more. They do get the first pick off on the Guros, so they don't have to worry about the 76. But will they be able to capitalize? Kurlos gonna get hit by the Earth Shatter, and this push is as good as over.
Oh my goodness. And Zonda going whole hog. That is going to force them to have to run away with their tail tucked between their legs. Yik finds himself a Dubski and a beautiful hook and a charge forward there of Udo's not going anywhere. Subscribe $4.99, not having none of that, and that is going to be another stop here. So with 4 minutes and 27 seconds, Sweet Time, they have an opportunity to regroup here. But and ZP, I want to get your thought on this. You know, they do have a slight ult advantage. You will have Yik, who will get the Earth Shatter in a little bit, but do you think Sweet Time has enough to put into this fight right now that can tip the odds in their favor?
They could get in their favor. What they're going to have to be aware of, though, is the self-destruct coming in for Bacon Jack. If it gets even just one person, it's going to be very difficult for them to take this. And the opening hook does come in for Scout at $4.99. Results in Tito Watt dying immediately. And again, this is going to be really difficult for Zuta. I think they're probably going to be best served to back off here, wait for that respawn to come in, because trying to take this 5v6 before it's really even begun, because of a nice hit by Zonda, not really going to be a thing.
Yeah, and again, you know, losing Tito Watt early, you know, you had mentioned that before, or actually losing your Reinhardt early. You talked about how important that is, and for this squad, for Subscribe $4.99, they've been doing everything right. Now they have themselves 4 ults to their name, but here comes the pressure. There goes a self-destruct. It doesn't find anyone. And another interesting observation here, Kurlos switching to the Reaper, looking to tank bust with those Hellfire shotguns. And there goes Gura, Yik, and Zonda picking off those kills and saying, try again, Sweet Time. This is our house. What a hold from this squad, as they're doing their absolute best here to keep this one in their favor and take a game.
Well, for $4.99, this is what you need to do. They did full capture Temple News and Force, so if they get this full hold here on last, that's going to be it. They're going to be evening things up 1-1. And for now, again, for Sweet Time, they've been using a good deal of ultimates in these fights. They haven't really been banking everything up for one big push, but they haven't had a whole lot to show for it here just yet. So Sweet Time going to be coming in once more. Guerrero holding on to the high ground, and Soldier And again, for the person watching is Bacon Jack. Is Bacon Jack able to go into the back and get the self-destruct he's looking for? But the Earth Shatter comes in before anything can be done. Immediately, 2 are going to go down for Sweet Time, and the push is over.
Yeah, this is another failed push here as Tito Watt and the rest of the crew realize this is not one that they're going to be able to win. Even with Zalfix, they just don't have anything to work with now. And Subscribe 499 are continuing to build up ults. They now have 4, and Gura's going to have his in a little bit as well. Just a couple more shots, and boom, you have 5 ultimates in this fight. You know, granted, Sweet Time, they're also in a similar position, but the way that this squad has been managing their ultimates has been very, very impressive. Sweet Time have been banking 1 or 2 into those fights, not really getting much in return, losing someone effective very early, like, you know, like their Ana or their Reinhardt, and now they're going to go all in on this left side here. This is a big push here for Sweet Time. Can they do it, or will Bacon Jack shut them down with that self-destruct?
Well, we're going to find out here. And again, the margin for error for Sweet Time is pretty rough. They're going to open up here with the Nano Boost on to the Reaper. Gura in over the top, Nano Visor. Going to be pushing back Sweet Time, and 2 kills coming in already. Gura just mopping up here over the top. And for Sweet Time, they've invested a whole lot of ultimates in this push, and they're going to get nothing for their efforts, because even as Kurlos picks up 2 towards the very end, maybe this is a winnable fight in other positions on the map. Not going to be a winnable fight here on Temple of Anubis last. You have to do it without losing people. They drained a lot of ults out from Subscribe 499 at the very least, so their next push might have more success, but they only have 1 more push left here regardless, Golden Boy.
Yeah, this is it. Do or die time for Sweet Time. Can they get in there, or will they fall on the second point of Temple Anubis? They have 50 seconds left on the clock. A whole hog as well as a self-destruct. Look for that self-destruct to be a difference maker here, because if it manages to find 1 or 2 targets, that will be huge. It also is a really good spacing mechanic as well, and you know that this squad is looking for those kinds of ults. And there goes a self-destruct. Doesn't manage to find a couple. It doesn't get anyone. And will they end up losing some effective heroes? But I have to say, that right there is exactly what they needed there. They needed Nearly God to get in Gura's face and be a pain in the neck and not let him have any breathing room. Losing Gura early, that's huge for them. But will they be able to capitalize, and will they be able to get this point CP? Because this is a very close fight here, and they need this one more than ever.
Well, right now they're trying to make it happen. They do lose one to start things off. They are, oh my goodness, the nail boost around ends up being 3 before it's all said and done. Just rolling forward, swinging the hammer, getting exactly what he was looking for in that situation. Wow. And Subscribe 499 will hold. We have ourselves an even series here between these 2 teams. So, you know, Sweet Time coming in with the pedigree. Subscribe 499 definitely showing a bit of life, and definitely good to see. We'll see what happens as we get ready to roll into the 3rd and final map.
I have to say, you know, pretty impressed with Subscribe 499 holding. You know, when you talk about Temple of Anubis, right, it is a pretty hard point to capture. It's basically all in. You have to get those slays down. You have to get those kills. And if you don't, your push is pretty much just done. And this was that play from Tito Watt. That was so sick.
That was the point-taking play where it was sort of weird to see the point drag on that long in that room. Usually teams are a little bit more lethal and take each other out, but it did sort of drag on for a while there, and Tito Watt putting the finishing touches on it before it was all said and done.
I said, wasn't having any of that. All right, well, we're going to game 3, and ZP, I have to say, man, this has been a pretty exciting series thus far. Definitely didn't expect it. You know, the comps have been basically the same thing, but it's about how you know, take control of the situation, right? How you use your ultimates. I would like to say I got to give a huge shout out to to Gura for really just being a pain in the neck with that 76 on the ledge. I think that was just really effective there, and just overall a really good job.
Absolutely. So looks like we are taking a short commercial break here. I got to follow the rules here, so I will throw the commercial on screen. We'll be back here in just a moment. Or maybe it's coming back right away. I'm not sure, but we're going to try and be official. So stay tuned, guys. Map number 3 will be heading at you in just a moment.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好。
Hello everybody，はじめまして。
Hello，我是尼克。
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把持倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好。
Hello everybody，はじめまして。
Hello，我是尼克。
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把持倍練到最強，再最強，再最強。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
minute. Sorry for that long delay. But as you can imagine, with the tournament going on overseas, we quite don't know why there was a delay, but we're just going to roll with it. And I'm Golden Roy, of course, alongside with the one and only ZP as we get ready for Dorado as our final map here between these two squads. If you're just joining us, tied 1-1, Sweet Time versus Subscribe 499.
Well, Subscribe 499 you can definitely do, but we're going to be heading right in here into the third and final map, which will be Dorado.
Let's see. I'm excited because you know what? You know, Sub 499 had quite a match in that Temple of Anubis game, and now that we're going to to Escort here, things have changed quite a bit. We saw some dominance from Sweet Time on Control. One thing I noticed from the chat was that people felt like Sweet Time lacking Mickey, of course, nearly God, playing that role. That certainly could affect them. But you know what? Overall, this team is doing pretty solid so far.
No, absolutely, and it does appear like there's a little bit of sound distortion going on right now. I'll keep an eye on it, those who are listening to it at the moment. But it will be, take a look at the two teams, the one and only Sweet Time will be here on the defense. Sub 499 going to be on attack. And straight up Dorado here, there's multiple ways that teams can play early defense, but most common way is that you're comfortable throwing in a little bit of poke in over the top here, and then you retreat to the courtyard when the fight really goes underway. Teams don't generally stay up here for too long. Now, sometimes you do go full NIP style, and you get in people's faces way earlier, but not every team really goes with that approach.
Well, let's see what that approach would be. ZP, as we get ready for the game here. And on the attack will be Sub 499. Who is Zonda going to look for on that early pick? He's going to get it. No. A great shield there from Tito Watts. Going to keep going, but Zonda actually gets picked off. And that right there is the effectiveness of those Roadhog hooks of Udo putting it to work.
That early pickoff here hasn't really been stopping Sub 499. They're still pushing the payload, and sure, they're eating a deal of poke here from Sweet Time, but for Sub 499, they're going to get Zonda back here in just a moment. This really has not been the worst, so Sweet Time, they're going to have to find a way of going back here in just a moment. They need to back up from where they're at and start defending this in the Heartsway, and they're doing just that. Carlos in the back, able to get that early pick on the Ana, so that's going to let Sweet Time continue to be a little bit more aggressive. They have the 6v5, but you always have to be careful here, Golden Boy. You don't want to go too far out.
You don't want to commit too much, or else you're isolated from your teammates and you can't make anything happen. I think there is, if I'm reading it correctly now, I thought I saw one player actually trying to charge up on the right side. But Carlos is doing the smart thing here. He has that attack visor. He just needs to be behind that shield and ensure that he has just some supports and positioning. And a bionic nade, though, coming out, effectively ruining these tanks, forcing the back way, but no follow-up there for Subscribe 499. They're still fighting around the payload, but haven't really found that one pick opportunity that they really need so that they can push this fight in their favor.
Well, there comes Carlos now trying to turn this back around. His team has lost 2 people early on, but he's coming at the nanovisor, picks up 2, and evens the scales a little bit here for Sweet Time. Pudo going in with the whole hog, going to be pushing Reinhardt back. Still either team's fight right now, but with that Earth Shatter coming in from Sub 499, ending the fight right then and there. It's going to be 3 kills coming in from Yik. It's going to let Sub 499 get this first point and keep the payload moving.
Just say how great Yik has been. I mean, really, he's had some standout moments, especially if you talk about that one battle on Temple of Anubis' first point when he was basically the difference maker in that fight. Just really overall great plays there. But of course, it's going to be a huge opportunity for Subscribe 499 if they're going to be able to take this one. Sweet Time, your favorite in this fight or in this matchup. So we'll see if this unfolds now, because they're preparing for, and pretty much standard what you would expect, preparing for that opportunity or for the players to try and challenge them. And there goes that Earth Shatter. Doesn't really get much for that one, though. Bacon Jack as well will only get the self-destruct, and not really finding much out of that one, as well as the battle rages on and they continue to make progress with this payload. But there comes a big hook, and Bacon Jack really doing a brilliant job of just getting in front with that defense matrix. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to keep Yik alive.
So Sweet Time right now just struggling to withstand this and reestablish. Now they're doing that, so Sky 49 has to back off a little bit. They've still gotten the payload an awfully long way here through second. They only need one more fight now to take the second point. So the pressure here is on Sweet Time, especially with the ult advantage, to win this next fight decisively, buy themselves more time, and actually give them a bit of breathing room here. So they're going to be charging forward. Self-destruct in the cause a positioning change from S499, and they lose 2 people right away. Prudo rolling out the whole hog, picks up 2, and that will win this fight here for Sweet Time. But that was a fight that they really need to win, Golden Boy, with the ults that they had.
Yeah, that was just something that was kind of a given. You know, you have that advantage, you have that upper hand. You should be able to come out on top, right? You have to execute in those situations. That's exactly what Sweet Time did. But now that they've invested those, you know, those ults into the fight, they have left in their stable will be Kurlos with Attack Visor and Nesner with the Nano Boost. So you can expect to see that Nano Visor coming into play potentially if he looks for that prime opportunity here. Nothing quite just yet though, but there goes actually a Nano Boosted Reinhardt, and just before he dies, he gets off that Nano Boost onto the Attack Visor, but unfortunately doesn't do all that much. They invested into it, but they just did not have the positioning nor the opportunity, and this is looking like a huge battle here for Sub 499.
Well, it was huge. Aputo was coming in for the flank, had to, was trying to pull it back, but it's going to be Gura with the cleanup that was needed there from Sub 499. They'll finally crack through here, get the second point. They still have 3.5 minutes left here, so this is a pretty good time coming out from Sub 499. They're going to have the ult advantage going to this next fight as well, so this is really a golden opportunity for them to set the stage here in Dorado, keep things moving forward, and potentially take the series outright. Now for Sweet Time, they're going to have to find a way of winning this next fight down ult advantage and otherwise. And how they're going to do that? They need Aputo to go in and find an early pickoff. If Bill can just get one pickoff here, this fight becomes much more winnable. If Sub 499 gets really good engaged as these 3 ultimates, Sweet Time could find themselves at World of Hurt. Here we go.
Yeah, and that's the thing that, you know, this Sub 499 team is really looking out for as well. But Aputo does actually manage to find one, and Zonda is going to be that target. And courtesy of Nearly God, they're able to push them back, and you said it best, CP. One pick, and that was basically going to stop this push of Sub 499. Sweet Time, open book, it was red, and they continue to turn the page here on this next fight. What's going to happen is pretty much going to be up to Sub 499 because they have to look for that pick themselves so that they can really engage on this fight. But a big shout out to Titowat, really just doing a great job with that shield.
Well, here comes Sub 499, Nano Visor on the way. With Gura picking up 2 to start things off, make it 3. No one on Sweet Time able to get in his face there. Diva was out of the fight pretty early on, and it's Gura taking well advantage, picking up 4 before it's all said and done. But here comes Tito Watt, drops the hammer, trying to get out to a point, not going to be able to do it. And that is a very quick time on Dorado for Sub 499. Sweet Time, despite being a fan favorite and, you know, honestly, just an objective favorite coming into this, perhaps, in a bit of a world of hurt here in Dorado. The match certainly not over, but it's never really good when the other team has 2 minutes left in their bank on this map, when many teams aren't even able to finish out Dorado in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and furthermore, that fight as well was so critical, losing that Reinhardt early on. And, you know, you mentioned it in the Temple and Nubis game. These kinds of compositions are meant to just destroy those shields. And that is basically the position that Titowat was in. As soon as they lost that, that opened up the floodgates for Gura to really capitalize on that opportunity, gave them that W. And with 2 minutes on the board, Sweet Time's going to have one heck of a game here, you know, in order to come back and win this one. This is going to be a very, very tough one, ZP. I don't know. Sweet Time might lose.
I think it might be more than a might right now. I mean, you take a look at how both teams are playing. Generally speaking, this isn't really the type of situation where a team is able to get a really good comeback. I mean, it's happened. It's not unprecedented Overwatch, but a 2-minute time bank difference on a map like Dorado is quite simply huge, and we'll see if Sweet Time has an answer. But more than anything else, they're going to need speed at all points here, Golden Boy. They're going to have to come in, take first, probably on the first or second push, and maintain most of that momentum going to second. If they get stalled out for any length of time on first or second, it's going to be very hard to envision a scenario where they end up taking this map and the series.
If they end up if they end up losing someone early on in this first fight, I mean, if you're Sweet Time, you basically do exactly what Sub 499 does, and you just keep pushing that one forward. And I think that was another thing, too, that you kind of got to note as well. opportunities Sweet Time could have taken advantage of. They just really didn't. And they're going to be using a Hanzo now, which I quite like that because that's going to give them some visibility as well. And Hanzo, you know, gets some good picks. Of course, you know, not the best hero, but has a lot of great tools to his advantage and good in situations such as this when you want to be effective early on.
Well, the key theory here is it's a double pick-off comp where you're hoping that either the Hanzo or the Roadhog will get the pick that you need. Now, there's not many targets that Kurlos is going to have to get that early pick-off here. Really, what he's looking for in the backline is a Lucio, Ana, or Soldier. But there's a lot in his way, and it makes things rough for Hanzo, so it's high risk, high reward. We'll see how Sub 49 plays against it. Early hook comes in the Diva. She's able to jet away, but for Sweet Time, they're still pushing back Sub 49. They're ruining their positioning with the first pick-off on Lucio. The gates are open, and here comes Sweet Time.
And that's exactly what you wanted there. If you're Sweet Time ZP, that early pick there, taking out the Lucio, taking out the Reinhardt. Do they keep this one going here as Gura's doing everything he can, but he's going to get stopped there, and that will be from Nasner. And it will be an Ana v Ana battle now as Sinclair's going to force him back and comes out on top there with the stop, and they will have some support. So luckily for Sinclair, he won't have to stick around and be the primary DPS for too long. And Yik now goes on a rampage with that nano boost, and that shuts down that fight. But they got so close from getting first point in their first engagement, which was very impressive.
For Sweet Time, though, it's interesting. Under normal circumstances, I'd say that's a good first push. But the circumstances they find themselves in where they're in such a time bank disadvantage, that might actually still be a win here for Sub 499. Kurlo stays up front for far too long, and now Sweet Time getting picked apart here. This is not what they need. This is buying Sub 499 all sorts of time, and again, this time is not something that Sweet Time has to give.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. And they're pretty much at the 2-minute warning at this point. Ofudo doing his best to just keep everyone, keep this fight really going here as he gets isolated right away, and that won't really last long. And that is just a lot of progress that has basically been stopped here by this team. Sweet Time, they have to make this one happen. You talked about time being of the essence for this squad. They are going to have a Zarya Graviton Surge as well as Nesner with the Nano Boost. What do they find with it? Is Titawat's close to that Earth Shatter as well, and they take out that Roadhog right away if they can. Nearly God drops it, and there goes Titawat with the Nano Boost. Finds one. That's going to be the Lucio in the back line, but Yik, not today. That is a shutdown, and that was huge for Sub 499.
So, for Sub 499, they do what they need to do to secure the payload here, and now only a minute 10 left. Sweet Time facing the real possibility of getting knocked into the lower bracket. This next push, do or die, they must be successful, or they are very likely to be losing the series. So, Kurlos coming in up front here once more, staying on the Hanzo, gets the early pickoff on the Lucio, and again, this is what they needed. They came very close to grabbing this the first time off that pickoff, but everything going Sweet Time's way to start things out here. We'll see if they can capitalize. Oh, no.
Very, very impressive stuff from Kurlos, but unfortunately for him, it may not be enough because they get absolutely dominated here. And Yik is essentially just stalling this out. They're not even bothered like pushing forward, going for the kill. Nope, no need. It's done. They won that fight. Now time to go back, regroup, and just wait for their next opportunity here. Sub 499, they have one last engagement, and it rests in the hands of Zalfix and his sound barrier, because that's going to be one of their main engagement tools here. And Kurlos as well. Don't forget, with his ult as well. Let's see if this is going to work out.
We'll see what works out. Kurlos does get two off that Dragon. Pretty hungry to start things off here. We'll see if Gurk can come in off the flank once more, as he was the one who really brought back, but no, not going to happen. Takes an arrow to the dome, and Sweet Time, when all was on the line, able to bring it forward due to some very good picks by Kurlos towards the end. But I gotta say, Sweet Time should have gotten in on the push before this here, Golden Boy. Yes, Gura had a very good flank, but it's a case where when you get that early pick up to start things off, you can play a little bit more conservatively, and you shouldn't just get wrecked by a soldier coming in from your blind spot. So Sweet Time, even though they get through, remember the time bank difference that they're up against here. This is still not great. Sub 49 has a lot of ways of winning this game.
They need another massive win here, and Zonda just was not living. It wasn't happening for him. You know what, Yik? He said, you're going to take out my teammate, I'm going to take out two of yours, and this has basically been the Yik show. Sub 499 gets the clear yet again And I have to say, right, you talk about time. We're going to keep stressing how important time is here. Every single fight that this squad loses, it's closer and closer to the curtain being called down here on this game if they're not careful.
Well, one thing that's interesting to me is that we still have Kurlo still in the hero on the Hanzo. A lot of times teams will run Hanzo to take first point on a good variety of maps. Staying with it longer term can be rough unless it's getting tons of work. And that is a nano boosted Hanzo. That is absolutely not something you see every day. Doesn't get too much for it, but hey, rest of the fight working out for Sweet Time. Raw Dragon get pick up one, so Kurlos, nano boost or not, it gets more when the nano boost is off, but he's keeping Sweet Time in this, so perhaps saying, hey, look, I still like Hanzo in second point, even if it's a little bit less than conventional. Gets the pickups he's looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the meta has definitely not been favorable to Hanzo, but Kurlos is not having none of that meta talk because he's looking to just do some work with Hanzo, and he's been getting those picks. You think about those, you know, initial picks he got on Lucio as well and how effective those have been, and just look at the damage that he's been able to put on Yik too. Kurlos has really been a big part of this fight, but you have to be a little concerned here because as good as they have been, Zonda and them are now coming around the flank, but Kurlos able to come out on top. What is going on here, ZP? Why is this happening?
Kurlos is that persistent Hanzo main that doesn't want to switch that you get on your team in ladder, but it's working out right now because he's knocking everything down. Gets the pick on the Ana towards the end. And for Sweet Time, I guess they're just going to continue running the hot hand. The problem is, though, they only have 1:30 left, so they still don't have that much time left in the bank. There is a defensive self-destruct up, so for some 99, they have been playing with the House Might to an extent, but now's the time where they need to stop getting hit by Hanzo arrows. They need to bring this back, and if they do, they're going to be in a great position to win the map. But we'll see if Sweet Time, see if Kurlos can keep the magic going as we roll in to this last point.
One thing I just want to say, too, that I've really enjoyed from, oh my goodness, just Kurlos, man, that I've enjoyed from this guy has been, he's just looking for 76, constantly looking for 76, and just making sure that any opportunity he has, 76 knows that he's there. But they finally have lost Kurlo in this one. Can Titawat and the rest of the crew push this one forward? Because Gura drops attack visor. He's looking to get some clears here. And this is not looking good because, you know, you do have Nearly God with the defense matrix trying to stop that attack visor. And I was saying not really good for Sweet Time. He tried absolute best. Just wasn't enough. Sub 499 makes a stop. 32 seconds left on the clock, CP.
Alrighty, so Sweet Time going to have their final attempt here. This is all or nothing. Will they move on into the next stage of the upper bracket? Or will sub 499 be able to hold them right here, right now? We'll see how it works out. Zonda right now staying in the corner, looking for the whole hog. Whole hog out on both ends with Zonda getting the upper end of it. Lake Dragon coming in here from Kurlos will grab Roadhog. So 5v5 right now, both teams. Sweet Time fighting for their life. We'll see if it's enough as Apudo rolling in with that nano boost.
Yeah, the nano boost trying his best there with Opudo, you know, just trying to get the coordination going. Can he get the hooks as well? Able to find him, and that is huge. Taking out Yik. Yik, again, has been such a difference maker, but do they push their advantage here and try and get in their face, or do they just throw all bodies on, on the payload and push this one into the objective? 3 points. Will they be able to get it here? Because they're so close now. And Gura switching it up and going to the McCree here. Can he get the picks? But no, gets shut down before he's able to take out their tank. Now, of course, overtime is going to be in effect here, ZP. This is going to be do or die time for Sweet Time.
Well, Gura did enough there, though. He got the Lucio, was enough of a distraction, and chained things out. So, in the end, it is going to be sub 499 pulling it out. It was a rough go for them on control, but they came back on Nubis, and they definitely came in strong here in Dorado. 3-2, and they still had 2 minutes left in their bank, their Golden Boy, that they didn't even need to use in the end. So sub 499 going to be moving right along.
Time is of the essence. Time is not on their side. Time wins all. I don't know. I'm trying to think of references that work with time here, okay? But that was just, this guy right here, Yik, was the man. He was essentially the big daddy in the yard. Wasn't having none of that nonsense, none of those shenanigans. He was just stopping them nonstop. Love it. That was just some great playing there, some great Reinhardt. As a Reinhardt player, I appreciate a great Reinhardt, and Yik did just that.
I actually didn't know you were a Reinhardt player.
Yeah.
I never actually... I mean, is it Reinhardt your main, or like, what characters do you have on rotation?
I play mostly Reinhardt, and then That's my main because none of my friends know how to play at Reinhardt, and then then I play Zarya and Diva, and 76 are the ones that I play the most right now.
One thing to clarify, it might be 3 out of 5 here. I was under the impression it was 2 out of 3, but we're both looking at both teams here. They're still playing, so I do believe Sweet Time will still have an opportunity to bring this right back.
Oh, snap. Okay. That's what's up.
So all is not lost here as of yet.
Not at all. Not at all.
I think. That's an I think thing here. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll see in a moment. But given that people aren't getting up, do you think that we will be seeing a little bit more in the series?
Given that people aren't getting up, that's just proof enough. Well, that one guy stood.
He stood, but that was probably just stretching his legs, I would say.
Maybe. I mean, actually, no, I think that dude might have just been a ref.
There you go. This is the hard-hitting analysis of player posture that you're getting right now, but there is, in fact, going to be a map number 4 here. It is a 3 out of 5. We're heading into King's Row. See if Sweet Time can bring things back, but it's been a nice showing here from Sub 499 thus far. Yeah,
they, based off of what you were saying, right? I mean, I don't have a lot of knowledge of these players and teams, and I have to say, Sub 499's definitely come out swinging. You were Sweet Time all day. You were a big fan of Sweet Time. They've let you down, team.
I really just love their name, too. They're really playing fast and loose with certain rules here that I'm not going to mention, but I feel like they're really trying to convey a certain message, is all I'm saying.
Indeed. Well, you know what? I want to see this composition that the Sub 499's running with right now. That's what I want. I want attack Bastion. I want attack Symmetra. And Zonda on that Widow. And Syncla on that Sombra. I'm feeling it. Do it. Stick with it. Believe in yourself. You can accomplish anything. So make it easy.
No, I'm fixing some of the sound. The sound was coming in really, really loud for some reason, so we fix this. We have the technology.
We have the technology. Oh, God. This is what our counterparts go through, man. When they have to cast our clean feeds from Asia.
The clean feed life is a little bit rougher, I gotta say, but...
Yeah, also, I don't know if you noticed, but like one of the cameras looks completely different from everything else, and it just throws me off every time I see it.
It's one of those things where I really hadn't noticed too much, but now you've said it, I'm never going to not see it. So thank you for that, Golden Boy. Just spread the love.
Straight tilts, baby. That's what I do.
Take a look here at the defense for Sweet Time again. They are running with the Diva, Roadhog, Reinhardt, but they're going to lose their Reinhardt early on, which means Sub 49 has an enormous advantage moving in here. Not only do they have the respawn advantage from being close, but they win the tank battle, and Gura just going to town when Reinhardt is not in his way. 3 quick kills here from Sub 499, and Sweet Time, their troubles continuing early on here on King's Row.
Yeah, losing that Reinhardt early on is just such it hurts, man. It's really a pain in the neck, and Gura. Sorry, I was loud. My neighbors probably hate me, but that was just wonderful.
So when you hear the, so actually, we were talking about knocks in London, where different door knocks. It was saying, well, gee, we couldn't wake up Uber one day where we want him to get for breakfast because he gets cranky if he misses breakfast. Hex mentioned the so-called cop knock, where it's just like really, really loud. You're gonna be getting one of those in your door soon, Golden Boy.
Oh, no, I'm very familiar with the cop knock. I mean, I just know those jokes. I know how it works, and trust me, I was oftentimes the one doing it. So, with that being said, though, this is actually a fight that's looking pretty good here for Sub 499. I mean, despite their best efforts, though, I have to say that fight between Kurlos and Bacon Jack was pretty much the most ridiculous thing I had ever seen. And it looked like Sub 499 was in a really good position there, but it was just not enough because they are going to get cleared out of this one, and Kurlos, a huge, huge part of that one there. Toward the end, really just opening things up, and that fight had really broken up over on the street space.
So, take a look at both teams here. Sub 49 still making pretty good time to start things off. They're not going to have a particularly large advantage going to this, but thus far, Sweet Time hasn't been doing the best at dealing with nano visors since the first map. The first map, they had D.Va all over Gura. This time, Gura's been finding more room to work with. They've usually been able to do some of that D.Va early on to fight, so we'll see if Gura can work his magic here again, but it is going to be rough to get a really good flank tech visor here at this point. They do break the Reinhardt shield, though, so wouldn't be surprised if Gura went in sooner rather than later. He's being somewhat respectful here, though, of the D.Va, so Sub 49 playing it a little bit slower.
I think he realized it just wasn't a fight that he wanted to really go after there, at that moment. And a huge shout out goes to Tito for really keeping himself in that fight as well. But there goes the sound barrier, tac visor as well. Will he find his targets? Actually, a smart play there from Apudo, really just getting in Gura's face and not letting him take full advantage of that tac visor. While all that was going on, though, Sub 499 were able to get some pretty critical picks there on the Reinhardt as well as their Ana. And that essentially gives them this victory as they continue to progress this payload. So, what looked like it was going in Sweet Time's favor, Sub 499 managed to find a way to make it their own.
Well, there are two big things that happened there. One is that D.Va got knocked out of her mech very early on in that fight. Sweet Time was not able to keep their D.Va up, which meant that Gura commanded a lot of respect when he went in. But the next fight is underway right now. Zonda with the whole gonna get mitigated a lot here by the D.Va, but still does enough to keep Sweet Time back. The back line just getting thrashed, and as a result, Sub 499 gonna take the point. But just to elaborate on that other team fight a little bit more, Gura drew everyone into him in the pub, and while they were doing that, they just get flanked from the back. So if you can take down the D.Va mech early on, there's a lot of room for Soldier to really make life rough for the other team, particularly when he has a nano boost tac visor combo that Gura had.
Yeah, he becomes a target. He becomes an open target, and everyone wants to take him down. And Gura he was strafing, man. He was the 5 rules of dodgeball. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. He was on point. But in any case, so there goes a self-destruct now. Does it find anything for it? No, it won't. But that is going to be good enough to just keep him back, but not good enough to actually stop this push here, because Apudo has to invest his own ult into this one as well. The whole hog, does he find anything for it? Not necessarily. And this is just continuing to be the case of how this squad, of how Sub 499 just go to town on them. They are grinding and grinding away at Sweet Time and giving them no room to breathe until they break that shield and make those plays.
So this has been back and forth between the two teams. It's not necessarily the worst for Sweet Time to trade out in the position they're in. Yik goes through the Earthshard, doesn't pick up as much as he's wanted as Carlos in the back. Nano visor on display now for Sweet Time. Works out. Carlos effectively picking up 2 to start things out, and Sub 49 gonna get pushed back again. But here's the thing for Sub 499. They're still making incredible time here, Golden Boy. They have 3 minutes left, and even when Sweet Time has shown resistance, they're still giving up a lot of room as they try and win a fight like that. Now, next fight needs to be a must-win here for Sweet Time. They have an ult advantage. They have the sound barrier up. If they don't win this fight, very likely that Sub 49 just takes the map outright. So this very well could decide the fate of this map.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge fight here, and you can already tell that Yik, like you said, to use your term, respects the players, and a sound barrier actually is going to fall down there, and that is just going to be that opportunity for the squad to push up. A sound barrier actually of their own coming from Tito before he died, but he didn't get much out of that one. And because they lost that Reinhardt early, that is basically going to give them the opportunity that they would want to get out on top. Can Apudo be the difference maker here? Zonda has other plans as they push this one forward. And that was a fight that they won, but they were not able to push that payload further. And that was just a good job from Sweet Time, stalling it out as long as they could.
Well, that right there very well could be what Sweet Time needed to win this map. Even if they end up losing the round, that's a lot of time that they just bought for themselves in the fight. Sub 499 gonna be coming in with a little bit of an ult advantage. They will have the sound barrier to start things out. And just expect them to be very aggressive on the engage here. So here comes the sound barrier coming up, but they lose Zonda early on. Sound barrier, no. Sweet Time just rolling right in there to start things off. 2 quick kills for Sweet Time, and aggressiveness pays off. They're gonna be pushing back Sub 499. Sound barrier was not enough. And now they're maybe 2 fights away here, Golden Boy, from getting that hold on last.
And I could be wrong here, but when Rumen threw down that sound barrier, he only buffed Gura. So everyone else did not have the extra shielding. Again, could be way off base here, but based off what I saw from those health bars, that was a key takeaway there. And that sound barrier basically was useless at that point.
All right, so for sub 499, this is going to be their last really good attempt to go in here. Ultimate's relatively in between the two teams. Yik has had some pretty good Earth Shatters in the series thus far, so he's going to be looking for that early opportunity. Bacon Jack drawing a little bit of opportunity, or a little bit of attention towards the top. And for him, it's just, can they get the big Earth Shatter here from Yik? Yik charging right in, will get the early pin, but with Zonda down already, this is already looking somewhat bad here for sub 499.
Well, sub 499 and Gura actually were able to find two. Apudo, though, finally takes out Gura. A lot of damage was done there. And Apudo really kept trying to keep his squad in this fight, very much so. But he's in a world of hurt, and sub 499 gets those points. 3-0, and that was a huge fight there. But like you mentioned before, ZP, a lot of time wasted. There were opportunities there that sub 499 could have finished that one 3 points and had a fair amount of time, but not going to be the case.
The big thing there too, though, is that they lost Zonda so early in that fight that sub 499 was very fortunate to bring that back in their favor. I mean, winning 5v6s, it's not so much about winning the 5v6, but winning it decisively enough that you don't get stalled out in perpetuity from switch-ups coming from Sweet Time. Now, it was interesting looking at it. I'm not sure if Sweet Time immediately swapped to something like a Tracer that go back in. I didn't see in the upper left whether or not they did that, but it does feel like Sweet Time still could have delayed that out a little bit more than they did. They did end up losing pretty decisively towards the end, though, so perhaps not. But in any case, definitely opportunity here for Sweet Time to bring this back and force a fifth and final map, depending on what they do in the offense. They don't have to worry about some crazy time bank being set by sub 499.
Very true. But on the other side, though, sub 499 has just been lights out, so to speak, and doing great work of ensuring that, you know, this Sweet Time team isn't able to make progress. And what are the chances here that we see a full hold on first point? You know, given how well sub 499 have been playing, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility with their performance thus far.
No, not at all. I mean, sub 499 has been more impressive than expected. The Sweet Time team certainly goes reasonably far back. Now, they are still dealing with the loss of Mickey, where, of course, Mickey, one of the really big all-star performers on this team, certainly shown by his recent play with Envious, but it'll be interesting how it works out. But I gotta say, Golden Boy, we're seeing it once more. Kurlos coming in on none other than his Hanzo, and he's not just the first point Hanzo. As we saw from Dorado, he's more than willing to run it the entire game. He's basically the guy you have in your pub game.
Yeah, he's committing. He's in there, you know? He's in it for the long haul. Yeah, him and Hanzo are squad goals right now. Relationship goals, even. But you know what? It makes sense because Kurlos has really been an effective Hanzo. I can't even believe that's been a thing. You even said before it's a little off meta, but it's very good. And there goes Yik, who falls early there. Losing that Reinhardt was the first pick, courtesy of Nearly God. And now Sweet Time are going to move in and get position inside of the point here. And just look at the damage that Kurlos is laying out. He, you know, with those scatter arrows, not really giving them opportunity to regroup and heal effectively. This has just been a really, really good run here for Kurlos and the rest of Sweet Time.
The other thing, though, for Sweet Time is that despite getting the early pickoffs, they're not being as aggressive as they should be to secure this. They're giving sub 499 a lot of time to get back in on the point. This isn't what you need when you have the advantage. You just need to push it. I think they finally realize that now they're going in, but they've given up a decent amount of time. Here comes the Dragon, though, coming out here from Kurlos. Will be zoning things back a little bit more and does buy the space that Sweet Time needs to get the point. So still not the worst here for Sweet Time. 5 minutes, 13 seconds left. And for sub 499, given the time that they finished with on their run, they really need to get about 2 to 3 holds here in second to keep this competitive. They get steamrolled over here, and they're not able to use their ultimates to their advantage. If, say, Gura just gets taken out by Nearly God, things could get very, very bad here for sub 499.
One thing also from that fight, too, is they were really waiting on Kurlos to get his ultimate, to get the Dragon Strike, realizing that that was going to be the zoning mechanic that they needed. And once they were able to get that, that was it. Didn't matter what the fight had in store for them. But there goes that self-destruct. And really just good job from Sweet Time, not letting that be, you know, put a damper on their parade here. But for sub 499, they said, you know what? It's going to give us enough opportunity to space you guys out so we can push in and get these kills. Kurlos, last person left alive. And this is basically just keeping him alive, just to keep him alive. And good job there. They are looking to just stagger that that respawn because they need a full team to push this one.
All right, so Swede Time, they do get wiped out there, but they have 4 ultimates up and at the ready for this next attack. Sub 499 not really working a whole lot, so for Sub 499, they have to look here for Zonda. Zonda needs to get an early hook to start this off, but here comes the Sound Bear for Swede Time. They're going to come in with the Dragon right after. Lucio already down for Sub 499, but there's the Earth Shatter coming in. Sub 499, they pick off 1. They can still turn this back.
Sub 499 are just so impressive. When you think that they're in a position where they won't come out on top, they manage to find a way. Unfortunately for them, this was not that moment because they got the kills necessary, and now they continue to progress forward with the payload. Luckily for them too, they're going to have Zalfix there alongside him, and Gura just could not run away from Kurlos. He does it again. I'll tell you, that has to be annoying to play against, man.
Simple geometry. That's all I really have to say. That Kurlos coming in over the top, still staying on this Hanzo well into second. Has a Diva in his face, but 2.64 meters away. Swede Time still picks up 2 on the point, and this is a hard call from Sub 499. How hard do they try and contest this? And I think they realize that it's not going to work out that way. They need to back off, but now they need to defend for 4 minutes and 23 seconds against a Swede Time offense. Easier said than done, and for them, a full hold, probably unlikely, but they need to at least take about 3 fights here to cut the time bank to something reasonable when we swap into the next set of rounds.
Yeah, and thinking about what are ultimate abilities that could really turn the tide there. I mean, Kurlos has been very effective with that Dragon Strike, and as well as Nearly God with the self-destruct, just zoning him out and giving his squad an opportunity to be able to push up. This was good though for Sub 499. They were able to get 2 big picks on 2 vital tanks, and they have to push them back. Good time wasted. That was a fight that they needed to win, ZP. You mentioned it before. They have to win a couple of those in order to make this into a situation that they can come out on top.
Well, here, Sub 499, they're still holding on to quite a few ults. So is Swede Time, so this could be game defying right here. Ultimate Showdown on the way. Soundbear in for Swede Time. There's a Dragon, but they have no kills off, and here comes Gura in over the top. Nanovisor in play, looking for A4 flank kills, but gonna get knocked right to the ground by the Earth Shatter. Swede Time still trying to push in their favor, but unfortunately for them, Yik getting the better than with an Earth Shatter in the back, sets up Bacon Jack, and it's Sub 499 winning the Ultimate Showdown when it's all said and done, and that is a huge fight for the rest of this map.
Indeed it is, man. I have to say, Swede Time, or I should say Sub 499, we're invested a lot into that fight though, right? So that is something you're going to have to be very cautious of, and it seems like my stream just stopped working here. So.
My stream also froze, so it looks like we're back.
We're back. Okay. Well, at least we know what's happening to both of us and not one of us. So, yay.
Yeah, I was looking there. I was just like, wait a second. Is that me? Did I hit something? No, I didn't. It just happened. And look at this. Yik going into the backline, swinging the hammer. It's a party room. Does all sorts of damage. Sets up the rest of his team. 3 kills here from Sub 499. And he just sent him in the hole. Farewell, Lucio. Bacon Jack accelerating your demise. So, Sub 499, these are some very, very key, crucial holds here. And now, even if they lose the next fight, Golden Boy, they're going to be in a great opportunity to still win when we go to the next set of rounds. If we do, in fact, go to the next set of rounds, Swede Time still has to push us to the end.
Yeah, and while they are close, they have 1 minute and 48 seconds. They started with 5. And somehow Sub 499 were always able to find a way. But losing that Diva early in the fight, though, that could be a big, big difference maker here. They have to be very cautious of. And there goes Tito Watt with that Earth Shatter. But he doesn't get much out of that one, though. And that is because Yik manages to take out the 2 supports there. And this is yet another failed push. Can Kurlos and the rest of the crew get these kills? It seems like Nearly God does get the self-destruct on the Lucio. Bacon Jack doing everything he can to keep this one going, and would look like a fight that was going to go in Sub 499's favor. Swede Time are right there. They're right at the door, ZP.
And this is looking very, very good now for Swede Time. But Gura coming in towards the last moment, has the Nanovisor, trying to push it back, but he has a Diva in his face, a Reinhardt shield, and the rest of the team not going to get what he's looking for. Still trying to go for heroics, but the numbers not in Sub 499's favor. They're just going to try and stall out for as long as possible. They do swap to Tracer to buy extra time, which is solid, but it is just about over here. May not going to be getting to the point in time, but now this is anyone's game. The goal there for Sub 499 was to just stall out and make it competitive, and they did just that. So now, who knows who's going to win this map?
This is This is a toss-up. This is a toss-up. I would have to actually tip my hat to sub 499 here. They have been very impressive. 5 minutes they had to hold, and they held it for what, 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Like, that's actually very impressive. And if you're Sweet Time, you have to be a little concerned here, because when they attacked on this point, this was actually a fight that they won either in the first or second engagement. I think it was the first. So there's a possibility here that sub 499 gets this extra point here and a lot of progress on the payload, given how they've been playing thus far.
Really could go either way, but overall, I feel like sub 499, since the first map, control maps clearly did not really work out in their favor, but since then, they have been playing just a little bit better than Sweet Time. They've sort of dealt with the tank play of Sweet Time reasonably well, and Gurr's been finding ways of getting big plays. But hang on a second here. Golden Boy, take a look at this. Is the Widowmaker dream gonna be real? Bacon Jack flashing it. He's still my beating heart.
Yeah, well, no D.Va though. That's gonna end. There you go. I just feel like D.Va as a hero is just too effective right now in the current state of the meta, and just is necessary for an effective push. But a boy can dream, those ZPs, so I'm okay with you there. But here we go. Titawat looking to keep all of his teammates alive in this one and isolate out that D.Va. And Titawat though will get pushed out immediately, and now Nearly God's going to be in a really bad position here, having to back away, and needs that support from his Lucio to keep himself in this one. So Sweet Time able to fight back this attack, but still that was a little scary there for Sweet Time.
It was scary to begin with, but they still have everyone up. They still are in a great position to repel this next attack, and this is the final attack option that sub 499 is going to have. Everything comes down to this for them on this point. We're gonna head to overtime just one, but they lose Yick right away, and being down Reinhardt, never good this meta, has Nearly God going to work, picks up 3 in the back line. No craziness required there, and it's gonna be a hold coming out here from Sweet Time. So Sweet Time well positioned now to take this map and even things up. We'll see how things go as both sides swap off once more.
I stand corrected, ZP. You know, everybody makes mistakes, and apparently I did. I really put my money on sub 499. They let me down.
All right. I mean, sub 499, they've been looking very good over the course of this, but I can see with how they've been playing why their attack in that sort of situation where they don't have much time would not be great, especially when they have been relying on Gurra to find ways of bringing it through, which a lot of times has relied on attack fires and all the rest. Difficult to build that up in a minute, which is all they had to grab first point.
Yeah, well, you also talk about the changes that were recently made where ultimate abilities don't come up nearly as fast as they used to. And in those particular situations, you really need something that's going to like just change the, entire battlefield, I guess, because it's so late. All the food that I've eaten is being digested by my body. But anyway. So.
You're not supposed to eat before bed, Golden Boy.
All the food I ate throughout the day. Okay? Why are you hating, dog?
I'm just saying, like, there's a thing, it's just like, you know, don't eat food right before you go to bed. Like, it's bad for all sorts of reasons. Either way, though, we do have the Hanzo coming out here early on from Sweet Time, and why not? It's Kurlos. We've been seeing this all series long, and you'll be seeing it here once more as Kurlos moving right in.
Yeah, and you know what, too? I mean, Sweet Time, they actually did really, really well in the first point here. In fact, it was really just reliant on Kurlos getting that Dragon Strike and pushing everyone back into the archway that opened things up for them here. So maybe this is the opportunity that they need, and maybe this is their shot to be able to get this point on the board, ZP.
Well, we'll see if it is going to be just that. They are pushing back sub 499. They've yet to get that all-important first pick. So for now, sub 499 bending back, not breaking. But for Kurlos, it's only a matter of time. You can't be giving him this many shots, and there it is. Finds Yick towards the very end. 65 here for Sweet Time. And they're just a little bit away here from taking this point and evening things up 2-2.
That's right. So I think my feed actually had a little bit of a hiccup here, but I could be wrong. In any case, so they are going to be able to get this one. The Dragon Strike comes through for Kurlos, and I have to say, just overall, man, Sweet Time on the money. Blaze it.
The other thing, too, for Sweet Time is that this could have been much more decisive, too. When you take a look at their first attack, it was valiant from sub 499 to bleed as much time off as they did, but Sweet Time very well could have won with something like 3 minutes plus remaining, which is pretty dominant on King's Row, but either way, they find a way of getting it through in the end. Here comes Play the Game. Game from Bacon Jack.
Yeah, you're definitely ahead of me. Oh, goodness.
We'll sync it up during the break.
It's not good.
Oh, no wonder. It's the part where you just help a Lucio to his impending demise that makes the play of the game gods very, very happy.
What's even better is he actually knocked him. Like a little bit. He just, you know, he got that little nudge. He's like, hey, just don't want none of you. Okay, I'm refreshing. Hopefully my quality and stuff can get back into form here.
Your quality is always great, Golden Boy, just in general.
Thanks, buddy. I really appreciate it. All right, so I think I'm good. I think I'm synced up right now. So yay. Wow, and the music got really loud, by the way.
It did get really loud.
I don't know if you noticed it.
I think that's just a clean feed thing where I don't know. Honestly, again, as you mentioned, we are the privileged lot. We're the ones sending out the clean feed to other regions. But hey, we want to cover the APAC Invitational. The clean feed comes to us and just clean feed things.
Indeed.
Shoe on the other foot and all that. But 2-2. This has been a pretty good series thus far.
Yeah, actually, I'm quite impressed, man. You know, I probably would have been sitting on my bed watching these games if I wasn't casting them. So this is pretty. It's been an exciting series and one that I just didn't expect. I thought we were going to see, based off of that control game alone, I thought we were going to see a 3-0 sweep, or 2-0 sweep because that's what we thought it was at the time. But I have to say, man, this has been quite the series.
Absolutely. So we do have our fifth and final map, but this is a good omen here for Sweet Time here, Golden Boy, because it's going to be none other than Nepal. So we knew, even going back to the World Cup, that they liked playing on control maps. They had good results, and they're going to get that chance here once more versus Sub 499.
That's right, folks. So who will take it? Who will move on? Who goes down to the lower bracket? Ask the question. As we're all tied up 2-2 if you're just joining us here at the APAC Invitational, the English feed, because we're saying the American feed.
I am just getting all sorts of confused here because that was definitely the Ilios music getting played.
Wait, was it?
It's Ilios music, but then it's Nepal visually. So I'm pretty sure we're on Nepal, but
why you gotta hate on their music choices, man? What if they just like to mix things up?
It's entirely possible, or it's just my brain has started to malfunction after getting back from a long flight from London. I still haven't had proper sleep since then, by the way. I did have the luck of having a full row in the plane, but it only does so much.
I just don't know how long we're gonna actually be able to go for. It's 3 a.m. for me. What was it, 2 a.m. for you?
I'll take full credit for wrecking your sleep schedule, but the fight is underway right now. Sweet Time will be running, of course, Reinhardt, D.Va, Roadhog, that strong front line here once more. Meanwhile, guard in the back. For Sub 499, looking quick as a soldier. First kill will be going the way of Sweet Time. They get the D.Va down, and without a D.Va, you're not going to be able to win these tank v tank battles. So Sweet Time can be able to just power out Sub 499 to start this fight, and it should give them first control.
And Puto was so close to being able to nail a critical hook as well. That would have further delayed things here. But that will be a cap there for Sweet Time. And, you know, we talked about their effectiveness on control before. Lijiang Tower was basically Sweet Time's playground. They owned that and didn't let Sub 499. They look like chumps on that one. So maybe this is just a squad, as you said before, with a preference to control, that this is probably the best thing that could have happened for them here. Now as Sub 499 continues to push up here, they're also looking for that key pick, but Apudo not having any of that. He shuts it down, but fortunately for Sub 499, they're able to pick off 2 of their own.
Sub making it worthwhile. They did lose one to Apudo, but they immediately turned the tables, took him out, got the Reinhardt out. When the tanks are down, that leaves Gur to play. Gur getting the cleanup he's looking for here on the point. And Sub 499 at 43%. will be retaking this point and starting their own progression here. Definitely a good start here from Sweet Time. They'll have some decent ultimates going in the next fight, but Sub 499, if they play this right, and more importantly, if Sweet Time runs ultimate for ultimate and loses, Sub 499 could take control of this game, not only in progress, but also in ult economy. So this next fight, very, very crucial. Hirlos coming in with the nanovisor to start things off. Gonna be running right into the sound barrier, and as a result, not gonna get as much done as he wants.
Yeah, but he will also have a sound barrier there for protection. And look at that. The Earth Shatter just falls right down. Gura doing everything he can with that nano boost, and he is able to stay alive in the corner. Of course, you know, he was just really doing everything he could, and that is looking like a win for Sub 499.
It's looking like a Reinhardt charging another Reinhardt off the cliff is what it's looking like. But the interesting thing there is that I'm a little bit disappointed in Sweet Time there, because teams for the most part have sort of evolved beyond just trying to open every fight off with nano visor to start things off. I mean, it's a great combination, but you need a little bit more going on in the fight. You need more of a distraction or flank wise. It was too early, and the sound barrier just kind of dealt with it. But here comes Sweet Time coming in with the self-destruct early on. They don't get what they're looking for though, as Yik just gets the backline, drops the hammer, finds two, and Gura looking for the scraps.
Whew, my goodness, that certainly was not one that I'm sure Sweet Time, you know, thought would have panned out in Sub 499's favor. You know, that self-destruct, as you mentioned before, pretty much fell on deaf ears. Wasn't able to get much out of it. And now Nearly God actually switching over to the Zarya. So we're going to see some Zarya action here. Of course, I'm a big Zarya fan. And we've seen like what guys like Kai can do with his Zarya. Maybe Nearly God can do the same thing here. Gura, though, is actually going to get dragged in early on. And that is going to force out that sound barrier to keep everyone alive. And Bacon Jack finds himself too. Final battle, won't matter. Sweet Time, not able to find it. Sub 499 puts one on the board. And that's going to be their first for control.
And for Sweet Time, this would be unfortunate for them, especially given how they do like control maps and all the rest that go down here on a 5th and final control map. Probably not the end of the day they'd be looking for, but I do like what's coming out here, where they are going to be running the Mei for the Indoor Sanctum stage.
That's right.
I apologize for the yawns, but I feel I'm a little justified. Just whatever sleep debt my body is just yelling at me for acquiring.
Yeah, no. I mean, I've been up since 7 a.m., so I'll feel you, baby. It's all right. We're going to get to a point where we're just whispering sweet nothings into our ears. Okay? And you're going to like it. I'm telling you.
Oh, why do you think you're on the stream right now? I mean, it's not about the stream. It's what goes on after the stream. But NZNR hit the Mei right now, holding on, looking for the early wall. And Reinhardt actually, he could have gotten out. He just holds W a little bit too long. Yik gonna fall. And this is a big opportunity now for Sweet Time.
He really wanted to be on the other team, so he went to the wall. He's like, "Hey guys, I want to be on your squad. Stick with me." But look at that there. That wall there from now, as I have now learned, NZNR. It was just really well done, and that is going to open up the point for them. They managed to put some points on the board. And let's see here, because this is a very hard point to fight out of, man, especially with that front door and an effective Mei. You could really be hurting here if you're not careful.
All right, so Zonda right now holding on to a point. Finds hook on the charging Reinhardt. Can't get slept right away. Not getting as much off it as he wants, but Reinhardt also in a bit of a rough situation. Oh no, the nano boost onto a Reinhardt. Doomed to die. Falls into the pit from D.Va, just knocking him off. What a great play from Bacon Jack, and what a loss from Sweet Time. That is not what you want to see.
Oh my. He just had that nano boost and just, you know, I'm gonna go for a ride. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 style. Anyway, Bacon Jack and the rest of Sub 499 with control push out. They're gonna tie this one up without a doubt. And keep in mind too, Bacon Jack with that self-destruct, if he wanted to, could use it in such a way that will continue to add more time, or he waits for the opportune moment when Sweet Time will push up. But the ult advantage is firmly in Sub 499's favor. And there goes that nano boosted attack visor, aka the nano visor. But Gura is going to get stopped by with Kudo.
Bacon Jack rolling in right now, getting all sorts of cleanup. Nothing stopping this D.Va. It's a 4K for Bacon Jack towards the end. No self-destruct required. Just rolled in on the flank. Sweet Time did not have an answer. Now Bacon Jack can have self-destruct up in the next fight. And more importantly here for Sweet Time, their life really getting close to being on the line here. They do have one more round to give if they do lose this, but 60%, they have 2 fights left here, Golden Boys. So really rough situation for them to be in, especially when they don't really have an ult advantage going to this next fight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they are going to have Titawat as well as Kurlos, but I really can't see that being all that effective. That's going to have to force them back away here. So he doesn't get any kills with that, but it's still enough to just kind of force him away from the action here as the rest of the squad are able to pick off those critical kills. And Bacon Jack has just been a monster in this round of play. They stopped this push from Sweet Time yet again, although they do build up a substantial amount of ultimates. So maybe this next fight could work out in their favor, but they got to move right now, TP.
They have to get in here, right now. Here comes Graviton, and it might be getting icy here. Once May gets in, she's not in the fight just yet. There is no Blizzard, and this is a great opportunity for Sub499 to stand the point. Apudo comes at the Deadeye, gets absolutely nothing for his efforts. Sweet Time, they do pick up 3 before it's all said and done, so even though Apudo might be going down, the rest of his team having his back, they will take the point, in no small part to that Blizzard. And now for Sweet Time, they have to hold it for the rest of this map. They lose 1 fight, and that is going to be it. Sub499 with a lot of time and opportunity here, gonna have about 3 cracks at this.
If you're Sweet Time, you have to be very careful here when you pop that sound barrier. Because you really need that for a critical situation, but at the same time though, you just don't want to waste it. And I have to say, NZNR, you're not going anywhere, sweetheart. Bacon Jack, try again. That's going to just take away the diva from the action. There goes the sound barrier drop down as the action gets hot and heavy, and now it's going to be up to Titawat and the rest of the crew. Can they find the kills that they need? No, Titawat and Zalfix are going to get picked off. Nearly God though, doing everything he can to keep his squad in this fight. 10 health left for Yik in that exchange, but still, despite that, this is a winnable fight here for Sub499. They are pretty much going to take it. Opudo's in a bad spot. Overtime and effect CP. This is it.
Never want to meet a Reinhardt in a dark alleyway as McCree does not work out. All cleanup going Sub499's way. It's Gura being the difference maker towards the very end, able to take down Sweet Time as they roll in. Bacon Time gonna spray for greatness here now. To be Sub499, 1 round away from sending Sweet Time to the lower bracket. For real this time, because we know it's a 3 out of 5.
Or maybe.
Although, now that I've said that, watch it actually be a 4 out of 7, just to really show how addled I am from sleep deprivation.
I was gonna say, man, maybe it's a 4 out of 7. Maybe it's
addled is a great word, by the way, just in terms of being confused.
5 out of 9.
5 out of 9, oh man.
Oh man, maybe it's a 6 out of 10. You ever thought about that? You ever thought about that?
Just esports. I did think about that, but I mean, honestly, I've always wanted to do
anything.
I've always wanted to do the 24-hour cast with you, Golden Boy. One day.
One day, man. One day. I'm just sitting here reading Pro Talk. That's just all I'm doing. Anyway.
All right, well, both teams fighting off here on the high ground. Early charge is going to be coming in from Sweet Time. Will it pay off? It puts a Reinhardt very far forward. The question is, can Sweet Time take advantage of the opening that Titawat has made? And Apudo going to be trying to be the one to do that, but can't get through the Reinhardt shield. Sub499, a tank advantage here, and that should let them push Sweet Time back here once more. Apudo not going to have that opening to go wild on the McCree.
Do you think at this point Apudo just says, I got to go back to, you know, I mean, he was a very, very good hog before. Does he just switch back, or does he really think that him taking the role of DPS and Kurlo switching over to this hog mid-game, honestly, do you think it's like good? I mean, I'm not really a fan of it thus far.
It's something that could definitely work in theory, but in practice, it has not been working out for them here. I do like the idea of running McCree a little bit more. I think that McCree by some teams has been underused. You look at what teams like Immortals have done recent times with McCree. Definitely can be pretty good, and also not bad against an enemy Roadhog either, so long as you're not in his immediate line of fire. If he's distracted, you can just land headshots. You can actually rip to him pretty quickly, and Zonda, a little far out, ends up getting slept for his trouble, eats the Ana grenade, so he's not going to get healed, but he is able to drop the whole hog, buy himself some space, and rolls back in with the rest of his team. So Sub499, they're going to deal with what could have been a rough engage, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, and also...
Oh, what a bomb towards the very end, ending the fight with style.
Oh, man. I mean, I tell you what, that fight right there could have been really bad. All of those tanks were biotic naded, and they were in a bad spot, but good positioning was able to keep them in that one. And also, I just got to give a shout out to Realmint because he was using the speed, the speed sound in the middle of that fight to keep them strafing effectively, and of course the healing boost when the opportunity presented itself. But now here comes another major fight here. Can Sweet Time make this one happen as Titawat dives right in? 32 health remaining for the tank. If they lose him, that will be a really bad spot for them to have, as now the challenge is going to come in, losing Titawat early in this fight. And Apudo switching over though to that Reaper, the tank buster himself, looking to just do the work, and they managed to flip it. That was a fight they needed to win.
It absolutely was, and it's also interesting to see Reaper come back out into play. We haven't seen teams mix him in a little bit more often. Post-patch immediately sort of disappeared, was on the endangered species list, but I think people realizing that you can mix him in more than we're getting credit for. But here comes the 499 immediately. Titawat getting punished to start things off. 5v find the point. Death Blossom lanes a fight for Ampudo. Gets one before getting slept, so it's pretty back and forth between the two teams. Sweet Time with a slight advantage, but 499 could still bring this back.
Yeah, well,
as Bacon Jack gets to work, ends up picking up 3 before it's all said and done.
Can I just say again, what a great biotic nade as well. Just basically not giving him any room to work with there. And this is going to be sub 499. Look at Bacon Jack. He has no respect for you, boy. Get out of your corner. Baby's in a corner. He don't mind that.
Actually, I can't look at Bacon Jack. My eyes are just tearing up. They're just saying, you haven't closed these in a while. But my eyes are now open. Bacon Jack in the room. Gonna get hit by the sleep dart, but still able to withstand, gets back out, and is holding on to what could be a vital self-destruct. There's only really one more fight left here for Sweet Time, so if Bacon Jack gets anyone, it could be series winning. Here comes Sweet Time coming in, and he's just gonna dive into this room, makes a party, picks up one early on, and this is great now for sub 499.
And also, I just want to say too, a lot of players would have just went in there and said, I'm gonna drop my self-destruct, right? Because that's a good play. I want to get 5 kills. But no, not him. He decided that the most effective thing for him to do was just be there and really just get kills and get in their face. That was so well done. And Gura and the rest of the crew, they're going to win this. That's going to be a 3-2 victory here for sub 499. But despite that, we don't know if it's a best of 7.
What? You keep bringing up this possibility now, and I mean, it could be a thing. Most certainly best to have 5, but world may never know. Still though, really good showing from sub 499 to bring it back here on control. What a play from Bacon Jack, man. That feel when your Diva self-destruct just grabs 4 people. No big deal.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I was talking about that at the end of that fight, right? Where Bacon Jack, I totally forgot Bacon Jack already did that. You know what I mean? So he was feeling himself. He was like, you know what? I don't need to do it again. I did it once. I don't want to ruin my great play of the game. And that, there you have it, folks. It's over. Because they're shaking hands.
The handshaking is real right now between Sweet Time and 499. So, 3-2 series. What more can you ask for to open up the day? Close game between both teams. And I will say, going to the next game, I would still be very surprised if Detonator was able to take out Lunatic High. Lunatic High definitely the more established of the two teams for our next matchup. So I do think we are very likely to be looking at sub 499 versus Lunatic High, and I have to say, like, it's hard to see Lunatic High not taking it when it comes down to that, but who knows? Today's been the day of surprises. Sweet Time, certainly, they started out strong. They weren't able to finish quite as strong as they would have liked, so we'll have to see where things go.
That's right. That is right. Well, folks, I guess EP is go. I mean, do we have a break coming up here, or are we going to wait till they throw to a break?
We're going to wait till they throw the break so we can be totally synced up. If they're not taking a break, we're not taking a break. It's just sort of competitiveness.
No commercials, no mercy, man. That's just how it rolls.
We can't be outdone. I mean, lots of respect to the other caster pairs that are off casting this fine event. It's in multiple languages here on YouTube. But you know what, Golden Boy? We just can't let ourselves be outdone.
That's right. And we're also the best looking, which goes without saying. You know
I mean, it's mostly, I'm getting carried by you in that department right now, but I do appreciate that. However, the mainstream has gone to a break, and thus shall we. This is the YouTube APAC Invitational. Next up, coming at you, gonna be a Lunatic High versus Detonator. Stay tuned.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍練到最強，再最強，再最強。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello， 我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最強。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello， 我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello， 我是尼克。
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello， 我是尼克。
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
好，欢迎各位观众回到我们 YouTube Gaming 斗争通过亚太邀请项的现场，而我们现在呢将会做一个小小访问，而是交给我们之前在这个前一场比赛获胜的4.99。
All right, everyone, welcome back. And this has been a little bit of a delay here, but we thank you guys so much for sticking with us as we get ready for our next game here, folks. It's going to be Detonators versus Lunatic High, and while our friends on the other side have switched out casters, we're still here. So
well, at some point, that's a point in our favor where you're right. Take a look. They have swapped out their caster setup, but you know what? We endure here, Golden Boy. It doesn't matter that it's, in my case, 2:41 a.m. or in your case, it's 3:41 a.m., borderline 4 a.m. You won't have to worry about waking up your neighbors soon, Golden Boy, because
they're going to be awake.
Yeah, they're going to be up.
They're going to be awake. So I'm not even worried about that nonsense, you know?
But let's talk about the teams going in here. Lunatic High versus Detonator. Lunatic High, of course, representing South Korea. A lot of their players actually competed on the South Korean team for the Overwatch World Cup. They had a great performance there. Include such names such as Miro, one who many people consider to be one of the best Winstons in the game, if not the best Winston. And players like Eska, who can forget, one of the finest Scan players in South Korea. Meanwhile, Detonator, their team we talked about a little bit in the beginning. They've been around for a very long time, a Japanese team, but it kind of feels like they might be a little bit outclassed here.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really know that much about Detonator, and to be fair, I think that this squad going up against Lunatic High, I mean, we know the strength of that region, of the Korean region, and we really don't know what Japanese Overwatch players can bring to the table. How are they as trained and practiced as I'm sure they hope that they would be. They know this is going to be a really tough matchup, though. And Lunatic High, clearly one of the better teams here. So we'll see what happens. But overall, though, this has been, first series. If you guys, missed it earlier today, I mean, earlier in the broadcast, it certainly was a doozy. It was a really good game between, was it Swede? Oh, my God. I'm so tired. I forgot the name. Sweet Time. And subscribe for $4.99.
Some 499 is a great team name. It's a great team name, but a little bit surprisingly, given and maybe I'm just biased because I loved. I'm saying love 3 times. I'm sorry. It's been a super long for me, but the Overwatch World Cup, I loved Thailand and how they performed there. I mean, they were one of the most entertaining teams to watch, and they did pretty well. So I had high hopes for Sweet Time coming into this, but they do get knocked to lower bracket in a very close 3-2. Now, hang into this next sudden. No, they haven't changed casters. They just have a desk and then a different. Yeah.
How foolish of me.
There you go.
They have. Well, you know what? That's good. We're not struggling through this.
No,
alone.
Not in the least. Right. I am your analysis desk, Golden Boy, and you are mine.
Thank you. That is honestly great. That's great.
In the end, I mean, you have to understand is that I have spent time with Mr. X recently, and honestly, any tips I can take from him to just, throw in comments like that on stream, just, recapture the thing here where he makes you feel awkward.
I'm going to give you a piece of advice. Don't take advice from Mr. X. That's that's number 1. Number 2, if he does give you advice, nod, say yeah, and then walk away. But you have to say it like Mr. X says it. Mr. X goes, yeah. You have to do it that same way. Otherwise, he's going to keep trying to tell you how to live your life. And that's the worst thing that you want, or else you're going to end up like a rejected Backstreet Boy on the back of a cereal box.
Well, I was telling you the story how I did find just that ridiculous haircut place in London where, again, it not only was the haircut, but he did this thing with his hands where he suddenly, my hair almost looked like X's hair. That was a thing.
Oh yeah, I'm actually looking at the stream right now, and is that a faux hawk?
Is it?
You have faux hawk. You have like this little curl up. Like it goes up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no. It's definitely not. For me, no, definitely not. And that's just plain hair.
Fairly certain that's a faux hawk.
I mean, it's probably plain hair from sleeping in a full row on British Airways, but either way.
Man.
For a second, I thought you were talking about the players on stream because the players are on stream. We're going through the Detonator roster.
I just missed all of them. Jesus Christ. You should have told me that, ZP.
I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
I don't know who these players are, but they have some awesome jerseys.
Those jerseys are pretty sweet. They got Detonator in the middle, and it's really good placement for sponsors, too. Although the one thing I will say overall is I do kind of agree with the idea that esports jerseys should have the name on the front, especially when it comes to interviews and all the rest. So in the off chance that for no reason you don't remember offhand, it's right there. If it's on the back, you sort of have to do things like, oh, can you what's on the back of your jersey? And you use that to find the name if for no reason you've been silly and you've forgotten.
Nice. Well, Yoshiharu, the tank for this squad. See what he could Well, actually, no, he's not a tank. I stand corrected. What was that symbol?
No, that was a tank
It
symbol.
was a tank. I thought the tank was a shield.
It was a rook. No, well, actually, now you've gotten me confused.
No,
and
I'm
not,
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure
It might be flex.
You know, you can't have a. You gotta have at least one sensei on your squad. So
There you go.
I agree with that. I agree with that logic. I wonder if our viewers are entertained at the very least.
They should be entertained at my misery, man. I've forgotten what sleep is like. I had the set up coming back very quickly, and yeah, I got it done. I got it done. I'm super happy to be doing my first YouTube cast right now and all the rest. But let's just say I didn't have as much time as I normally would like because, you know, I fly back from London. It eats up some hours.
What is going on here? The game has changed. Apparently, someone's standing in the wrong position, and they weren't ready for it. They weren't ready for the graphics. I understand the struggle there.
Well, that's why you get the rotation change there. I was just like, yes, the right graph is in. Delay for Denair. Delay, I think, actually goes pretty far back. I might be in my mind, but I'm pretty sure I remember seeing him back in closed beta a very long time ago.
Of course you did. There you see, look at that.
Yeah, that would be the tanks.
So yes. What in God's green earth is that rook sign there? I mean, that's defense. That's defense.
Yeah, it has to be defense, although it's weird because for classifications in Overwatch,
defense isn't a classification.
Yeah, a lot of your offense heroes are using defense and vice versa, so it does. Yeah.
I just want to say, Sensei's glasses, I want them. I want to go round. I was thinking about going round.
You know whose glasses you want, Golden Boy? You want my glasses.
No. If I want to find a way, if I ever am in a situation where a Bond villain is sending a death ray my way, I will use your glasses to deflect that blast to the moon. Okay?
It's
Dotalov over here.
It's pretty funny passing my glasses around to different people because normally you put on some glasses like, oh, it's a little pretty blurry. I'm just like, I can't see anything.
I know. It's your glasses are just, bless you, man. You need Jesus. And
at least my eyes do, man. It's pretty rough.
Defense is a class, Golden Boy, please. Well, listen here, Duke 07. Okay. Last I checked, ain't a classification on a roster. So,
Oh.
And then Justin
I think we get surly with chat.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, nothing. I was just noting you getting surly with chat is all.
Dude, man, it doesn't matter what platform I'm on, bro. I'm getting in there with the chat. But apparently I'm hateful, so this is just exquisite.
I mean, honestly, you are a little bit hateful when it comes to the topic of Mr. X. Just saying, like, at some point, like, you gotta have your final showdown.
You know, like, he's just a terrible person. And honestly, all the negative criticism that can go his way, the better. You know? By the way,
looking forward to casting with him at Vegas.
I highly doubt between him doing that and Call of Duty, he's gonna be pulling his hair out. Should be fine.
This is where you just do the X's like, I'll be fine.
Yeah, he's like, it'll be okay. I'm not even worried.
It'll be fine.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Either way, we are
waiting here. Supposed to be flex. What if the rook is supposed to be flex?
It's respectable. I don't know if I normally look at a rook as being flexible. It should be more of like a queen. Queen does everything. However, we are now looking at the Lunatic High roster. A lot of names here that many a person will recognize. Just saw Eska a moment ago. I did not on stream because I don't trust my production wizardry at this ungodly hour.
You'd have to say this is interesting, right? Like giving them the spotlight the way that they are. I would take this opportunity to dab. You know what I mean? Just hit them with it. You know?
You just go full dab.
Just go.
You know me and Uber had a dab off at DreamHack. It was immortalized. Our talent manager actually took a picture of it. She was in the moment, grabbed the picture. Zoe ended up retweeting it, and it's out there on the internet. We're arm to arm dabbing in each other's faces.
You know, my question for you is this: do you think the dab dies in 2016?
It's getting there. It's
It's
very
getting-
close. If you were a patient in a doctor's office, they'd be calling in extended family and
Okay, well,
whatnot,
it turns
saying
out-
it's time to say your extended goodbyes.
Well, let's go ahead and cast this ZP because it turns out Lunatic High is just not standing in the right area, and they all have to position themselves once again for the graphics. Oh boy.
There's the crowd.
And the crowd goes wild. Or better yet, the crowd goes mild. Here we go. I'm loving this right now. Casting at 4 a.m. is fantastic. Everyone
You just
should
get
do
that little bit of delirium towards the very end.
it. That's actually where I'm at right now.
You're gonna be waking up tomorrow or like having like 3 hours of sleep and feeling bad and be like, oh, ZP invited me to come on and cast.
Well, because no, we have 3 more series after this. No,
We
2
do.
more. So like,
well, there's this series, the winners match, and then the YouTube celebrity match that's coming up.
so we have, so we have.
You have 3. You're right. And there it is. There's Eska. Guess we're
Eska's
just
the
going
man.
through everything again.
Just want to point this out here. Eska, handsome devil.
Of course, there's Dean, and he is standing next to the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Miro.
Miro, the MVP of the Overwatch World Cup, had the opportunity of announcing that myself. And I have to say that whole moment in history was pretty funny because the CEO of T-Mobile was like, all right, who's Miro? So I had to point him out. I had to be like, that's Miro. That's Miro right there. Good dude, man. All those guys are just super nice, man. I really like all of them.
No, they were just great to hang around in general.
Pleasant people.
I mean, there's a lot of likable people on the South Korea team. I mean, there's nothing more to say about it. And again, they have a lot of those players here with Lunatic High. There's Ru Jae Hong himself.
Oh, dude. One of my favorite players to watch. Has he switched
That's
roles
great at support.
lately?
I don't think so. I don't know if that graphic there is accurate. I'm pretty sure it's not.
I'm almost certain he's support for the squad, right?
Unless something has changed with the overlay designers know more than we do. Which could be a thing. I mean, hey, new patch, new everything, but that seems somewhat unlikely.
Maybe they were just like, you know what, man? What do you want to be? Do you want to be a rook, a shield, bullets, or a plus thing, a health thing?
The plus thing, I mean, it could go for many things. It might just be a health thing or otherwise, but I do believe we are taking a quick break here.
Exquisite.
So when things are all set, we will be right back. Thank you guys for tuning in. This is the YouTube APAC Invitational with 2 very sleep-deprived casters, CP and Golden Boy. We'll be back.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello， 我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最強，再最強，再最強。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello， 我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最強，再最強，再最強。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I create the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I create the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最強，再最強，再最強。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello， 我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
Okay, everyone. We are back. ZP, you really got to be the guy who brings it back in.
I was intending to. I'm just letting you know that we're about to come back in as I'm muted.
Oh,
it didn't mean that I'd swapped the scenes and we were ready. I was just like, all right, now you want to take it in, you can take it in.
Okay.
At some point, I think there was a breakdown in communication.
You need to rethink a career as a producer and stick to casting. But
I was never gunning for that top tier production job. Or maybe you just want to bring everything in, Golden Boy. I see how it is.
I have an uncanny ability to bring things in. Okay? I'm just going to let you know right now. It's the best. Okay? The best. Huge.
All right.
The best people. Donald Trump style. Anyway, let's do this. Detonator, Lunatic High. And honestly, if you're a betting man here, Lunatic High, pretty safe.
There's a real rain effect going on right now on Lijiang Garden. At least on the stream, anyways. But yes, really? Lunatic High versus Detonator. Lunatic High, of course, a lot of fan favorites on there, such as the one and only Miro. Eska, not even fooling around the beginning here, where, teams sort of go on heroes they don't immediately go on in the actual match to start things off. Eska saying, you know what, I'm actually just going to stand the McCree. I don't even want to entertain the idea of playing anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Lunatic High roster is feeling pretty confident. Detonator, of course, has a lot to work on here. Players to really look out for on this team. You're going to have to look out for Yoshiharu, see what he plays. He's actually going to be playing the Zarya. So Detonator not playing with a Reinhardt, which is a very interesting decision here. Meanwhile, Miro rocking the Reinhardt instead of his trusty Winston. But, that makes a lot of sense in this particular point.
Right now, it's both teams getting 2 pickoffs early on in this fight. Not the worst start here for Detonator. It's Delave running back and forth here on the Tracer. Got one early on, being a pest in the backline. Yoshiharu with that kill onto Dean, actually setting up Detonator quite nicely here, where they haven't won this fight just yet, but Lunatic High not coming out as dominant as we might have expected.
Yeah, maybe they were a little caught off guard as well, and this composition definitely not one that I would have expected here. Meanwhile, you are going to have Eska working on the outside, trying to focus on this Lucio that's getting very aggressive here. Realize that it was probably smelling blood, but will pay for that one dearly. And now Lunatic High looking to get control of this point yet again, but Delave is being a nuisance in the point.
Delave was my next factor here on the Tracer here. He got an early pickoff on Lunatic High, definitely kept him off guard, and even though Lunatic High is able to get on the point before it's all said and done, it was not the cleanest take that we might have been expecting coming into this. Yeah. But you take a look at what Lunatic High is running, they're not really differing from what we've been seeing for a lot of teams where they're running the triple tank setup, the Reinhardt, Diva, Roadhog. Big charge comes in here, but here comes Storm coming out with the Primal Rage, looking for an early knockoff. Not going to get it here just yet. We'll have to back off, and we're switching over here to the Genji. It's going to be Dothelhoff coming in with the Drying Blade, ends up picking up 3 before it's all said and done. But Eska bringing it right back, so still any team's fight, but Detonator starting to pick up a bit of momentum.
Well, it seems like they are going to be able to get this flip here, and that will only give Lunatic High 32 points to their name, and Delave and the rest of the crew sweep out the remaining players, and this is going to be a Detonator start here that could look pretty solid. I mean, of course, one thing that's just very interesting is this dive composition here, really going up against this triple tank, and it's working. It's kind of working. I don't know if it's working well, but for right now they have the point CP.
Well, they do have the point. Sunbear coming out here from Detonator. They're looking to keep the point, swarming on in and around Lee Tae-jun right now, but it's Delave in the back, able to take down Eska again early on. And there hasn't been a great answer for this Tracer. Lee Tae-jun sitting here on the point looking for anything, but Tae-jun getting surrounded by all sides. He's going the fall, and Detonator outmaneuvering Lunatic High here once more. And I gotta say, Delave has been doing all sorts of work on this Tracer, and it's something that Lunatic High up to this point has not had a convincing answer for.
His movement has been ridiculous, and his tracking has been even more impressive. I mean, even with the start of it, right, you saw him moving around like a psychopath. This guy was a man on a mission, and he wanted to get in their face right away and really harass Ryu Jae-hong as much as he possibly could. But finally, you're starting to see Lunatic High pick up
the Graviton!
It
doesn't end up dropping people in.
Yeah, that was a great Graviton. A little bit more to the side there. Maybe it dropped off 1 or 2 people, but not going to happen, though. This will very much be Lunatic High getting the flip, and I think you're a little ahead of me, ZP.
It's almost certainly a thing. I might have to resync up at some point there.
Just refresh.
Now you're gonna be ahead of me. We're just gonna keep doing this back and forth. Probably should have refreshed during the long break, but here comes Denair once more. Duffaloff holding on to the Dragon Blade, going in to the back and just getting taken out immediately by Eska. The counter-attack visor doing its job. 2 quick kills here from Eska. This push from Detonator, dead before it can begin. But here's the honest thing here, Golden Boy, going into this. Detonator only really needs one major team fight with a little bit of cleanup thereafter to end up taking this and taking the round away from Lunatic High. So Lunatic High, again, not in the best position here. And even going to the next fight, ult-wise, there's opportunities for Detonator here. They're going to be able to open up the Pulse Bomb, and Sioran holds on to the Primal Rage, and see if Delave can get done here as he comes in from the flank.
Yeah, Delave is going to be the difference maker, man. I mean, with his Pulse Bomb, if he's able to take out, you know, either maybe Miro or someone really, you know, off the break there, and he actually ends up taking out Lee, so that's going to be huge. And this is looking like prime opportunity now for Detonator. They're going to try and crack out these guys here, but a great sleep guard, and that's going to stop the rage for the time being, but it's not enough. Detonator are going to make their way right back into the point here. Sioran's all over.
Sioran was able to send Miro right off the ledge towards the very end, but it is not going to be enough. Lunatic High is holding on firm on the point. You see D.Va doing her work in that late fight cleanup, and now it's up to Detonator to try and just keep this in the overtime. They're swarming onto that point, but this is never a great proposition for a team to be in. Requires heroics, but when you're Genji already down to start this, those heroics are going to be hard to find. It is Delave here on the Tracer, and fortunately not able to keep it going. It's Miro. Takes him out towards the very end as Lunatic High, they take round 1, but Detonator making it very, very close.
Yeah, very impressive stuff there. Didn't think we'd see that. I'm sorry, I'm really tired. Didn't think we would see that kind of aggression out of the gate from Detonator, the Japanese team here. But you know what? Maybe this is going to be a matchup here, folks. Maybe we will see Lunatic High get a bit of a challenge as we get ready for this second point.
Everyone, I mean, again, might be a day of upsets going on here. Obviously, a lot of things do change in Overwatch when you get a new patch, and it takes a while for things to settle here. But Detonator, for a team that, like I said, they've been around for quite a while. Some of their players go all the way back to open beta, or not even open beta, but closed beta days. And they have never really come out with a super, super strong performance. But for now, Lunatic High not having this really being comfortable for them at all, as we see Delave coming out here on the Mei. So it will be a Mei versus no Mei, and they get the early split here on the Miro. They go in on him. Miro able to get out towards the very end, so very even to start off this fight.
Yeah, but again, having a Mei, you know, in these battles, right, to be able to section off your opponents, and it really is just something that you cannot take lightly. So they're really going to have to worry about Delave. And finally, they are going to stop him. Lunatic High picking off 4 right away. And it was a good approach from Detonator, but clearly not good enough as Lunatic High get the clear, get the point. And as they prepare for this next wave here from Detonator, it feels like Lunatic High, they're in the driver's seat. They're gaining a sizable amount of O percentage, and they're meeting him at the front door, CP.
Well, the thing about the last fight is that when you commit with the Mei, they needed to get the kill on Miro. The fact that Miro was able to survive, the wall went down, and it was Lunatic High's opportunity to just rush back in and take advantage of that opportunity. And now, with Eska taking down Sensei from long range there, it's 2 kills, 1 fair. Lunatic High should have everything they need to just clean this up relatively effortlessly. So, good start here from Lunatic High, 33% to 0. And now, Detonator just find themselves getting staggered as Lucio runs for his life.
Well, I think the other problem here, too, is that, you know, they're really committing to this dive comp, and to be 100% frank, I just don't think it's going to work. You have a composition that basically you have one option: go through this door, right? That's it. And you're talking about having to go through a Reinhardt, go through a D.Va, go through a Roadhog. I can't see the Winston, you know, really surviving here. And there goes the Earth Shatter as well. And while Sioran's dealing some damage on the outside, he might be able to get this soldier here. But honestly, it won't matter. He is taken away from the fight. Eska did exactly what he needed to do. They need to switch it up. Detonator has to switch heroes here.
They certainly need to switch something up here. Lunatic High, they're just holding out here, but Lunatic High has such an advantage now that even if Detonator they have the perfect swaps that somehow Lunatic High can deal with, it's going to be hard. The resource advantage is very huge here. Another 2 pickoffs coming in fast and furious from the Roadhog of Taejun, and for Lunatic High, they only need a little bit more here. This is going to be the final fight for Detonator. They do get a few pickoffs, but I don't know if it has really been enough here. They're still on the losing end of this fight. 3 final kills coming out here from Lunatic High, and that should be all they need here. You're going to see Delave try and get onto that point to cause overtime. But even if he does, the rest of his team is going to be very, very far behind him. So Lunatic High definitely looking a bit more solid here on the Sanctum.
Hey, they are having none of this, man. The rest of Lunatic High pushing up and getting aggressive. Will they be able to stop it? And no, they will not. So that's going to be 2 points for Lunatic High. But that was what we had expected on the first point, and we didn't get it. Lunatic High, though, with authority, are able to take this second point as they get ready for the third. And this could very well be the final one as we get ready for the market now.
Well, going into this next round, I'm pretty happy here. So, actually, I'm happy on Hex's behalf. If Hex were here right now, he would be talking nothing more than what Sensei is teasing us with here, where he might be coming out with the Pharah. But the thing is that they're only running one support with this, which seems somewhat unlikely. I expect some sort of switch up here, or they could just be going with the one support step, and no, they are doing in fact just that. So they're not going to have any burst healing for this opening here from Detonator. They're going in for raw damage to start things out, and I mean, I'm excited. I want to see Pharah do some work here, but if this fight drags on at all, if they don't get an early pickoff, Lunatic High should be able to dominate this. So Detonator, they need to get pickoff in the next few months. And did Reinhardt fly off the edge?
Did he?
He did not.
Did he? No, he did not. He was able to stay alive there. But even then, though, I have to say, very impressive stuff to really, go with this particular composition. Although Ryu Jaehong is able to find Sioran immediately, and that Winston has basically been getting decimated every time he's approached. He's, again, first point, good job. He disrupted. He did exactly what a Winston needs to do. But from this point forward, and what a hook there from Lee. But at this point now, it's becoming more of a hindrance than something that's helping them, because clearly this diving into this kind of a composition, they're getting shredded as soon as they fall into their trap, and this is working out exactly in Lunatic High's favor.
Well, the problem is for Detonator is that they have no sustain. Like I said, Detonator has to roll in and win the fight in the very first seconds of it. If they don't get that early pickoff, there's absolutely no way they can sustain, and they lose Winston immediately here, and that's gonna put this fight off on a bad foot. Sensei's still in the skies, but again, his team is dying all around him. His Lucio's down, so there's absolutely no source of healing here, but Sensei doesn't care! Picks up 3 before it's all said and done. But still, getting through the diva at the very end and what Lunatic High still is remaining on the point, probably not going to be enough. So Lunatic High in a great position here. I'm curious to see if Detonator swaps back over to a standard double support setup here, because I mean, this is a cool opening gambit, but it's clearly not working the way they want. They do. Sensei now off the Pharah. Hex is crying tears in his sleep right now because he's certainly sleeping, but Zenyatta coming out
was a
instead.
smart play. You having a second healer, and most importantly that Discord orb, if they're hoping to cause any kind of a disturbance with Lunatic High, and Yoshi actually is going to toss down that self-destruct, and this could be that opening that they needed. But remember, those Discord orbs are going to be very important, and do they find them in time? It won't really matter, because all the DPS, all the damage, everything is down. Miro and the crew are basically sweeping them at this point. Better call the janitor. We got some dirt on the floor. We need to sweep.
No. 95% here for Lunatic High. They almost have this map in hand. We do have Sioran leaping in over the top, just trying to delay it out. Immediately taken out. 3 unanswered kills here by Lunatic High, and they will be certainly taking Lijiang Tower here. Last moment stall coming out here from Detonator, but it's too little, too late. And after a rough start in round 1, Lunatic High definitely coming into their own, getting better and better from round to round. So maybe they just need a little bit to work into it, but definitely look dominant towards the end.
Oh boy. This certainly is not looking very well. I mean, when we saw in our last series between Sweet Time and Sub 499, it was certainly a much closer matchup. And just looking at the way Lunatic High have been playing here, ZP, they look darn near unstoppable. I mean, that was straight domination in those last 2 rounds, ZP.
It really was, and I mean, Detonator, it seemed like they were aware of it, and they were just trying different pocket strategies to see how it would work. I mean, I was definitely surprised to see the setup come out there with the Lucio and no sustain, because the way the meta has been, that's sort of the exact opposite of what you would expect now, where teams have been running triple tank, high sustain in the back, try and grind stuff out. Detonator was trying for a strategy that really involved flanking in, multiple threats, get an early pick off and try and go from there, but the window of opportunity for that strategy to actually work is not anywhere near as big as you'd probably like, and that's a problem.
That's right, folks. So as we get ready for game 2 to start up in a little bit, Lunatic High could very well roll through with a commanding 3-0 victory if they keep going the way that they did. But keep in mind, though, that we saw Sweet Time do about the same thing. In fact, on their control game on Lijiang Tower, they defeated Sub 499 3-0. Dominance. And then Sub 499 were able to answer back on on the next game, which was Temple of Anubis, which is what I'm assuming we're going to be going to next.
I think that might be the case here. It seems like the maps might be pre-selected in this case, since we did start out, of course, the last series on Lijiang Tower. So if we go here at Temple of Anubis for next one, that would probably be the case.
And also, I do want to give a shout out to Apfeljunj, who says, remember, sync your streams again. So ZP.
Let's do it.
I'm already ahead. I'm already ahead.
We do have a swap up here because we have Volskaya coming in. This is, of course, a personal favorite of mine. Also, the absolute favorite of Mr. X when he plays Torbjorn.
That's right. Mr. X, a Torbjorn main, as a matter of fact, on attack.
Yes.
You know, really the legitimacy of this commentator certainly comes into question. But really, we all know that he's getting by with his good looks.
Do we know that he's even watching right now? Like, he is around, and I think he's aware of the stream being around. So
he is aware, but chances are he is not watching.
You don't think so?
No. I've known Matt for years. Chances are he's just like, I'll watch it later, and he never watches it. So
that's a really good Mr. X impression.
When you have had many a drunken night with Matt Mr. X Morello, you know how the man talks. All right, so Volskaya Industries, also ZP's favorite map.
Yes.
As well. So really, everyone. You know what? I think they might be doing the OGN format.
That makes sense.
If that's the case. Which, by the way, I love that format. I think.
No, it was a good format. So, taking a look here from Lunatic High, we were joking about the offensive Torbjorn at Mr. X's expense, but Lunatic High showing offensive Torbjorn right now. We'll see if they actually stick with it. Let's look at the defense, though, where things are certainly going to be more solid. We're seeing defensive Tracer command here from Delave. So Delave trying to be soon 2.0 in a sense here, and running the defensive Tracer, of course, was very effective for Misfits back at DreamHack. We're going to be running with the Lucio, Winston, Ana, Zarya, Genji, so still a very flanker-heavy defense coming out from Detonator. We'll see if it pays off. Meanwhile, for Lunatic High, Eska was not fooling around. He has experimented with Sombra in the past, not the greatest results. We'll see if he has a little bit better of a time here now that he's put in the work.
Well, you know what, Eska, I mean, I respect the hustle, but not going to happen. One thing I do want to say, though, is Miro over here getting some, you know, he wants to get his Winston on. And this honestly is a map to do so. You know, great dive comp can certainly do some work here. Again, it's just very interesting to see how both of these compositions have worked out. You know, basically Detonator stuck with their guns in that one matchup earlier on Lijiang Tower, and they're going to run the same exact thing here again. Makes a little bit more sense for how this approach is happening, but Sioran's going to fall, and Dalteloff is also going to be dropped instantly, and this is looking like a victory here for Lunatic High if it keeps going like this. Keep in mind, though, Ryu Jae-hong in a bit of a pickle here, but look at that, with 74% charge. He is trying to keep himself in this fight, but gets caught in the corner and focused on by Yoshiharu. And Miro now really just trying to work now as the rest of his team pushes through to the point.
Well, the problem here for Detonator's defense is that when you're running this amount of flankers and you're being as aggressive as you are, you're really opening yourself up to give a kill or two up as time goes on. And unfortunately, Volskaya Industries is an incredibly long walk back, so something had to give there. Detonator did eventually give up those 2 early kills, and it just starts snowballing against them. So Lunatic High, as a result, they're going to grab this point and get to work now on getting in on point B. And going here otherwise, Detonator certainly has resources to live and at least hold off this first push. Lunatic High isn't coming in with any sort of crazy momentum. Not to say that they couldn't take on the first push, but they're going to have to do it more through mechanical skill and not just a wave of ultimates.
Well, if there is one team that can do it through mechanical skill, it will be Lunatic High. But Sioran, though, is going to rage out and try and knock everyone around there, really getting that Zarya out of play. So Ryu Jae-hong not going to be much of a factor here. And this is going to be a stop for Detonator. They invested, what is this going to be? Only 1 ult into that exchange. So not bad at all.
All right, so Dothtaloff right now here on the Genji, holding the defensive Dragon Blade up and at the ready.
I don't even know his name's Dothtaloff. Dothtaloff.
Dothtaloff. It's hard to read for me, like the way the font is and everything else there, so I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it correctly, but who knows. But either way, the Fresno Ray Eska diving into the back line. Death Blossom out, gets one to start things off. It's still a 2-kill advantage for Lunatic High, 3 unanswered kills, and that's what you want to take an assault map point. 4 kills coming in. It's a clean sweep here for Lunatic High, and now they're on the verge of taking this. Detonator nowhere to be seen as they run back on that point, and we'll see if the stall is going to be enough for the Grouton, though, holding them in place towards the very end. They're not going to be able to get back here in force the way they want to. They get on towards the very end, but they are fully outnumbered here, and Lunatic High doing everything they need to do to clean up this situation.
This is a do-or-die fight for Detonator. Can they do it? They're going to get swept off. You're going to have Sensei won't be able to stay alive. And that will be Lunatic High with 4 minutes and 38 seconds worth of time. 2 points to boot. Not bad at all from the Korean squad as they get ready for Detonator on the attack. And let's see if they can have the same luck that Lunatic High has had. But something tells me that ain't gonna happen.
We'll see. Lunatic High definitely came out about as strong as you can expect a team to come out here on an assault map. I mean, the only way it would have been even stronger is if they just went with incredible ult momentum and got point B immediately after point A, but having 4 minutes left in your time bank, still a really good position here to be in for Lunatic High, and Detonator, after what was a surprising start to open things up on Lijiang, definitely struggling to find their way. Meanwhile, Lunatic High just appearing to get stronger and stronger as time goes on, although I will say, Eska's love affair with Sombra was pretty short-lived.
Yeah, you know, well, for one, he just, it really felt like he had an idea of like, okay, I'm gonna try and just and just push my way, you know, to the truck. But I just feel like with Sombra right now, especially with the way that composition was working out, you just got to play a little further back, and you also need to drop a translocator too when you get into a pickle, right? Otherwise, you're going to be in a position where you're stuck without an exit, and those are Sombra's exit strategies. She always has a plan. That's how you have to play that hero, and if you don't do that, well, I mean, then it's cookies at that point, easy pickings for the other team. But it seems like Dothtaloff is going to run Sombra here.
Sombra going to be coming out, and we know teams like to run Sombra, where you run Sombra, you focus on getting an early EMP off, and if you do things right, you can get the EMP off pretty much before any other ultimate in the game, but does require some really disciplined gameplay. However, we said that the Sombra is not actually real, but the Widowmaker is a sensei. Gonna be taking this. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! It happens! The boop right off. Farewell, Widowmaker. Get completely denied.
Oh my god!
Toby for Lunatic High. Oh my god. That was red and just thrown into the trash. Oh my goodness.
I mean, yeah, try again, homie. Not gonna happen though. Oh my goodness. Anyway, well, now as we progress forward here, Sioran's gonna dive into the back line now, and he gets thrown off.
Oh no! This just keeps happening. The icy waters of Sky are claiming more lives of Detonator than anything else right now. Oh my goodness.
Lord. And this is a run over. Lunatic High basically pushes forward, clears out the rest of them, and gets right back into position yet again. Still plenty of time left on the clock here for Detonator to make something happen. But if that push was any indication, Lunatic High is basically prepared for whatever it is Detonator is going to throw at them.
Well, it is worth noting there have been hero swaps, of course. Sensei, after that takedown in the beginning, no longer on the Widowmaker. And Detonator going to play this a little bit more standard as they try and roll in. And I'm just going to note, by the way, they are going through the one way where they cannot easily be pooped off the ledge. Toby perhaps starting a little bit here.
Yeah,
coming back in here once more, and Lunatic High, they're just rotating around. They're doping Detonator here. They know that Detonator has to come into them, so Lunatic High more willing to just go to the other side here and have this prolonged fight where it's a case where even if they don't win the fight, they've drawn out a lot of time. But for now, they are doing quite well in the poke war. They have Detonator in that position, the Earth Shatter setting things up. We'll see if it's enough.
That's right, and Yoshiharu now tackling the point, is going to find himself a Soldier 76 that basically is just being isolated at this point. Luckily for him, he was actually able to take him out of the mech, and now it's just going to be Bunny Blaster D.Va there. Delave not able to stay alive as well, and this is looking like Lunatic High are going to hold this one on. So despite a strong start from Detonator, Lunatic High, and that was just hilarious.
Oh no!
That was probably the most demoralizing thing in the world. He's like, I'm not even going to shoot you, okay? Because you're not worth the bullets. I'm going to hit you. That was fantastic.
This has been interesting from Lunatic High. I don't even think they're trying to be BM in this case, but there's definitely just been... The Detonator's been getting taken out in some pretty demoralizing ways. So for Detonator here, they have 1:14 left. That translates into about 2 pushes remaining. They don't have a whole lot ult-wise. In fact, they're going to have to drain some ult here from Lunatic High. Nesca just goes right on Delave, pops attack visor. Good night. 2 quick kills here from Lunatic High. And Detonator going to be down to their last push in just a moment.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all, man. Lunatic High has... They're just using ults. They just use a whole hog. It's like the cares that this team is given right now. Listen, you say it's not BM. I disagree. Okay? Korean players can be BM as well. You know, ZP? Why is it only
Sometimes you go nano boosted
Americans?
Symmetra and say it's a normal strategy. Yes, that's totally a thing. But right now, Lunatic High, they are on the verge of this hold. They just need a little bit more. Earthshatter comes in from Detonator, tries to set things up, does give up to Lave, and Yoshiharu with the fall through the self-destruct, taking down 2. And Lunatic High, despite what was a very good defense here on first, now on the verge of losing this first point from that Reinhardt D.Va combination.
Wow. I bet you they might be a little frustrated and... we're good. We're good. We're good right there. Okay, Detonator is going to get the first point. You are behind me again, by the way, just so you know.
Well, but did you see the disconnect there?
Yeah, I did.
I think it's I'm not entirely sure, but I also think it's possible Lunatic High might have had DC to go into that as well, so internet troubles might be a thing right now, hopefully not, but either way, Detonator is able to take advantage of the situation. They move in. We'll see if they, what they can do now to take point B. I'm sorry, I've been up for too long. Literally choking.
Oh, man. All right, well... With 3 minutes and 24 seconds, it took Lunatic High a lot of time, Detonator a lot of time for them to be able to capture their first point here. But it seems like they're pushing in with quite a fair amount of aggression, though. Losing out their Ana early on, though, certainly will hurt them, as well as their Hog. And while they do have a Reinhardt in front of them, Miro is not going to give a care, because he basically sends them the Earth Shatter, and with that, sends them packing. And dude, the coordination. Look at Miro. Jeez. I aspire to be a Reinhardt as good as his. That's just insane.
Miro in general, just inspiration to tank players that are everywhere. I remember watching Reinforced Overwatch World Cup, just like sitting back behind Miro, watching him. He is smiling. It was like a kid in a candy store. If your kid was 6'7".
Was a kid in a candy store at LizCon in general, so, you know.
Well, next fight here starting out. Lunatic High does lose Taejun early on to start this fight. But remember, defense, they can do trades when the offense coming in. Delave, though, gonna try and turn this fight in his favor. Nano Visor combo is out towards the back. Gets one. Nano Visor, Soldier Fight in the back. Gonna end up losing that, though, as Lunatic High continues to hold strong here. 2 minutes left in the game. And for Detonator, no matter what, they're really fighting uphill here. Golden Boy, because even if they cap it now, they would still beat at a pretty substantial time bank disadvantage.
Well, not only that, you talk about disadvantages, you have to talk about the ult disadvantage here. Lunatic High has 4 ults, 5 with Toby's upcoming sound barrier. I mean, that's enough to hold them off for 1 or 2 fights. I mean, 2 fights is... it depends on how much they invest into it, right? And it seems like they are going to use Miro's Earth Shatter as well. Miro is going to be able to pick off the Lave, so that basically eliminates 2 major players there. And at this point, this is going to be a successful stop. And look at that.
Oh, no! Farewell.
You mean to tell me this is in BM's EP? You mean to tell me this is in BM?
You know what? I have my doubts. Doubts that it's not BM, or like, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I literally flew in from London and then have not slept on it. But either way,
I love it.
For Detonator, it's coming down to the final minute here. We'll see if they can get momentum in their way. Zjorn does get on to Taejun early on. Taejun diving too deep. So 65 opportunity coming up here for Denair. We'll see if they can snowball this. They still need to come in and really not lose anyone. Otherwise, gonna get overwhelmed by respawns. Luntakai, they have the sound barrier, so they should be able to counter this. Delave looking for that pickoff on the Esk in the back. Almost got, but now they doesn't. Here comes the counter push here by Luntakai. Sound barrier's in, and they are rolling right back in the Denair. They get the first kill, and now they're just piling on.
And remember, each kill that Detonator loses here, each player that they lose, that is a long walk back for them, and that is a lot of time wasted. But Dotalov is trying to keep his squad very much in this matchup with 21 seconds left on the clock. Can he get his Dragon Blade out in time? No, he's going to get shut down there by Miro. And Miro, again, has been such a difference maker. And here comes Eska. He's going to find himself two. Will it be a third? No, won't matter because the squad's going to be there for the pickup instead. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be GG. Lunatic High are going to hold this one 2-1.
And for people wondering why you might see a Widowmaker come out later into a fight, at that point for Denair, they were just hoping for the miracle. Widowmaker always has the ability to come in and get multiple picks one after another, but it's still very difficult to do, particularly on the pro level, and that Hail Mary dream did not come out for Detonator. And Luntakai with that hold on Volskaya, gonna go up 2 maps to 0.
Detonator needs to watch like Angels in the Outfield. They want to learn about, you know, those confidence boosters, those miracles.
Angels in the outfield. This 94 now? Is that where we're going?
Hey, I'm all about what was that one movie with Charlie Sheen? Oh man, but
Back
he
when
was
Charlie
a
Sheen
Cleveland
had a
Indian?
movie career.
Do you not remember that movie? You of all people do not remember that movie?
No. Wait, why are you telling me of all people? You have to understand something. Between me and Hex, if you combine us together, if we do a fusion dance, we have full understanding of all forms of media. Unfortunately, when it comes to me, like, my movie knowledge is terrible.
Major League. You don't know Major League?
I mean, I probably saw it at some point, but I forgot.
I mean, I thought you were a little bit more of a sports guy, you know?
I just feel a little bit judged right now, to be honest.
I mean, I am judging you.
I mean, it's very clear that you are.
Yeah, no, I hold nothing back. Okay, it's 5 a.m. All right.
Yeah.
I have to order sushi with my wife in 5 hours, and chances are I'll still be casting. So.
Oh, sushi. You know, there's a point where Uber almost would certainly have dropped like 60 pounds in London on sushi. He saw like the sushi trays, like, guys, we gotta go get this, and then he was only saved by a momentary distraction.
Yeah. Well, that's
Either
what
way,
you gotta
though,
do, man. Friends don't let friends. Actually, friends let friends buy a lot of sushi. So you're a terrible friend. More judgment.
Oh my goodness. Well, hey, listen, we went to Wagamama instead. I feel like that's a pretty close second. Either way, though. Right now, just waiting for the next map to get underway. I think we might be heading to a break here. I'm not sure, but Lunatic High, it's interesting. Again, they came out a little bit shaky on control, but no, there is no break. They came out a little bit shaky on control, but much, much stronger towards the latter part of Lijiang, and certainly very strong there on Volskaya. And Watchpoint Gibraltar is where we'll see if there will be a turnaround here for Detonator, but they are definitely going to have to dig deep and just find an answer to the raw power of this Lunatic High team.
That's right. Well, it's going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar. Of course, and what is it about Watchpoint Gibraltar, actually, ZP, about this map? There are teams who love it. There are teams who hate it. Why? What is it? Is it because of the way the points are laid out? What is the reasoning behind it? I've always wanted to know.
Part of it has always been how teams handle the verticality. I feel like teams have gotten much better at dealing with it over time, but certainly when Overwatch was newer, when competition was newer, some teams just had very poor initiation strategies for getting through the various parts of the map. It's a map that requires a decent amount of planning. It's not as straightforward as some of the other maps in the game. You have to have a plan to deal with, oh, hey, they have 6 guys on top in the shuttle. And even this first point right here can be difficult to get through in more cases than not. So we'll see how this defensive Detonator works here. They are going to be running the Mei here again, where, remember, the key to any Mei defense is that you need to get an immediate pick off of your wall. If you throw down a wall and get nothing, you create a big opportunity for the other team to come in and just take you out. So for Sensei, it's going to be a lot of pressure on him to land those good walls. Although, you take a look at what they're setting up here, Golden Boy on the top. What they're hoping there is that just one person peeks in, or they hook someone in, and then you throw up the wall, except they're not running Roadhog, so there is not going to be a hook there. They're just hoping that someone just peeks in and gets walled off.
Yeah, I mean, that's the dream. You know, or yeah, I mean, that's they would hope that someone just walks, but it seems like they're actually going to abandon that and drop. No, never mind. Stand corrected. They were actually there the entire time. I'm an idiot. But the good news is though, they are able to find one pick right away. That will be Dean. So they did lose their Genji there, and it seems like you know, Detonator are actually picking this one up, and nice job from Sensei as well. Good shots there with the icicle.
I'm going to note something here, particularly for this patch. Note the date that we're on right now, because neither team is oh, never mind. I was going to say neither team is running Roadhog, just as Taejin comes out of the Roadhog. Well, you saw a brief moment there with no Roadhog in either team. But Taejin now going to be out looking for those early pickoffs, and the Roadhog can be incredibly effective. Well, not just any map, but had some very iconic games in Falter. Still, though, next fight underway, 5v5 on both sides. And even though Detonator is trading out, it's actually not as bad here compared to other first points, but it is going to give Lunatic High a lot of space here to at least push us up through the middle of this archway.
That's right. Well, this is looking pretty good, and of course, you are always going to have that Miro diving the back line, and Ryu Zhang, excuse me, Ryu Jaehong, oh my god, I'm so tired. Ryu Zhang or Jaehong actually doing some good work there with the Widow, you know, and I have to say, man, you know, it's always good to see a little mix up there with the hero pickups, but this is looking like very much so a Lunatic High win. They could push this payload if they want. Sensei, though, looking to really get some picks with those icicles. Meanwhile, Miro still continuing to be a pain in the neck. And there's Ryu Jaehong. He was able to find himself two there. Sensei and Soren, not today, he says. And maybe gets one more shot with it, but that will do it. They managed to get that checkpoint. And they're looking good right now, ZP. This could very well be a 3-0 if it keeps going at this pace.
Doing very well for them right now, where, again, the Widowmaker got two pickoffs towards the very end there, and Widow is feast or famine, but Widow is on it's one of the most frustrating heroes in the game to be against. He really controls space, where even if she's not getting pickoffs, you have to very much watch your sight lines, and your Jaehong looking for that pickoff, not going to get it immediately, but does create an opening for the rest of Lunatic High to come in. The hook goes in onto Ana, so if they can keep momentum like this, is very good, and they still have the sound barrier here if a fight is engaged, so a lot of tools available here for Lunatic High, though Ryu Jaehong definitely getting pushed back a bit.
Yeah, man. Delay, not today. Oh my goodness. But one thing though, right, you spoke about you know, how Widow earlier on, right, can get those miracle shots and can really you know, change the tide of a game, right? That right there is just one of those things where I enjoy watching Ryu Jaehong look for unique angles. He was like angling down on the shuttle, looking for the Ana and really applying the pressure, got a hit, but made the Ana scared. Like those things right there, like there's just little small details that I really enjoy about this game, and you really have to take into account now. But they're just going to keep pushing this payload forward, ZP.
They are, and you saw Sensei try and dive in the backline deal with Ryu Jaehong, but was sort of all alone as he did so. Did not work out in his favor. And Ryu Jaehong still having a time of his life here on Widowmaker. Soldier coming in off the flank, and oh my goodness, he got away with all of 10 HP. Ends up getting healed back. The Widowmaker pick was not to be. Here comes the Diva self-destruct in over the top. Fireworks not getting any kills early on. Kind of an overdive here from Detonator. We'll see if they can punish it.
Oh, they ended up losing their Reinhardt early on as well. Maybe Delay with the Tac Visor can find himself, you know, a couple of the stragglers now, but I don't think it would be worthwhile to use it. Probably best to save it for when the fight gets a little bit more hot and heavy. Maybe even coordinate with your Ana to get that, you know, Nano Visor, which seems like that's going to be their game plan, and they're going to wait for that prime opportunity to do so. Meanwhile, when you talk about ult advantage, though, it seems like Detonator is going to just throw that one into it and use all of their ults. Sensei and Delay finding the kills. Not bad at all for Detonator as they managed to make this stop happen here, but they put a lot of investment into that one, ZP.
And that's a case where we're getting to Overwatch, and we can start saying for some of these fights, you use so many ults that fight is still a loss for you. Sensei, of course, has swapped to the Widowmaker. We have had Widow v Widow going on for a little while now. But the more important thing here, Eska's swap off on to none other than Bastion coming out.
He has to have basically the confidence of a gazelle, dare I say.
Of a gazelle? Why a gazelle? Why is a gazelle confident?
Well, because my
to you?
usual reference there would be slightly offensive, even though I am Hispanic. So I have decided not to use that. And I thought a gazelle would actually make the most sense. But in any case, so I think he might have realized that this wasn't a good idea, and Esco went back to the 76. So, yeah, good call there, my man.
So Yoshiharu going in there with defensive diva, self-destruct. Down goes Lucio. 3 kills here from Denair. And Denair is pushing Lunatic High back, so the swap off coming in from there where they're running the defensive Widow, it's sort of put Lunatic High on the back foot, and they've been getting the good dives. They need to keep it back. Now, Lunatic High pushing back and forth here, but they can't be trading off entirely. They need to get multiple kills at the same time without bleeding half their team, because even though they got those pickoffs towards the end, they had too many people dead that actually immediately take advantage. Sensei gets away with all of 2 HP towards the very end.
Pretty absurd when you think of
I just heard the crowd reaction there.
Oh, I
Did you
need
hear
a
that?
nap. I need a nap right now.
There was crowd reaction from the event that just came in over the game sound somehow. That's great.
Oh man, I need a nap. That was just, oh goodness. I was hoping that we'd see one of those dirty shots. But anyway, this is looking very much like it's going to work out in their favor. And now that the ultimate is going to be out there, delay, not going to happen, buddy. Basically, they got to go back to their hole. That will essentially be GG unless Yoshiharu pulls off the miracle, and it won't happen. This is it. Lunatic High, 3 on the board with 1:19 left. And you know what, though? That last point was a little bit of a struggle. A little bit of a struggle for Lunatic High. But they managed to make it happen, Steve.
It definitely was. I mean, credit where credit's due to Detonator there on the swap up there. Sensei, a lot of times when you swap to a defensive Widow to deal with an offensive Widow, it ends in, smoke, tears, and misery, because it's usually not the play. Because the other team is playing where I'm running a Widow, and you're not planning on running the Widow. There's an inherent edge to the team that was going Widowmaker all along, but Sensei did respectable on his Widowmaker, both in terms of buying a little bit more space in the sightlines, making Lunatic High have to respect the Widow, and even though Rouge Hong might have gotten the better of things in the end, there's still a period there where it wasn't as bad for Detonator, but now they're still stuck with this scenario where they do have to push all the way to the end. So we'll see where things go.
That's right. Brilliant analysis, CP.
No, I'm sorry. There's apparently some craziness happening in the downstairs right now. So if you'd be ever so kind as to take the reins here for just a moment as I can make sure that no one has died, I will be right back.
It's okay. Go ahead. Do your thing. All right, guys, you're stuck with me. Okay, we're going to talk about butts. Okay? Unicorns. And ZP's hair. So those are the things, those are the topics of discussion. We may get some Overwatch commentary in there. We may not. We'll never know. It's 5 a.m. in New York City. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right, guys. So here we go. With a couple seconds, what are the choices here? It seems like we are going to get an offensive Hanzo. Basically, I'm offended by this offensive Hanzo. I kid, I joke around, but in all seriousness, though, let's see what Sensei could do. He actually had a pretty good round last time as the defensive Widow, and maybe his shot is going to be on point. Of course, Dotsalov is going to be using the Genji, so expect him to try and dive into those back lines and be a pain in the neck for them to deal with. Needless to say, though, no picks coming out just yet, as Sensei is looking for a prime opportunity to be able to just find a target. And of course, this is going to be Toby, and he is going to get Toby there. Nice shots from Sensei as Yoshiharu is going to pick up the diva. Ryuje Hong will have to take a nap there for a brief moment. Needless to say, though, you have Lunatic High fighting right back into this one, not giving them any kind of quarter whatsoever. Lee Taejun pushing them back as well. Not today, Zarya. And this is looking very, very good here for Lunatic High as they clear this one out. Some progress was made on the payload, but that was not enough there for them to be able to secure that first checkpoint. Of course, another fight here, and you could see Detonator very well moving on to that next point. see how the squad's going to react to it as well. No changes for Detonator, but he will have a Dragon Strike. So let's see how Sensei's going to use this. Is he going to look to try and zone them out and then give his teammates the opportunity to push up and get the kills? Or is he going to try for that perfect opportunity to get 2 or maybe 1 or 2 people with the pick and that ultimate?
Alrighty, I've returned. No one is dead.
Go ahead.
To the best of my knowledge. That's the important thing.
That's the important
So Luntakai still here on the defense, holding back Detonator. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left here, so Detonator slowly starting to run out of time, even as they do trade kills back and forth.
That's right. That's right. I have to say, I was having a really good time until you came in. I'm sorry. Just took my thunder, dog. You know, but it's okay. It's all right. No. And all joking aside, though, Sensei has been, you know, he's been a little reckless. First using the offensive Hanzo, now switching over to the offensive Widow, but we saw very well what can be done with the offensive Widow. So maybe this is a prime opportunity for Sensei and the rest of the crew to make some moves here and get this first checkpoint ZP.
See if it is. Mira, though, clearing out Sensei towards the bottom. The Widowmaker not working out just yet. Detonator, though, they're going to have 4 ultimates in their bank right now versus Lunaticai's 3. And I do believe we had disconnect as that is a pause coming down.
I need Google Translate to confirm.
Well, it's a orange thing in the middle of the screen. I don't believe there's any other way that goes down.
Oh, and I didn't realize, too, yes, chat is correct. They did nano boost in May. So yeah, that's great.
So we do have a disconnect.
Okay.
That would explain a few things. It does seem like there have been a few internet issues going on because we saw SpecCam get EC'd a little bit earlier, and now we have a member of Detonator getting thrown out of game, so hopefully these issues will get resolved sooner rather than later. I'm sorry, it's been a long night.
Indeed.
It's actually longer than a long night because I got off a plane from London and then directly went in the cast, so at some point, something thoughts.
You didn't sleep on your flight?
I got some sleep. I mean, it's still plane sleep.
Yeah, plane sleep sucks. I got up at 7, so I'm about to pull 24 hours.
How you feeling?
Well, you know, not good.
You look good.
I'm thinking about taking off the hat, but like at this point, I just don't.
Take it all off.
Take it all off. Get naked and believe in yourself. Have the confidence in your body.
Something like that. Just work it, you know?
Oh, man. Baby, I'm worth it. Okay, if you know that song. ZP, actually, do you listen to music? Because you strike me as the kind of guy who listens to, like, I don't know, like woodland folk tunes. You know?
I thought you were going to say K-pop or something there as far as going in on that.
One or the other. J-pop, maybe.
K-pop, J-pop, something like that.
No,
Nah, not
Hex
so much.
listens to J-pop. He's a weeb.
Does he?
Yeah. 100%.
Wait, how do you know this part of Hex's life that I don't?
He's talked about. Has he talked about anime before? I'm almost certain he's had. He had.
Wait, this is the exact. I feel like at some point this is going the other way, where he has never watched any anime ever.
I disagree.
So the J-pop thing seems pretty.
I want
unlikely.
this chat to know that hexagrams and ZP are weebs.
I'm a weeb. Hexagrams is very proud in his non-weeb status.
Wait, okay, you're not. You're a weeb.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, Hex is not a weeb. That makes sense. I was talking anime with you. Okay.
Yeah.
There we
exactly.
go. Nice.
Like I was the one that was like bugging Rachel to start picking up JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and those sorts of things.
That's right. But I would still think that you listen to woodland folk tunes.
I mean, you'll never know. Up until the point where I start blasting it at some point in Vegas, in which case you will know.
Yeah, hexagrams is not a weeb. I made a bad call there, guys. My bad. I was recollecting a conversation in my head that clearly did not happen.
You need to bring your analysis of caster personal lives on point here.
Yeah, no.
I mean, that it's just kind of a requirement. I'm afraid.
It really is. It really is. You know. All right. So it seems like they're just waiting for the clear out here, based on what I'm seeing in the back. And this is all made up, by the way. I could very well be lying. But the chat says Hex has no childhood, so.
We're just waiting. I will note that even after the pause here, things not looking super great for Detonator. And
not
speaking of the pause, we are now unpausing. From pause to unpaused. But this is the third map. If Detonator can't find a way of pulling this back, that was going to be it. They're getting knocked right into the lower bracket.
And they unpaused the game. And repause.
All right. Well, you know, from pause to unpause to pause once more.
You know what I think is really, I'm going to just comment on this. It's very interesting to look at the casters' faces, right? When they come out of pause, you could see that brief moment on the guy to the left, the brief moment of frustration where he was just like, come on, you know?
Well, we're too tired to be, I was going to say, we're too tired to be frustrated, and we are casting out of the comfort of our own homes where you have an impeccable green screen, and mine is actually, despite being knocked over in the side, doing better than you might think. All right, you know, I'll take it at this point.
Just want to say, Duke, the Duke 07, get your head out of the gutter. Okay, we have no time for any of those shenanigans.
You know, Duke 07 is going to call you out when you make your Freudian slips there, Golden Boy. There's just, I don't know what to tell you. YouTube chat, all in on that.
Indeed. Doesn't matter the chat. They point out the flaws. It's
chat
okay,
is a harsh mistress, you know?
Indeed. So Lunatic High is basically like, all right, what are we waiting on right now, boys? Because we're trying to get this dubski, you know what I mean? That's actually what he's saying there, you know, homie in the glasses. Just like that. He said the same thing. It's like, yo, we trying to pick up this dubski and then roll up into the crib. You know what I mean? That's what he's trying to say.
Right. Well, if that is what he said or not, the important thing here is that we are unpaused and we are back into the game. Disconnect has been resolved.
All right. Well, here we go. So 52 seconds left on the clock. ZP. Can detonate. Okay. Can Detonator do
that
it?
was yawn speak from Golden Boy. What he meant to say is, can Detonator do it? They do have 4 ultimates up at the ready, but they're going to be slamming right into Lunatic High's ult bank. Here we go. Potentially last fight of the series underway. It's a nano boost sound barrier opening here from Detonator, but they get absolutely nothing from it. Sensei gets bopped on the backline. 2 quick kills here from Lunatic High, and they are throwing it all back in Detonator's face. And things are looking very good now for Lunatic High. They also still have 3 of their ultimates in the Albank. Oh, man. That Diva melee at the end. So,
he could have
13 seconds left. And
that's how little HP he had left. That's so bad. Oh, man. Well,
Sensei is going to have to go in on here as the Widowmaker just to keep things going. 3 seconds remaining. Someone's got to touch it. Fortunately, it's Widowmaker. So the rest of his team coming back in towards the very end. Lunatic High going to be opening up with that May wall, and they're just diving right in. They're pushing people off. 2 quick kills coming out. It's a little bit back and forth, but definitely more in favor of Lunatic High here. Detonator down to their last 2 players. Down goes Zarya. It's all up to Winston now, unfortunately. Winston versus the world. The world is going to win, and Lunatic High going to be winning 3-0 over Detonator. They've booked their ticket to the winners finals and a matchup versus the one and only
sweet
sub $5.
Oh, sub $4.99. There he is.
Yeah, well, it's $4.99. I'm just rounding up, but I probably should.
One thing I want to say is, you had said, you know, you have 4 seconds left. Someone's got to touch it.
Play the game. What? You know what? I vaguely know what you're getting at there. I'm just, yeah.
It's kind of like,
you know, I'm
your
just
going in raw comment, you know.
Golden Boy. You know, these are innocent comments being made by me that you're interpreting
okay, well,
in
if
pretty wild
Duke 07
ways.
can interpret my thing as something bad, then surely
Yeah.
I can.
No, unfortunately, there's a double standard here. You're just gonna deal with the double standard.
Just deal with the double standard. All right, well, that's going to do it. Lunatic High with the 3-0 here against Japanese team Detonator. They will head down to the lower bracket where they will face off against Swede Time.
You know who goes to the lower bracket? The losers of the first matches.
Indeed.
Which is why they sometimes call it the losers bracket, which you were about to say, but no one actually says that. But that is why that
but
bracket.
why you had to call me out, though? You know, why couldn't you just let me finish it and then just make another statement? Why you got to
Because there's an opening to call it the losers bracket, which we never get to do because it's the lower bracket.
This is very true. This is very true.
Well, Lunatic High may start out perhaps a little bit rocky from the very beginning, but after that, a lot of dominance coming out. Detonator, I will give them credit for this, is that Detonator was definitely willing to throw a lot of different looks at things there, where they weren't really married to the meta, but they also weren't able to find a true path to victory either. So I will credit the creativity. I will credit some of the cool looks. Hey, I mean, we even saw a point where they had a one support opening. Just didn't work out for them. Lunatic High just overpowering them in the end.
That's right. That is right. All right, folks. See how I mean, I don't know. Sub 499, you know, they look pretty good, but you know, really hard to gauge. I think, you know, of course, game one's going to be very telling. Probably will be Control as well. Oh God, sorry. I'm trying not to yawn.
I'm trying to, like, I would say something, but I was also fighting a yawn at the same time, so it's
expert analysis.
There was, I'm blaming you for this.
Expert analysis. Losers go to the losers bracket. No one said that we're insightful at 5. It's 5 a.m.
I am a bastion of knowledge at 4 a.m. That's what I am. Well, it's not even just normal. I think it was normal 4 a.m. I'd be fine, but the 4 a.m. where I taken a long international flight, but commercials are up on the other stream, which means commercials will be coming in here as much as just sit here and Phil talking about.
I'm gonna ask a question. I'm very well. Or you're gonna go throw to a break because I had a very.
I was gonna throw, but you know.
I just want to know what possessed you to take the gig in London and then come and do this gig at the same time.
I mean, my work ethic in Overwatch is pretty ridiculous. There's very little things that I turn down when given the chance. I do love casting the game, but this has definitely been, you know, a little bit more draining. But the point is, I am a machine for someone who's not named Machine. I am not Alex Richardson, but
yeah,
you know, I do what I do, you know?
It's very true. It's very true.
All right, so we're thrown to the commercial stream while we wait for the next match to be underway. Winner's bracket heading your way. This is Radio ZP with Golden Boy. It is actually the YouTube APAC Invitational, but we'll be right back.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello， 我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把持飞练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時 マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello， 我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把慈悲练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello，大家好。
Hello everybody はじめまして
Hello，我是尼克，
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，一直玩，一直玩，把十倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
好，各位观众，大家好，欢迎回到我们 YouTube Gaming 斗争天空亚太邀请赛的现场哦。那接下来我会应该说刚刚是 Invitational 队获胜嘛，那么特别邀请到里面的 UJ Home 选手来跟我们就是做一个简单的访问哦。好，Hello，Nice to meet you。 안녕하세요。 好，那首先呢是我想要请问刘神旭哦，就是在一开始的时候我们知道说这一场刚刚是由韩国队获胜，那不知道你们觉得你们自己对于刚刚那场比赛是如何？步骤还不错吗？
아까 한국팀은 이기셨는데요. 그래서
So you guys are currently watching an interview with the one and only Ryu Jae-hong.
좋은 경험할 수 있도록
Me and Golden Boy are still here. We will get in as soon as the interview is over. Or the next set is underway. One of the two.
对，他说首先呢，也就是很感谢，就是主办单位邀请他们来台湾比赛，然后对于第一场的比赛就以3战3胜赢得胜利，他们觉得非常的光荣，也感到很骄傲，也谢谢大家的支持。
好，那第二个问题呢，就其实说我们刚刚在比赛里面有看到说他选择夺命女这只角色，就是 Widowmaker。那其实这只角色在一般玩家的这个眼里面是不是这么容易去控制的，而且在比赛也比较少出现哦。那想请问的是，他有没有一些独门的秘诀，还是为什么要一直玩，而且玩得非常非常好？
아까 이게 경기하시는 데 있어서 그 류제 홍님께서 위더 메이커를 그러니까 되게 잘 하셨는데 근데 잘 아시다시피 위더 메이커는요, 그러니까 일반적으로 그러니까 이게 유저가 잘 하는 것도 이게 역할이 아니고 그래서 왜 이 역할을 택하신지 그리고 이 역할을 가지고 이렇게 완벽하게 잘하신 이유에 대해서 하고 소감에 대해서 말씀을 하세요.
일단 완벽하게 하지는 않았고요. 일단 위도우메이커를 쓰게 된 이유는 맵에 따라서 이제 듀용을 하게 되거든요. 위도우메이커가 지금 이제 버프가 돼가지고 그래서 이제 그 아까 사용한 지브롤터 맵 같은 경우는 이제 거리가 길어서 거기서 접합한 캐릭터라서 이제 사용을 하게 되었습니다.
对，他说首先呢，他要先说，就是他其实也不是真的玩得很厉害啦，然后就是
过奖了。
对，然后可是他说他一开始就是选择这个角色的原因是因为他一开始也没有那么喜欢，可是因为这个角色在 buff 以后，其实他可以变得很强。那特别是在每一个map 在地图里面，他其实都有就是攻击力是一个很好的角色。那特别是他们刚刚有一个地图，它其实是距离很远，所以对他来讲，他在使用这个角色上反而是更显得很得心应手，这是他选择这个角色的理由。
我觉得应该是过奖啦，其实真的很厉害。
정말이게 너무 겸손하신다고.
对，那最后一个问题就是说，其实我们有看到说 Lunatic High 在应该说在这一场3场比赛里面，他们其实不是用同一个阵容去打全部的比赛，他们其实有一直换角色。那这边是有特别的练习还是怎么样？
아까 이게 경기하는 데 있어서 루나틱 하이의 특별히 아까는 그 3탄을 하셨잖아요. 그래서 이 세 가지 게임에서 역할도 되게 자주도 많이 바꾸신 거고, 그래서 이 혹시 특별한 전략이라든 뭐 그런 거 혹시 있으신 건지?
이게 구체적으로는 말씀드릴 수 없고 이게 전략이다 보니까 저희가 그냥 다양하게 연습을 많이 하고 있거든요.
对，他就说对于他们这个特别的战略或者策略，他可能没有办法很具体的是跟大家来说明。不过呢，他总之可以跟各位说的是，他们特别就是很多样化的练习，就是各种队形、各种方面，他们都是很精确的，就是去努力的练习。那这个是他们其中一个战略。
OK， 那其实下一场比赛就是台韩大战，我也希望他也会有很好的成绩。那我们也谢谢所有的可迪这种选手来到我们的现场。那这边待会我们的台韩大战就准备要开始，那这边再请大家休息一下，广告过后我们精彩比赛马上回来。
끝났습니다.
안녕하세요.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello， 大家好。Hello everybody， はじめまして。
Hello， 我是尼克。
안녕하세요. 울산 큰고래입니다.
我是来自台湾的 YouTube。
한국에서 온 유튜브 크리에이터고요.
日本の YouTube で、ゲームの実況動画を投稿しています。
你也常常可以在我的频道上看到我的猫咪的影片。
I hear the contents about games and sometimes my lifestyle.
没错，我就是一直玩，把10倍练到最强，再最强，再最强。
その時 時マインクラフトで使ってあるプレイヤースキンがこういった顔になるんですね。
재밌게 같이 놀아요.
Alrighty, we are back here with our winner bracket game coming right up. It's going to be Lunatic High versus Sub 499. I'm here with Golden Boy, and this time I've done the lead in Golden Boy, so take that.
All right. Well, I found a new position where I'm going to cast.
Yeah, I mean, you do look somewhat comfortable.
I'm very comfortable. I basically have committed fully to the lean back. And now I'm at this point in my life where I just want to share, you know?
I respect the lean back.
I just want to share.
I also respect I respect the team name Sub 499.
That's very true. And they for some reason they don't put sub, they put S499.
I think the entire thing is entire full name I think is just subscribe 499, so we're already kind of abbreviating it in our own sort of way.
This is very
now,
true.
Sub 499 did surprise us. They were able to get past Swede time.
By the way, I just want to point out your boy over there had a sweatband on his right arm. Yeah, he's about to go in.
And the sweatband there, you got to have that serious athletic gear. But we are going to be starting out our winners bracket game here on Lijiang Tower. For those who are just tuning in, if I sound sleep deprived, if Golden Boy sounds sleep deprived, well,
or delusional.
You know, yeah, you're delusional. You clearly, it's in your head. You're imagining it.
One way or another, we will get through this, or at the very least get through this game.
You know what's going to be great is that we're going to get through it, and then at the very end, like, when we're in the middle of the last set, Uber is going to wake up and be like, hey guys, what's going on? And we're like,
yeah,
Uber, why?
He's literally the worst person that I could possibly think.
No, I could think of someone. I mean, there's always Matt Morello.
This is true. This is true. Very true.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I'm in your head, Golden Boy. I know what you think.
There you go. All right, so we're going to see a pretty standard comp from both teams. I think, you know, sub 499 knows what's at stake here. This is the winners final. By the way, what are these teams playing for? I never actually asked.
I'm actually not 100% sure. It is an invitational. They were flown out here, so
that's pretty dope.
There's at least a good prize going in here. But already we do see sub 499 not wasting any time. They get directly on the point. They're going to be making Lunatic High come to them. But Lunatic High not only comes to them, but they bring it in turn. Just an all-out mechanical victory there from Lunatic High. Nothing too crazy. Just outplaying sub 499 and forcing them back.
Yeah, nothing flashy at all. Just clearly, you know, Lunatic High, especially after that game that they had against Detonator, certainly feel a little bit more confident and comfortable on the stage here. So let's see what Yik can do, because Yik has actually been a really good a really good Reinhardt for his squad. So I have to say, very impressive stuff. And of course, does he go toe-to-toe against Miro is the question, but there it goes. And self-destruct is going to crack the shield, and that will be 3 for Rao Jaehong. Incredible.
That was such good timing on cracking the shield there. Shield came down at just the right time, literally right before D.Va's self-destruct. Just blew everyone to smithereens, so...
Nice job.
Lunatic High, perhaps not too unexpectedly, coming out very strong here, and even though there's not like a huge ultimate edge going into the next fight, sub 499 not really playing with a whole lot right now. They're going to need at least one more fight, win or lose, to start getting some of those ults on the board. And Lunatic High now, they have a sound barrier. They could very well just pop the sound barrier and roll in. Now, they lose Roadhog early on, so if they pop the sound barrier here, it's risky. They're going to do it. They're going to commit even down one and try and buy Eska room for this Deadeye. Both D.Va in his face, the Deadeye going absolutely nowhere. Still though, Lunatic High gets into the backline with D.Va and McCree. They get the remaining kills that they're looking for, and Tommy might have even gotten a boop towards the very end. So sound barrier does its work, and they come back from a one-man deficit.
That's right. So could this very well be a hold here? Or, excuse me, a cap? Well, it seems like certainly is going to be the case. And Brilmint now just going to try his absolute best to keep his team in this one, dropping the sound barrier. Does he get a couple good boops here as well? Does he find anything? No, he booped him, but he was not able to secure a kill. Meanwhile, you are going to have Bacon Jack, a player who has had a pretty impressive D.Va, especially in those last couple games, try and charge that. So they're going to be able to win this one right back here. And sub 499 keeping this one close here against Lunatic High. Very impressive.
Yeah, they're able to bring it back. Lunatic High still a pretty commanding edge here. They're not going to need to win too much here. Probably win one fight and the cleanup fight right after that. And Eska holding on to Deadeye here. Just doing a little bit, popping up the Deadeye, and just use it immediately to try and crack Reinhardt shield. Doesn't quite succeed in that, but that was what he was looking for. And the rest of Lunatic High, they're just going to roll onto the point here. Still looking for the all-important first pick. Getting poked down quite heavily, but they do not falter. They get the picks they're looking for. It's Taejun on the Roadhog, getting 2 before it's all said and done, and Gura sees the handwriting on the wall, just runs out. That's one good thing about Soldier, is that you think he can be fast to be aggressive, Golden Boy, but he can also be the best coward in the game, or one of the best cowards.
Yeah, well, of course, one thing, too, to point out from Eska's Deadeye that was actually pretty cool to see was once it popped out, you saw the Soldier, and I believe that was an Ana, dip to the corner. So that means that any healing just couldn't really be all that effective for the Ana, and Soldier just couldn't continue to lay shots down. So this is just one of those things where Lunatic High is just really, really good at forcing people in you know, uncomfortable positions there. But there goes Rao Jaehong with a triple again. Toby with the follow-up. That's going to be huge for them, and I think this could very well be a victory here for Lunatic High. Bacon Jack, you did your best, buddy, but that is basically going to be a wrap. GG on round 1.
You know, you're saying words like bacon and wrap and all the rest. Really got to be careful here because as we get deeper into night, we might be sleep deprived, but then you sort of realize that you're a little bit hungry too. And now I'm just thinking a wrap with bacon in it. So, Golden Boy, please.
I'm thinking.
Have a heart.
I want some eggs, man. I want some eggs. Probably gonna make some pancakes too. You know, I make some great pancakes, by the way.
I completely believe this.
I'm a phenomenal cook.
Probably don't make a better.
Why is everyone making fun of the way I say Ryu Jae-hong? Am I saying it wrong?
Ryu Jae-hong?
He said Ryu Jae-hong? Well, and then again.
No. So it goes back to the entire Street Fighter thing where
is it Ryu
it's
or Ryu?
like it's supposed to be pronounced Ryu, but like a lot of people read it as Ryu. Well, I still think it's supposed to be pronounced Ryu. Maybe I'm wrong, but pretty sure.
No, I thought it was supposed to be Ryu.
I mean,
I remember watching the show.
We'll leave it to the chat to truly decide here. But either way, fight is going on between both of these teams. Sub 499 definitely getting the worst of the poke war here. Not by a huge amount, but a little bit. But now that they've taken out Ana, it does create a big opportunity. Bacon Jack gets in the back line. Lutek's high healing, not anywhere near as much as it'd be if the Ana was still alive. And it's meaning that they are winning this back and forth war. They will be getting first control of the points. And that has the power of when you do get that first Ana pick.
That's right. And also one thing I want to point out too, Toby drifted off to the sub 499 side, which was pretty interesting there. He kind of got disconnected from the rest of his team, and that's going to affect them quite a bit because they are going to need Toby for these pushes, right? You know, that speed boost is very, very important. Of course, can Taejun pick someone here? Doesn't seem like no one's going to expose him. Oh, actually, Zonda did, so Zonda ended up having to pay for that one. That's going to be a Roadhog that will be taking a backseat for the time being. Meanwhile, Gura pushing up, finding Taejun. Not today. And Bacon Jack as well. I love the aggression here from Sub 499. Keep in mind, this was actually this was the side that, or the point that they got obliterated on by Sweet Time.
And for Sub 499, I mean, they're at least keeping this close and competitive right now. And for now, they're actually outright winning this round. So it's been a good showing here for Sub 499, especially given what we thought that some of the strength of the teams coming in. Now, Lunatic Kai going to the next fight. They're going to have Sound Barrier and Earth Shatter. Meanwhile, Sub 499, similar status in Ultimates here. So next fight very well could decide the fate of this round. We'll see who pops Sound Barrier first. Lee Taejun taking a bit of a nap.
Yeah, actually.
But and there's a Sound Barrier coming out from Lunatic Kai. So
yeah.
Sub 499 immediately counts Sound Barrier of their own. They do get out a little bit later, which is a decent advantage. In comes the Earth Shatter. And we'll see if they can capitalize, but they are absolutely not going to be capitalizing. It's Miro's Earth Shatter that does the work. And as a result, Sub 499 gonna have to back out.
Yeah, Yik and crew realizing this was not going to be a winnable situation by any means whatsoever. And I applaud the aggression here from Lunatic High, really, you know, just putting Yik in a comfortable position. If you pick him off, that means the team has to wait, which is certainly not ideal. Lunatic High, though, gaining percentage, very critical percentage, as it seems like Sub 499 is going to opt to go for the back route here. Does Taejun manage to pick up one or two nice hooks? No, he's not going to find his first target, but instead it's actually going to happen to him. And because of that, he's going to fall into the abyss of Lijiang Tower. Now here comes the big push.
Swimming with the fishes, more accurately, and Sub 499 coming back in, but it's Ryu Jae-hong in the back, dropping the self-destruct, gets one. He's starting to even this up, and he's just getting, or trying to get in the face, but it's Bacon Jack right now doing a decent amount to stop Eska from getting what he's looking for with that nano boost. But Eska saved his tech visor, so he still has that up at the ready if he wants to use it in this fight. Still reasonably close back and forth with Zakai, though, with a little bit more momentum, and they will be mopping up the final kills here on this map. And now, or of this fight, I should say. Man, my consciousness is starting to fade. But Sub 499 gonna have one more attempt at this Golden Boy, and they don't have much time.
No, they do not, and they have really nothing to work with. You're gonna have Toby and Ryu Jae-hong with two ults, as well as Taejun. On the other side, Realman with that sound barrier, that's going to be a good initiation for them, and they're going to look to use that one to their advantage, as it's now going to be 99%. So, of course, the pressure is going to be on here for Sub 499. Can they flip this one is the question now. Gura and the rest of the crew looking to avoid this self-destruct. Losing anyone at this point is going to hurt them, and they end up losing a primary DPS as well as their big tank, and that is going to sting.
Well, Golden Boy, I got this much to say. Rouge Hong is the bomb. That's why 2 people died. And that's also why Lunatic High was able to take that fight back. You know, this is what happens when I've been up for far too long. Like, you're just going to have to deal with these terrible puns.
I'm hitting 24 hours, man. So, I'm with you.
But the problem is, like, yeah, you're getting so tired that it's actually going to get funny. Like, the worst pun ever will be like, that's funny.
That's, this is funny. This whole thing is funny. Oh, dear Lord.
Well, Lunatic High up 2 rounds to 0 over sub 499. Sub 499, gonna have to dig deep going into this next round. Take a look at the comps between both teams. Of course, Lunatic High running with the Reinhardt Roadhog Diva. Sub 499 also with the Roadhog Reinhardt Diva. So both teams running with the typical 3 tank power comp that I'm seeing a lot of teams run with here. No Zarya to be seen. We'll see which team's Pokken reign supreme. It just comes down to who can win that first war, get the first influential hook. And it's a decent hook coming out here to start things out from the side of sub 499. And this might be all they need to take this point. Zonda doing the work.
Yeah, losing Eska is going to hurt them quite a bit here. And Zonda now looking just for some big hooks as well. And excuse my heater if you hear that in the background. That's a New York apartment for you. But Lunatic High, though, manages to fight back. And that is just very impressive because every time you think Lunatic High is in a pickle, they manage to find a way to come back time in and time out. It's a very impressive for this squad. And as they continue to establish themselves here, very impressed.
So Yik might have gotten booped off or simply just went to his death there. I don't know if he was that sorts, but it is going to cause S499 to have to wait a little bit longer to get her in back up. And Lunatic High, more than willing to content to just sit here in front of the doorway, lay and poke, and just make things rough for S499, but with that hook from Zonda, it's enough to open things up a little bit here for S499. They're going to follow through with the Sound Barrier. They haven't gotten a single pick up this yet, though. That could go from bad to worse, especially if Toby comes in the Sound Barrier of his own. That's going to let Lunatic High completely shift momentum, and they do just that. Here comes Lunatic High.
Yeah, Lunatic High dropping that Sound Barrier of their own. You could basically see the momentum switch at that point as they push all up in their face. But they did lose Miro and Lee Tae-jun, so that is going to hurt them quite a bit here. Can sub 499 capitalize on that opportunity? Zonda and the crew having to get away. And you know what? This is looking pretty good here for sub 499. We've seen this in the past, though, where things are looking good for this team. And then they just crumble like a cookie. And that is when you have to feel for this squad here. Gura won't be able to stay alive, but now it's going to be Yik's turn to get in the face of Miro. But look at that. As soon as you think Yik has an opportunity, he has to back away because of the pressure from Ryo Jae-hong. Again, this is Lunatic High at their finest here. Despite the speed boost, this is just not working out for them.
Lunatic High mopping up kill after kill here. Now, sub 499 almost in an impossible situation where they're going to have to force overtime and somehow get enough kills to swap this back with Lunatic High just about at their spawn. And they don't even touch the point once. Lunatic High going to take map number 1 in a fairly dominant fashion.
Indeed.
And that's probably underselling it.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, sub 499 definitely put up a better fight than what we saw from Detonator. But this is certainly a situation where Lunatic High, they're, you know, just on all cylinders here. Nothing they could do.
So, gonna be heading into the next map here in just a moment.
Gotta use that sweatband to wipe that sweat off the top of his head. You know what I mean? It's getting a little,
you know,
hot and heavy.
When you're focusing that hard, you just need something to take the sweat away. It's also, truth be told, it's a built-in reason to dab.
It's very true. It's very
Think
true.
about it. How can anyone give you crap for dabbing when you have that on your wrist? It has, your dab suddenly has function.
It's like,
You can't argue with this logic right now. I mean, even if you could argue with the logic, you're not coherent enough at this point to argue with that logic. So, checkmate, Golden Boy.
Check. Mate. Oh, man. All right. Well, I think we might be getting ready for the next game here.
It seems likely. Hopefully, she get that moment. I'll note, by the way, that we are severely underdressed right now. Everyone at the event, they're not necessarily going full dressy. Like, they don't have dress shirt plus blazer. They're rocking the new age casual of blazer plus t-shirt, which is better than just 2 Overwatch t-shirts. Actually, this isn't even a full Overwatch t-shirt. It's a BlizzCon t-shirt.
I didn't even realize I was wearing an Overwatch t-shirt.
Oh, you didn't realize you were selling out while you were selling out?
Yeah, I thought it was selling out with the hat. I totally forgot. I just put the shirt on because it's a nice green shirt that I like to wear. So,
actually, the joke's on you. You haven't been wearing a shirt at all this entire time.
What? That's crazy.
So we are getting into the next map. Gonna be Temple of Anubis. Of course, as we know, Lunatakai up from Lijiang Tower, 1-0 in the series thus far, and it was pretty dominant. And we'll see just what they have in store for us here on their offense. And you know, from the earlier series, when Ru Zhehong shows Widowmaker, oftentimes you can't do that. But I'm more interested in the Eska Sombra experiment, as Eska has had kind of a storied history with that hero, involving getting thrown into the dumpster on many occasions.
Yeah. Well, let's see if he has a better approach than what he had in Volskaya Industries, because he certainly was. He just had no escape. He needs to use his translocator. It's very important to use when you are a Sombra. It's basically essential. You hack a big health pack, you put your translocator there, and he doesn't go for the hack. I would prefer to be hacked early on, but it seems like they're just getting aggressive though.
Well, he is getting aggressive. He's going to find Roadhog towards the end, of course, set up by his team. And I guess the key is for Lunatakai is that they don't really want to run Sombra with the intent of holding back and waiting for EMP. They just wanted the bum rush in. That's probably why he didn't hack the map pack. Or the map pack, man. The health pack. I mean, it would be nice if it was a pack of maps there and you could use it to find new maps. Kind of like a grind or something, but no, it's a good first attack from Lunatakai, although I don't know if it could really credit too much to Sombra. I felt like they kind of won in spite of the Sombra for how that was going down.
It wasn't the Sombra.
But the upside here is that 25% ultra wave from an EMP, he could be pretty good at breaking this second to last point, so long as Lunatakai can get in with Eska before anyone else goes down.
Yeah, and if I'm Eska, I'm actually just going to dip back and pick up that health pack so I can get my EMP here. Even though it's going to be coming up in just a second, so it might be better suited for his teammates to have. But the EMP, we've seen how effective it can be, and there it goes. Actually, it is going to be popped, and that's the prime opportunity now for Lunatakai to push up. But it seems like they're fighting them back though, ZP.
It would have been a prime opportunity, but Lunatakai is definitely playing a little bit fast and loose at this game. They popped the EMP significantly after they had already lost one of their players, and yeah, it's possible in 5v6 fights, but when you're on Temple of Anubis where you really need every hand on deck to take this last point, why do you give yourself so little margin for error when you're running such a positive set time-wise right now, regardless?
It actually makes more sense now that Eska switched to Mei. If Eska stayed on Sombra, I probably would think like, okay, that was just really, really bad play. But Eska switched to Mei, so I think what that tells me is he got the EMP, was like, nah, let me go ahead and use it. Let's see what we get out of it. And they got nothing out of it, so no harm, no foul. They just go back. He switches to Mei, and now they get ready for a couple more pushes here because they probably are a little bit more confident with Mei on the second point.
Giving that boost on the Yik going in. Gonna try and make this into the party alley right now. Swings the hammer. Doesn't get too much here just yet, but it's been enough of a distraction that Gura comes in. Finds Roadhog early on. 2 quick kills here for sub 499. I'm just going to keep things rolling back. And I just realized that my microphone volume might be horrifically inconsistent because I'm just sitting here just sinking into my chair.
As am I. As am I. I'm in a position right now where I just feel the most at ease with my life. you know. And I saw someone in the chat saying, aren't there any European casters that could do this instead, so it wouldn't be so late for ZP and Golden Boy? You know what? There was one. His name was Uber, and you know, he's just too busy getting praised on Gosu Gamers for his casting. So I don't know if you read that article from CMOS. It was actually pretty good.
I have not read that yet, but you know, Uber deserves himself a little bit of praise every now and then, except for the part where he has the cold resistance of some insect. I don't know, but either way, defense chasing out Lunatic High there. Lunatic High,
that was a good.
Right now, Lunatic High is spanking their ultimates going forward. Although Sub 499 has a decent amount of their own. So again, we see this quite a bit at Temple Anubis, where even when your attacking team does have a lot banked up, if there's just enough of an ultimate presence on the defense, the odds at least one person on Lunatic High gets picked goes up, and when you're down to one person, it's hard to go in. But here we go. Asking us set things up here with the wall into Blizzard, and Roadhog, Zonda just a little bit too far out. So first kill here, Lunatic High. They sense Blood Noir. They're going to pop the sound barrier, and they're going to try and make this about as flawless of victory as they can as they start getting onto this point.
That was huge, by the way. Eska just completely eliminating Yik from the fight with that wall. And at this point, this is a victory for Lunatic High. But the question is, can they follow it up here? It's very, very dangerous, you know, when you're dealing with this. And never mind, I stand corrected, because oftentimes you see people just dive right into that and try and stall it out. And sometimes that can even swing in your favor. Not going to happen this time around. They pick up 2 for their efforts with plenty of time to boot on that Temple of Anubis run. Now it's going to be Sub 499's time to attack. Can they do it? It's going to be tough.
We'll see, but just to give credit where credit's due, it really was a nice Ice Wall coming in from Eska there to set things up. Ice Wall Blizzard, of course, definitely pretty powerful on Last Anubis. I mean, May in general on Last Point for assault maps can be a terror, not only on defense, but also on attack, just because of how much space the Blizzard either denies outright or can kill people if they're stuck in the Blizzard and they don't respect where it's at. Or in that case, where Roadhog really had nowhere to run because of the wall. So, definitely cool to see that come out that way. No pun intended. It's cool temperature. You get what I'm saying.
I actually, I don't.
I would argue this point in some form or fashion, but my energy has been so sapped that I actually... You know what? Take the W, Alex. Take the W.
I will.
Good. Well, taking a look here at the defense as it's setting up right now. For Lunatic High, nothing too crazy is coming out here. We will be seeing Eska on the May once more. Zarya going to be making her grand appearance. So, no D.Va here on the defense. It's going to be a setup of Reinhardt Zarya with the May and Soldier with Ana and Lucio. So it's actually more of a 2-2-2 setup here, depending on where you want to place May in that hierarchy, where I think May is still more DPS than tank, but she definitely offers control of a way that very few DPS characters do.
That's very true. But I would have to probably say DPS. I mean, you know, unless she can just absorb tons and tons of damage, or, you know, then again, though, I mean, you know what, never mind. I'm just going to shut up right there, because... You know, it does make sense. That wall is just so good. But anyway, this is looking fantastic for Lunatic High here as they managed to pick off 3. And those are going to... That early pick there as well on the Lucio certainly hampered any approach that Sub 499 would have here. As Lunatic High are basically cleaning up the scraps at this point, despite Yek being able to pick off 1 on Taejun.
So, Lunatic High still hanging in here on the defense, keeping S499 somewhat on their heels. They're not able to get through here just yet, and this is pretty good for Lunatic High here, both on time bank basis and also on the basis of potentially looking for that first point hold, which would give them Anubis outright and another win in the series. However, you see Mero goes a little bit too deep here. Now, Lunatic High guy have to hold this without a Reinhardt, and that's going to be easier said than done as Guerrero's coming in, guns a-blazing, grabs Lucio towards the very end, and here comes Nano Visor looking to just finish this off.
Wow. I have to say, Ryu Jae-hong, I mean, so impressive there. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to clean up Bacon Jack, but still, that right there was just really, really well done. I think a lot of people, you know, Zarya has fallen off a little bit in the meta, you know, especially with the changes to her particle charge and also to, you know, the Discord orbs that, you know, essentially now don't get removed anymore. But the thing that I love about Zarya is that she is the best counter to a diva. I mean, with the beam at full charge, you shred. Shred, I say, zombie.
It is harder to get the beam at full charge nowadays.
It is harder, but when you get it,
it's
good. When you get it, it's good. You know, like why you gotta
the way you said good there, that was almost sensual. It's good.
When you get it, it's good. Okay, ZP.
It's pretty good, but Sub 499 trying to stabilize here as they keep moving forward. Lunatic High, meanwhile, trying to hold on defense. It's 5 ultimates up here for Sub 499, so they definitely are going to try and make the most of this. But remember, they have to kind of floss this. If Eska is able to find Reinhardt here in the back, it's still going to be really, really bad for Sub 499 and Eska. That's not great. You're coming out of the ice block, and Roadhog's just waiting there. Not the blind date that Eska probably wanted. Does get the blizzard off towards the end, and that is going to zone things out and open up a little bit of space here for Taejun as he comes down the Tracer. But not the worst momentum here coming out from Sub 499. Lunatic High, a little bit on the ropes.
Yeah, you know, you'd said that it wasn't going to look good here for Sub 499, but I have to disagree. I mean, this has certainly been a back and forth battle here, and Lee Taejun trying to get himself a juicy Reinhardt, but there you have it. Sub 499 able to pick off 4 in a row. But the thing you always got to keep in mind about Temple of Anubis is that respawn is literally right there. So you have to just clear them all wave after wave, and very rarely are you able to get that first wave clear, you know, like team kill, and then capture it on that first point. It's very, very difficult to do so.
It's certainly pretty difficult, to say the least. In Sub 499, they've been dominating the kill feed, but Lunatic High, they know how respawns work on this map, and they are staggering in, and there hasn't been anywhere near as much progress for Sub 499 as you would expect for how far ahead they've been. You take a look at how Lunatic High is playing. Let's do have Taejun now on the Tracer, darting back and forth. They still have Eska on the Mei. Here comes Self-Destruct coming out towards the very end, as they do get the Lucio from it, so that's not great here for Sub 499. They need every person alive that they can, and now that the Lucio, they're going to get poked down pretty heavily as this moves forward.
Yeah, very true here, and I have to say, Miro at 13 health, able to stay alive. So impressive here. But the question remains, can Sub 499 just close it out? They're getting kill after kill, but Lunatic High keeps stalling them out. They have a lot of time, and all the time that's wasted here, it works in the favor of Lunatic High, and there you have it. So pretty much identical times here, 329, 339, as we get ready for the next round of Temple of Anubis, all tied up 2-2. And that first point is going to be very important. It took Sub 499 a little while to get that first point too. Remember, Zeep?
It absolutely did, but the one interesting thing here, though, at the very least, is that I feel like we're out of draw territory. A lot of times on Temple Anubis, when both teams complete, but then they only have, say, a minute left, it can be pretty darn harsh to actually have anything other than a draw in that situation, because then the only way of winning is if you have, like, the crazy momentum from point A, which, while possible, is not something you see all the time. Whereas now, with over 3 minutes left, it's impossible for one team to get a full hold, but for both teams to get full hold would be something else.
No, it'd be amazing. Oh boy,
amazing is a good word.
I just realized I was in this position for so long that when I got up, my like tailbone was in a world of hurt. Yep.
Tailbone is almost another way of saying butt.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, I wanted to be profesh, you know, and you ruined it, see. You ruined it.
I mean, I'm just noting that casters do have keywords for things that they all want to say. I mean, anytime a caster says interesting or curious, always wonder what the caster might really be trying to say.
Yeah. You know, I'm very curious as to what you think by that, you know, and just it's interesting. Anyway, well, here you go. Eska is going to open things up here and didn't get really much out of that wall. Was hoping to section off maybe 1 or 2 of the tanks there and just, you know, take them away. But I think that was just a really smart read from Sub 499 to just drift over to the side despite their best efforts, though. this will be a failed push. And they got to go back to the drawing board one more time. But not a bad start, though.
No, not at all. And for Lunatic High, again, they want to use this control here. Now, it is interesting to note that there was a point where the control from the South Korean teams involved a Mei and a Winston. This case is just Mei with Reinhardt, but it works out. Miro, early charge, finds Gura early on. Drop the Earth Shatter and sets up Lunatic High for 4 quick kills. Lunatic High finding himself some really important time here, although Miro does give his life up in the process.
That's very true. Oh my goodness, Eska. What a shot there in Bacon Jack. Yeah, and now 2 minutes and 14 seconds. They have about 2 good attacks in here, maybe 3 if one of them is stopped early, but 2 for sure. And Eska, though, with the Blizzard, that is going to be a pain in the neck. And at what point do you think Eska drops that Blizzard? Does he drop it in the middle? Or does
right now, he doesn't want to drop it away. Thinks he can get the free kill on the Reinhardt, but he's going to combo it with the Graviton. It is an icy vortex of death and destruction as Lunatic High rolls in. Wombo combo going to be all sorts of successful. And now for sub for 99, they're really starting to run out of time and tools here. The ult-wise, they're not exactly in any sort of dominant position. Lunatic High still holds the defender's advantage here, and Eska's Mei is really yet to be dealt with in an effective manner.
Very true, and oh man, Eska, his walls actually have been pretty solid thus far, I have to say. You know, pretty impressive stuff. I mean, you know, he's been playing Mei expertly at this first point, and with 1 minute and 11 seconds left on the clock, you know, 8 seconds now. I mean, this is basically a very difficult uphill battle for sub 499 to fight out of, and they really only have the self-destruct coming up in a little bit and the nano boost. So see how they take advantage of this. But Gura actually opting to bust out the Pharah now, looking to take the skies here and you know, rain down some justice there, ZP.
Well, he's certainly looking for it right now. Rockets coming in over the top, but it's a strange pick to bring out this far into the game. I mean, it's true that there's not a great counter for on Lunatic High aside from the Ana giving up a lot of healing per second to deal with the Pharah, but I think Lunatic High is okay at doing just that. They still have a very big ult advantage here. And S499's got to have a real trouble going in. More so than anything else, their biggest public enemy here is Blizzard. Like, if they can't stop Eska before he drops it, the Blizzard is probably going to do enough damage that they lose 1 or 2. And losing 1 or 2, especially if that's the first S in the fight, probably going to send things Lunatic High's way as right now it's S499 fighting for their lives.
Yeah, well, keep in mind, they managed to isolate Eska, pushing him out of the fight, so he's going to have to come around and maybe drop that Blizzard potentially. You know, that was also really well done there from Gura. They are going to be sitting on the point, but I don't know if they're going to have enough presence so that they can keep themselves in this one. There goes the supports there. That was unfortunate for them, and look at the way that Ryu Jaehong just tears through Gers. Only one person remains inside. That is going to be Bacon Jack, and that is going to be a clear, and that will be a full hold.
There it is, Lunatic High with that full hold. As a result, they're now in a great position to move forward and take this map. This is how you know going in here. I was pretty sure, I don't think that Lunatic High had done their attack yet, and yet part of me was saying, oh yeah, Lunatic High is taking them out. I was like, no. It's too early to announce that. It's still very likely, but announcing it and saying they took the map, that just would have been plain wrong. But that is the
Wait, did I say they took the map?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was saying that. I was thinking about saying that. I just realized that it would be.
Right now, at this point, you're in your own head. You know? So you're just talking about all the things that...
I'm the point where, you know, suddenly you have a wave of fatigue washing over you and you close your eyes and you just immediately fall asleep. I'm actually at that point right now, and it's not great. And now that I said that, that means that this is going to be the time where, you know, sub 499 is going... Well, yeah, there's that, but also they'll get the full hold and then we'll go to tiebreakers.
Oh, and everyone loves tiebreakers. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Lunatic High, and is Ryu Jaehong gonna bust out the Pharah? Well, actually, it's gonna be a dive here. So full dive, as a matter of fact. 3 divers and that Pharah. This is going to be very, very painful here. Let's see how sub 499 reacts to this one, because of course this could very well end very quickly if it goes all according to plan.
Well, right now Lunatic is being very cautious about how deep they dive in. Of course, Miro is a player that can play really aggressively, but does really time things well to get out at the right point. Lunatic getting poked down quite a bit to start things out, but they don't really fall. They do lose a Genji towards the very end, but Ru Jae-hung is able to get to the back line. Now this is what an aggressive Pharah wants. Just looking for that all-important first kill. Can get stymied out by the Ana Grenade, though. Means that he must back out. Cannot hold his welcome there.
Yeah, you want to take that health back. Just get away from here as much as you possibly can. So dive not working out necessarily this time around. Ryu Jae-hung is going to have to be a big contributor to this one as well. Hopefully getting a couple key picks with those rockets. But here comes the engagement. Ryu looking for that opportunity. He is going to have the rocket barrage as well. And that is sometimes a game changer there. And this is exactly what I was fearing here for sub 499, because he could just bust that out at any point in time. And also, I just have to say, the way that they're just keeping them away from the point, despite the hooks, despite everything, just very well done. And this is pretty much GG at this point. I mean, I can't really see them coming out of this one unless the Tracer, but I don't think it's going to matter that much, Steve.
No, certainly not. Lunatic. They've done enough to get this first point, and that's going to mean the map will be going the way of Lunatic. And Lunatic, one more map away from booking their ticket into the Grand Finals.
That's right. That is right. Whew. Overall, good series. Lunatic High. Good games.
Yeah. Miro with play of the game is Winston. Gotta give the crowd what they want.
That's Winston.
Which is Miro.
And Miro. Just such a good Winston. It's so frustrating.
I mean, the biggest thing about Miro is that he has really astounding game sense and uses his jump pack, Winston's, a lot of people know as Winston Shift. He uses it in a way that not every Winston does. He extracts more value out of it, is able to get himself out of stickier situations as a result, and gets better initiations just using terrain to really use it to its max advantage. And there it is, the dab. That's the important thing. Never forget the dab. This is far too entertaining to you.
No, because it's like, you talked about it, and then it actually happened, and like, that's just the coolest thing. Like, we did it. We did it, man. Oh, God.
We did it. So, you know, the prophecy has been fulfilled.
Sweatpants.
Yeah. Let me just here, because clearly you're finding this dab.
No, because it's like, we joked about it, that like, he was going to dab, and like, he literally did it.
Yeah.
Oh man, dude, the dream.
Now for the last map, it's totally up to you. I know you have been fighting with this, and I have no way out because you know, I'm running production and everything, so I don't easily get out of this. In the sense of you gotta complete that, but Uber has shown up, I think.
Okay, we could do this game, and then he could do the All-Star.
Yeah.
Might as well. God, he's gonna be so energetic too.
I know.
That's
and he
so
doesn't have to worry about
crappy.
neighbors.
He's so crappy. He's gonna show up ready to cast.
No, he's gonna be super ready to cast.
I love how Uber shows up for like the last game.
The very last game.
Well, I'm sure he'll get to cast the finals. I have never gotten to cast Lunatic High, so I'm gonna cast Lunatic High.
That's a fair,
fair
assessment. Actually, you know, it's one of those things too where, because the thing is, I am actually hurting right now. If it's not incredibly obvious here, it's where the circumstances have all.
Oh, hold on, just want to point this out. Mark Abbott in the chat said, No, not Mark Abbott. Sorry. Dark Dragon said he dabbed with his hand and not the pants.
That kind of defeats the point.
If you go back and watch it, if you go back and watch it, which you can right now, you can go back and see it. No, well, not you particular, but he actually was hitting the top of his hand with the dab. It's just incredible. Oh man, I love it. Anyway, here we go, man. And Eska's gonna use Sombra again, so looking to really take advantage of Sombra this time around. Maybe get a couple good pickups there with the health pack and try and build up on that EMP.
So my phrasing for something was very bad here, but yeah, the EMP is what he's trying to build. Instead, he just runs into the hook. This is just, I feel like you could make a compilation of Eska Sombra lives and it all ends in just pain, misery, failure.
It's like a Hitchcock novel or something.
Or just like the opening to a Rocky film where Rocky has to just get obliterated over and over again until finally he comes out as the world champion.
Yeah.
No.
Does he become the world champion? Does Eska become the world champion of Sombra? Find out.
Maybe. Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Oh, why are we on the same wavelength?
Oh, cause we just became best friends. And you know what? Eska actually dropped that EMP, and you could, I tell you, man, that EMP is effective. We saw what complexity could do with this, with Sombra and the EMP. Imagine if these Korean teams can really take advantage of Sombra. Man, that is scary to think about.
It is very scary to think. I do have the self-destruct coming in over the top. Start things off here. Lunatikai getting close to Dan, but now getting pushed back a bit. It's Bacon Jack, which, again, favorite name. Finding Eska in the most hilarious of ways. How long does Eska actually... How long will he stay here on the Sombra? I mean, he almost has EMP, so it's probably going to stay for that.
You should stay. You should stick with it. I think it's working out for them. You know, he's having a hard time getting out of the sticky situations, but... You know, I mean, this is, I think, a great environment for a player like Eska to really take advantage of Sombra. And now he's going to have the EMP again, and you know he's coordinating here. If Miro gets that Earth Shadow and the EMP connects, that is going to be devastating, and he is waiting for that prime opportunity.
Well, right now, everyone's grouped up for sub 499 side, so Eska is going to have that opportunity for the EMP. He is in the back. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is he really going to have the opportunity as he gets knocked on his butt?
But
immediately
translocated out of there, so that was smart. Was able to just stay alive and get out of there as best he possibly could and keep himself in the fight as well. Sinkler, not gonna happen here. Barely any health remaining, and this is going to be very good here for Lunatic High as they're continuing to progress the payloads. They're only 1.67 meters away, and that's going to be their first checkpoint. And look at that pressure. Look at that pressure that is coming from Ryo Jae-hong, not letting Bacon Jack get away from anything there. Now we have Lunatic High continuing the second phase here.
Lunatic High keeping a good amount of momentum up, and they still have that EMP saved up for the next fight. Miro holding on to Earth Shadow, so some good tank ultimates that they can use the combo with the EMP, should they decide to do so. Certainly, they have quite a bit of momentum going in their favor, if nothing else. Sub 499, they'll have the positioning advantage towards the top. That's about it. The thing for Lunatic High is that they don't have anything that's super divey other than D.Va for actually attacking the high ground. But there's the EMP coming in, sets up Miro for the Earth Shadow, and that's what they were waiting for that EMP. So they only get one off it, but still enough to take out the other Reinhardt, which makes the rest of sub 499 more vulnerable.
You know, I'm thinking about this, and when you always think about the compositions and the counters and whatnot, and everyone's been talking about how strong D.Va has become, you know, I think obviously Defense Matrix certainly attributes a lot to that. Movement speed while shooting certainly attracts to that. But I think that Sombra just could become like that counter. Maybe that counter to triple tank. Maybe. I'm calling it right now, man.
We want to hope.
Calling it.
No, we... Eska right now going to back line.
He's so gutsy with that.
And oh no, the sleep dart is in. So is the charge. Farewell, Sombra. Hack this. But defense for S499 actually starting to reestablish just a bit here. Getting back in on to the payload. and just buying themselves valuable time, because remember, there's only a little under a minute left here for Lunatic High. You don't get that much time Route 66 to begin with, and they have been fighting for every inch of progress that they've gotten.
Yeah, it certainly has been a struggle. Sub 499 has not made it easy for them by any means whatsoever. But they are right there, though. They are pretty much knocking on the door. And Eska with the EMP is going to come in here, dropping it. And that is going to deactivate the shield. And that is going to give him prime opportunity to engage. And they have to clear him out. What a Earth Shatter as well. And the Diva pretty much gets hacked. And that hurts so much for Sub 499 when you're not able to defense matrix, when you're not able to just defend yourself in general. Very impressive stuff. But despite that, though, still not quite at that checkpoint yet, and they're almost at overtime here.
They're almost at overtime. Lunatic High, though, working with a lot of momentum right now. They get the foul kill that they're looking for. They will pick up that last minute and 25 seconds, but still not a lot of room for error here. They're going to have to wipe S499 at least about 3 times without getting taken out themselves, and it's not like they're working with any sort of gigantic ultimate advantage. So S499, a lot to be said for what their defense can do here, and I don't know if Eska's staying on Sombra for this very last series of pushes is the best, but he does need to try and just build the EMP sooner rather than later. A minute left on the clock, and if he doesn't build the EMP, it's gonna be rough. But they lose Diva early on. That's gonna force all of Lunatic High back and probably lead them into what will be a final push, win or lose here for Lunatic High. But with them bleeding deaths, it's getting more and more difficult to imagine them getting through to the end.
Eska's going to be the playmaker here. If he's able to get that, if he's able to, oh no, okay, so he is going to get to the back line. If he's able to get these shots off, this is big. He has the EMP now. This could very well be the difference maker in this fight to keep them very much in this battle. And look at the way he's just pushing over to the back lines. They know that he's going to be there. Does he drop the EMP? He looks like he's getting focused on, pretty aggressive, and he has not committed to the EMP just yet, and he is staying alive, ZP.
He's staying alive, and he's definitely looking to set up the Diva self-destruct here, and the Earth Shatter. There it is from Lunatic High. Tank ultimates coming in off of the EMP, and it works out. Eska can pick up 3 kills before it's all said and done. We're in overtime, but Lunatic High keeping the payload moving. The overtime rush is real. S499 caught with their pants down by the EMP tank ultimate combo. Now, question is, can S499 reverse fortunes here? It's looking pretty grim, as saving the best for last. Lunatic High might very well have this final point. Sounded up to pick up the Tracer, just trying to open up the door to some form of comeback.
Oh man, Eska, this guy, he has been able to get away from a bad spot so many times here, and he has been so effective, and you know that they're keeping the camera on him because they're seeing his effectiveness play out right in front of our eyes. He has EMP again, so even if they try and push out one more time, that will effectively be it, and they do manage to get 3 points. And I have to say, that was very hard for Lunatic High. Sub 499 made that one a challenge.
More so than expected. I mean, Route 66 always has elements where you can get a really good defense, even if the teams might be a little bit mismatched. But for Sub 499, I guess here's the thing. How much you want to focus on Sub 499, how much you want to focus on Lunatic High, still working out the best ways to mix in Sombra, because it felt like they had a lot of Sombra pushes where they weren't really sure how they wanted to approach it, and whether it be Eska getting picked off early or just coordination not being there, it cost them. But then on that final push, which was in overtime, you had a great setup between Eska and his tanks, and it was a very, very good opening for Lunatic High. So I think it's probably a little bit of both between the two. I think S499 came a little bit stronger than I expected, but Lunatic High definitely not as comfortable with Sombra strategies as, say, even Complexity might be right now.
Very true. But despite that, though, Eska was able to build up that ult relatively quick. He had a plan. He dived back lines. He shot. He built it up. I mean, right now, in a patch that currently has, ult percentage, ult gaining, down, right? A substantial amount, where they really, really, really didn't want to have these ultimates that, directed the fight, right? Like game-changing ultimates happening so much. Sombra's EMP basically feels like it's on recharge, like just a normal ability. because Eska gained that one so fast. I mean, they had a minute left and he was able to get, was it like 50%, 60% ult charge in just a matter of seconds.
You can really build quite a bit of Sombra ult if you focus on it, but speaking of focus, S499 looking to stay alive here in the upper bracket, moving in. Victory is the only option here in Route 66, and Luntakai playing this pretty aggressively. They're not staying up on big girls as many team does. They were a little bit far up, looking for pickoffs, and Eska down and dirty, throws the ice wall in, gets a quick freeze, sends up Luntakai for the first kill, but I wonder if it's too deep as Zonda is there with the immediate punish. These are not great trades for Lunatakai as S499 there with the punish. Again, keep the cart moving forward, and the people they lost, they're going to get back on this payload quicker.
Yeah, it's very true. And also, I just want to point out, Gura picking off Miro there, saving his Reinhardt Yik in a really, really bad position there. Lunatic High are having a field day with the progress on this payload. They've put a lot of bodies on it. And I think, you know, honestly, that does have to be attested to Gura and his fantastic aim here with the 76. Now, having attack visor, no, Lucio, you're not going to move forward and help your teammates out. Gura looking for another one as well. That's going to be a triple kill, and beautiful work from Gura.
Gura coming in the clutch. S499 not going quietly into that good morning. I would say good night, but the reality is that birds are...
Well, it's going to be
not really chirping as
are.
much as you might think. It's pretty darn cold outside, but it's still, it's daylight outside. It's freezing. It's Minnesota.
Ain't no birds in New York, nor sunshine. You know that song.
Nor human dignity.
I lost that many a moon ago. Anyway, so now it's going to be time for Eska here to work alongside the rest of his crew. They do manage to get one with that Earth Shatter, I believe that was. Yes, it was going to be an Earth Shatter from Miro that was going to neutralize quite a few people in front. But just, again, no capitalizing, right? They cannot figure out how to get in front of him and how to stop them. Luckily for them, though, they have a great Zarya there with Ryu Jaehong, who picks off a primary, or very important, I should say, support character. Gura, though, is going to get dropped right away, too. But again, sub 499, always find a way to fight back here. This has been a very impressive game for this crew.
As 499, again, keeping momentum on their side. Luntakai a little bit caught off guard right now. They haven't been able to control stuff, and that's kind of been a problem for this Luntakai team, is that they're very good at controlling games, but when it starts getting the level where they don't have control, it's difficult for them to actually maintain it. But you do have Rujehan coming in. Gets two pickoffs towards the end as they charge up Zarya and will restore a bit of sanity here to this Luntakai team. And now, holding on to the Graviton, 2.5 minutes left. S499 still with plenty of time, but if this Graviton leads to a team wipe, it becomes a little bit more grim. So we'll see just what Rujehan has in store here for just a moment. Everyone's going to be coming in through the side mountain. But they're also really grouped up now for a Graviton, which you got to be thinking Rujehan is looking for right now.
Yeah, he's waiting for that prime opportunity. And, you know, of course, if you are subscribed $4.99, you have to be cautious of that. And you also lost your Reinhardt too. But I think this is also very, very smart here of Lunatic High. They have not committed any ults to that battle, and they were able to hold them off. You had mentioned it before. You said if they get the Graviton and they get, you know, like a full wipe, that actually would be really bad. That was around 3 minutes on the clock. Now we're sitting at 1 minute and 43 seconds. If they get caught with a Graviton and destroyed, that will be very bad.
It could be game over, and here he goes. Graviton is going to be coming in, pulls in at least 3, if not 4, and Lunatic High not wasting any time to getting into that gravity vortex, looking for those pickoffs. They don't get as much as they might think, but they scatter S499, and the pickoffs come a little bit later as Heska with the tack visor, picking up 3 towards the very end. Had them all in the sights. 1 minute 15 now remaining for S499. They started out this map with a bang, might be ending here with a whimper. Lunatic High gotta be feeling good as they look to book that ticket into the grand finals.
Very true. But something to bear in mind, though, if Real Mint's able to get sound barrier, I mean, with a minute left on the clock, I don't really see that happening. But despite that, though, Gura is actually going to take that tack visor. So forget the sound barrier. It's going to be all about tack visor for Gura, able to find 2, and those will be the Roadhog and the Lucio. but no progress on the payload, and that's because Ryu Jaehong has basically been a nuisance for this sub 499 roster. And they do have that self-destruct as well, ZP, but I really can't see it being all that effective with 30 seconds left on the clock. This is very much potential to be a Lunatic High 3-0.
Very much so right now. As that said, S499, last gas coming in, they do get 2 kills towards the very end. They're keeping 3 on the payload. They're getting maximum payload speed. And Lunatic High, I'm not actually sure they're going to be able to come out and contest this. They sort of bled kills towards the very end, and the staggering did not work in their favor. They're going to have to go up against a sound barrier if they rush out here. In fact, this could be some very negative momentum here for Lunatic High if they're not careful, but it does appear they're going to challenge this. They're going to drop right in. See if the sound barrier can keep S499 alive and healthy. They haven't used it just yet, but now they drop the people. They do it after Zonda dies, and the mistiming could very well cost them this fight.
And that'll be very, very painful here for sub 499. They do manage to lose 2 in that one. Yik's going to be in a really bad position as well. He will get some healing there, and I believe that was going to come from that healing pad from the Soldier 76. Graviton Surge is going to fall down. Ryu Jaehong's been playing a lights out Zarya, but it will be shut down there by Bacon Jack. Now you have Miro left alone here, and he was able to get the kill, but they're just so freaking close. And Lee Tae-jun is going to have that nano boost as well with the Tracer, and that actually is going to seal things up. Lunatic High will win 3-0 in the series. Good job to the Korean squad. They move on to the finals.
Well then, and that's a little bit unfortunate for S499. They did have moments of glory towards the very end of Route 66, but Lunatic High, they are the more experienced team, and it definitely showed towards the end. But take a look here at Gura play the game on Soldier.
I think sub 499 was very impressive, to be honest.
Absolutely. I wasn't expecting them to come out as strong as they did, and who knows? I could see them fighting their way back to the grand finals. So this might have just been our grand finals preview. Yeah.
Oh no, you're right. This could very well be it, and I think a sub 499 get another crack at Lunatic High. I think they'll do even better. This is definitely a team that seems to adapt really well, and they again have impressed me. So excited to see the future here. But Lunatic High, folks, moves on to the next round. That will be curtains on the winner bracket finals. Coming up next, though, is going to be the YouTuber Showdown. ZP?
I think it is the YouTuber Showdown that's coming up here. The problem is for me is that I'm not sure if I'm physically capable of keeping things going on at this point, because we did have a very, very long delay earlier on. So we'll see as far as coming back from break. We absolutely wanted to bring you good coverage, though, of all the teams you guys know and love here. So wait a few months to decide on that. But thank you guys so much, by the way, for tuning in. It's always cool to support Overwatch when our region might be in, and have an APAC Invitational like this with some of the best teams in the Asia Pacific region. It's a joy to watch.
Yeah, to me, it's super fun. First time I ever got to cast APAC Overwatch. So I'm pretty happy and excited to see the future for those guys. And I think, again, it was just, it's really cool. A huge shout out to YouTube Gaming for putting something like this together and bringing more recognition for competitive Overwatch in that region, which I think is going to be very vital to the growth of Overwatch as an esport, in the future.
Absolutely. And honestly, it's just good to see different entities coming forward to support Overwatch as well. There's a lot of widespread support for the game, and stuff like this is really, really cool.
Yeah, no, it's good for the space, man.
Now at this point, I just realized I should probably swap the scene to me and you. It does have our lovely counterparts that are there in the studio, but we are not lip syncing over them like some sort of silly dub, though that would be
well,
great.
Listen here, okay, because the Dragon Ball Z dub is one of the best dubs ever.
Oh no.
Yeah, I watch it in Japanese.
Okay, you have watched. Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Of course, I'm watching Super in Japanese right now, and I have no problem.
Let me ask you this for Boo: Japanese Boo or dubbed Boo?
Japanese Boo.
In terms of voice, because
I know exactly.
They're very different.
I'm just gonna say this: English Frieza. I just like English Frieza a lot.
All right.
I think it's just like a unique voice. right? English sell 100%. English sell.
I can't agree with that.
You can't agree with it?
No, I said I can agree with that.
Japanese boo. And I've heard English Beerus, Japanese Beerus all day.
Japanese Beerus is far more like the English Beerus is a little bit too arrogant, whereas the Japanese one, he definitely, I feel like it adds more flavor and nuance to the character where he can go from very grim attitude towards pretty playful. It's a lot of range on whoever does his voice.
But here's my question for you. American Goku or not American, English Goku or Japanese Goku?
It's interesting. On one hand, I think as a kid, American Goku sounds much more heroic and all the rest because it's sort of tailored towards American media, right? And then Japanese Goku, though, like much more accurately reflects the character where he is much more of an idiot than it's let on. So
that's very true. And I didn't realize how much of an idiot Goku was until I watched Super. Because in the American version, Goku was like Goku. You know what I mean? Yes. Like you relied on him. He was like the man. And even though they do the same thing here, but they pretty much call Goku out on his stupidity like nonstop. But I do agree with Mountainy. American screams, the English screams, way better. And also like when they're doing the flurries, I hate that. I hate that.
Do it, Dad.
I hate it. Adapt or die, ZP.
Adapt or die, they said. Alrighty, so make a decision here, executive decision. We will be resuming tomorrow with the grand finals as things come back and out once more. Uber may or may not be here.
I don't think I will be here because I got to go to the White House on Monday. So I got to.
For real, the White House?
Yeah. I'm casting Rocket League at the White House.
That's the thing.
Yeah. No, I'm doing it.
Well, congrats, man.
Switch. Yeah, man. It's going to be pretty fun.
Wait, are you going to beat the president?
I mean, I would hope so, but I don't think so. I think Shaq is going to be there, though.
You know, if you can't meet the president, meeting Shaq, I'm totally okay at that. It was actually the biggest disappointment, I think, for, well, both me and you, because we were there at the same time, is we did E-League. It wasn't quite NBA season just yet. We did not get a chance to see Shaq and Charles. But we did get to see where they worked from.
It was MLB season, and they were filming MLB stuff there, which was pretty cool.
Pedro Martinez was there, I think.
Yeah. Pedro Martinez was there. That was actually pretty sick, but...
Did you meet him? I didn't.
No. I didn't meet him. I was just told he was in the facility next to us when we were doing our broadcast, and but I didn't get a chance to meet him though.
Oh. All right. So actually, chat brought up some really interesting things. DBZ thing. We didn't even talk about Abridged, but that's for another time.
Wait, Abridged?
DBZ Abridged. Yeah.
What is DBZ Abridged? Was that Kai?
Oh my God.
I've never heard of that. What is this?
Okay, so I'm just going to say you have a lot to learn. Find out next time on the next episode of YouTube APAC Invitational. But it's a lot of good Overwatch action, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will catch you guys tomorrow as we finish things up. But I will inform you on what you've missed out on. Have no fear. But guys, signing off. We'll catch you tomorrow.